To get started on Get Products, we have to do a usual try catch. We catch. Boom, done. Now, the first thing that we have to note is that people would, or whoever's a client making a request, would have to put in something in the request URL that is a query parameter. So it would be Get Products this. So it would be this. So it would be the host, whatever that is, let's say thebesttech.com, and then / API v1 and admin and products. Then they're going to put in this and tell us the page that they're looking for. This is how Pagination works. You make a request to a GET request for a list of things, and you include a page to it. So it could be page 1, page 2, and you can also specify the page limit. So how many are we fetching per page? Now, I don't want to leave that bit to the client, because clients can be silly at times, and whoever's using my code could abuse that and put variable page limits for each of them. So I'm only going to limit the page on the server and only give the client the access to tell me what page they're trying to land on. So each page is going to have a limit of 10, and then you tell me what page you're trying to land on. So in order to do that, we're going to get the page, and the page will be request.query. So recently we've only been looking at request.params, and which is the path parameters or the URL parameters, whatever you'd like to call them. But for those ones, we have them as variables linked or living in our URL. It's a part of the URL. So, but the query parameters are also going to be part of the URL if they're constructing the URL for it. But when we're defining it on the server, it doesn't live there. Even when you're making a request from the Flutter client or from an actual programmatic environment, you usually don't put in the query parameters in the URL. You construct them through, with maybe in Flutter, we'd probably use the URI and construct it with this URL, this, without the query parameters, without the question mark thingy. And then in the URI constructor, you can actually pass in the query parameters as a map, and it would go ahead and send us the query parameters here in the request. But if you're constructing the URL yourself and you're trying to construct the entire thing in the URL, you'd have to use a question mark and indicate it yourself. But either way, we catch it through query in Node.js Express. So it's request.query.page, because it will come in the form of page. Like I've shown you, it comes page is equal to 1. So the name of that query parameters would be page. So we extract the page. Now if the page is empty, or they haven't passed in a page, so we assume it's going to be page 1. So we always return in page 1 when they make the request without passing the page at all. So that done, we get the page size, and like I said, it will always be 10. You can also give them access to pass in the page size, and that would be page size or page limit, right? You could call that limit page size or whatever, but I'm only using 10 as my limit compulsorily because I always want to do that. Now finally, we go ahead and we fetch the products from the server, and in order to do that, we do some advanced querying. Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. We've seen some advanced querying, but this time we're just adding a few more. So constant products would be equal to await. We're already used to this bit. Product.find, and we're finding all products, so there's no point putting anything in there. So we do product.find.select. Now we're selecting. Remember, we wanted to remove certain properties, and one of them was reviews. The other was sizes, I believe. No, sizes should be a part of it. So reviews are gone. So the only things that we want to maintain would be things that the admin can change. So the admin can't change reviews. The admin can change sizes. They can change. Let's actually take a good look at the product schema and know exactly what we're dealing with. So it can change the name of the product, description, price, rating. No, it can't change rating. So there's no point leaving it in there. They can see that when they get into the product's reviews, yeah. So we could actually just leave it in there for the time being, but right. So what we could do is put an option for detailed view. So we could constant detailed will be equal to let's do request.query.detailed. Detailed is going to be a number. So when it's 1, it means true. When it's 0, it means false. So we change that into we pass it into an integer using that operator right there. And then if it was detailed, if they wanted it to be detailed, we fetch everything, including reviews. So they're probably looking at a particular product. So in that case, reviews can be a part of it. What else? The sizes can be a part of it. The ratings can be a part of it. But when we're in the main table where we see a list of all products, then certainly we don't care about the reviews in that bit. So we don't want to send them the review. So they can notify us about how detailed they want it to be based on the query criteria. So, but we're not doing that. It's tutorial. So if your e-commerce app requires it, you can go ahead and do that. But in my case, I'm only removing the reviews and the ratings, essentially. That is it. Minus ratings. Nice. So the next op would be the skip op. So we skip a number of documents. So if we put in 10 in here, if we put in 10, then we're skipping exactly 10 documents. So how exactly do we know the number of documents to skip? So if, for example, on page 1, we actually want to skip 0 document. And the limit is 10 actually. So on page 1, we're skipping 0 documents and we're fetching 10 because the limit will be 10. Dot limit. You can use a limit and that puts in the page size, and that is 10 in our case. Let's have a visual walk through the process of deriving the skipper. So if the page limit is 10 and we're on page 1, so the page is equal to 1, limit will always be equal to 10. So it means we're skipping 0 documents and we're starting from the very first document all the way to the 10th document because we're fetching 10. So it counts 1, 2, 3, 4 till it counts a total of 10 documents as the limit says, and it returns them. Now on page 2, the skip should actually be 10 document. Why? Because you're on page 2, right? And on page 1, if we're on page 2, it means that on page 1 we've already fetched 10 documents. So in page 2 we also want to fetch another 10 documents, but we want to skip the very first 10 in the order. Yeah. So if we had document 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and we went 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Right. So we have these lot. On the first page fetch, we're fetching documents 1 through 10. Yeah. Now, these will be gone on the first page fetch. So on the second page, if the skipper was still at 0, it would actually go ahead and start again from 0 and fetch all of these to the page 10. So the skipper is actually where you do your pagination. This is where everything comes into play. This only tells it how many documents to fetch. So if on page 1 this started from 0 and the page size was 10, it fetches 0 all the way to 10, or 1 all the way to 10. On page 2, we actually want it to start to skip from the 10 documents and get us all the way from 11 to 20. On page 3, we want it to skip 20 documents and get us from 21 all the way to 30, and so forth and so on. So we have to derive a formula. We have to create a formula for that to happen, and that formula will be the page that is 1 or 2. So let's take 1 for example. On page 1, we want to do 1 minus 1 times the page size. So it would be page 1 minus 1 would be 0. 0 times the page size, which is 10, is 0, because 0 times anything would be 0. So if the skip bar is 0, then meaning on page 1 we're skipping 0 documents, which is the proper behavior that we actually wanted. But on page 2, this becomes 2, so it's 2 minus 1, which gives us 1. 1 times 10 gives us 10. So it skips 10 documents and starts from document 11. On page 3, it becomes 3 minus 1, which gives us 2. 2 times 10 is 20. So it skips 20 documents and starts from 21st document. That is exactly the behavior that we're looking for. So this is a mathematical formula and it should work. So that is essentially all about pagination in programming generally. So next up we check if there's no product at all. We don't care if it's empty, because if it's empty it means it's empty, so we'll return an empty list. But we only care if there's nothing at all, like it's undefined. That will be status 404. This is probably impossible though. JSON message product not found. Done. Else return rest.json, and that would be product. Save. Alright, let's do the Postman test. Alright, we're back here. Hope you lot are having an amazing day. Better than I can ever be. Right, so the request is here. And we hit send. Hopefully it works. So, right, cannot delete. Oh, right, I'm doing a delete request. And we can see that the old authorization header expired. So this is the authorization token that we sent for the request. As you can see, request headers, but in the response headers we got authorization token, meaning that we got expired. So it renewed it automatically, and now we just have to copy this from the response headers. And don't worry about seeing how to do this in the Flutter end. We're going to see how to do that. I will take care of you lot, don't worry. And we simply paste that in here. Remember, don't copy the bearer part. You only want, where is it, response body? No, not this, the response headers, yeah. You only want from the EY, you don't care about that bearer, because bearer automatically gets attached because we selected bearer token. So don't worry about that. Now for the request itself, we're sending. What's my response? Right, so we're still on delete. It should be a get. So get. Right, so we've got, and we can see all of the products on page 1. It's about, I don't know, like 3 or something. 3 products on page 1. Now, as you can see, it works, but on page 2, so everything's also here apart from, I think, reviews and ratings. Wait, no, we've still got reviews and ratings, so we're definitely not doing something right. That would be product.find select. Oh, I've put a comma. So sorry about that. So used to typing commas. Alright, that's taking its precious time. So reviews is gone, but rating is still there. So it's rating and not ratings. So remove that as well, and we should have a properly functioning route. Now, to the actual point of it, so always test your routes, because if I actually didn't test it, I wouldn't have called that error. You can also write automated tests for your JavaScript controls and whatever, but we're not doing that because it's not part of the tutorial. So we can switch this to page 2 actually, or you could do that there or there if you remember. Now page 2 should be empty because it's skipping 10. So if we skip 10 documents, we've only got 3. If we're skipping 10, then there's nothing to fetch really, and that was why I wasn't considering an empty list at this point. At this point, it was only for a point where the product is actually undefined, totally undefined, because an empty list is also data. It also tells something. So we leave the empty lists in, and that is it. The pagination works. Now we will see a more detailed or more advanced form of fetching and filtering and all that, like filtering by categories and all that, when we're doing the actual product implementation. But for now, this is it. This is a summation of everything that we can do for admins. And now we actually want to go ahead and create the cron jobs, right? So let's go ahead and see how cron jobs work. So we're here today to talk about cron jobs. The first thing that we know, or that I do, is, so for me personally, yeah, cron job, because I couldn't think about a better place to put it apart from in here. So moving on, I already told you this, but I'm going to say it again about cron jobs. It's simply a way to schedule tasks to run on the server. So remember, your server's always live. When it goes production, it's always live. It just lives there on the server. Now, some things you can't actually depend on a client to do them. Yeah, because the client's phone could be closed down and the client won't have access to the user to actually maybe clear their car or remove certain orders, or their account could actually live there and be dormant, but they've uninstalled the app on their phone. So there's really no way to go into their to get the client, or there's certainly no way for the client to do things or carry out actions on their mobile devices or on their desktop devices if it's a desktop app, that is. But all of that can be solved by doing things or running jobs on the server, because the server's always alive. So whether you've uninstalled the app from your phone, your status could change from the server by putting commands on the server to maybe run every day and check people who haven't been online for, let's say, 3 days, and then maybe deactivate their account or something. Anything you want to do actually. So you could do those. These are some of the scenarios where cron jobs come in handy, or cronies as I like to call them, crony. So we have our first crony. We put that here. Use cron from the cron package or library. So for that we actually have to add the node cron, and I could go into my terminal and npmi node cron. Cron. So as that's adding, we could go ahead and constant cron would be equal to require node cron, as you can see, being added. Nice. And then we move on and say cron dot, we schedule, right, and then you give it a time. So the time can actually be in any form. So as you can see, it's a cron expression. So you could tell it something like, I need you to run this every, say, 12 midnight. So you give it a specific time of day to run it. So every 12 midnight. It doesn't matter where the server lives. If the server lived in let's say the US, it will use the USA time zone. If it lived in Europe, it would use the European time zone or whatever zone that it lives in, right? So if you moved your server, the execution or the time that it's 12 midnight would change. So 12 midnight meaning every time the clock strikes 000, because 12 is 00, right? 000, and then 1 is 1, and then so forth and so on. Or you could give it intervals like 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes run this. Every 30 minutes run this. Every 20 minutes, every 10 seconds run this. So for this very first one, I actually want it to run every 12 midnight, and that is 0 0 star star, sorry, space star star. Break this down, we've actually got 1 2 3 4 5 characters in the expression. So the very first one deals with a minute. At what minute of the day do you want it to run? At what hour of the day do you want it to run? That's the second bit. Now, sorry, left that open. Now the third bit signifies what day of the month do you want it to run? Sorry, I've selected the wrong thing. It doesn't let me select. Why? Yeah, whatever. So what day of the month? So is it like the 3rd of the month? Is it the 5th of the month? Is it the 1st of the month? This bit is what month of the year do you want it to run? So this bit also means, so these two speak of the month. This one speaks of the day of the month. This one speaks of the month of the year that you want it to run. And then this last bit is for the exact day of the week that you need it to run. So this one's day of the month, this one's day of the week. So they're both different. These two sound similar, but they're really not similar. So this could be the 3rd. If we're in February, yeah, it would be the 3rd. If this was a 3rd, then every 3rd of every month it would run, right? So 3rd of January it would run, 3rd of March it would run, 3rd of February it also ran, and so forth. Now this bit is for day of the week. So if I've put this on, say, the 3rd day of the week, it means every single week on the 3rd day being Wednesday. So every Wednesday of the week it would run. Right, so you can combine them and come up with different combinations and different concepts. Yeah, because imagine that the day of the month is a certain number and the day of the week is also a certain number. So it means every day of that month, should we run it or should we not? So for these two, we've actually specified values. We want you to run at every 0 minute, at every 0th hour. But these lot, we've actually put asterisks. Why? These are called wildcards. We have them in other languages as well. So wildcards come in handy when we're also building out a cron expression. So this means wildcard. So since this bit is for the day of the month that we want it to run, if we put in a wildcard, it means run for every day of the month. This bit signifies what month of the year. If we put in a wildcard without specifying the proper date or the proper month of the year, it will actually run every month of the year. Now, as we already know, the last bit speaks of the day of the week. So if we put a wildcard, it means run every day of the week. So every day of the week, every month, and every day of the month. By the 0th hour, by the 0th minute of the 0th hour. So that is simply 12 midnight every single day. After the cron expression, we pass in a function and this is where we tell it what to do. So this would be an async function because we're going to be talking to the database. So now in here we try. I'm actually going to try. Now the very first thing that I'm trying for would be, now when we catch this, we don't want to talk to the client because it's essentially just us. It's a server thing. It's exclusive for the big boys only. So it's only us. Cron job error. And I want it to tell me the error. Sorry, not this. Error. Boom. So this is what I want to do. Only a console log. And finally we move into the actual bit. So what exactly do I want to do every 12 midnight? So we will also do something else here apart from what I'm about to do, but that'll be later on after we've learned how the orders work. Yeah, so right now what I'm actually trying to do would be categories, because we've already handled this. How categories actually work is that we can mark them for deletion, but we need to check and make sure that they're not tied to any products at all. So in order to actually do that, you could go ahead and do that here. But what if it's actually tied to a product right now? What do you do then? Do you ignore this function, or do you carry on? So you would actually carry on, but then the thing would also still be marked for deletion, and it would actually never get deleted. So in that case, we want to schedule every 12 midnight, do a scan of the entire database, and get me every cron job that has been marked for deletion. If it's attached to something, don't delete it. But if it isn't, delete it. Right? But then if it's attached to something, we actually don't delete it, as you remember. But then we've left it there and it still marks a deletion. So the next midnight we also want to do the same check again, so that way we don't leave behind anything that later on, that maybe currently we've left it in the database because it starts something, but later on it actually gets unbound from that thing. Let's say the product has been exhausted, deleted by the seller, and we still have that category living in a database just because it was left before when the product still existed. So at this point, when we do the next scan by 12 midnight, it will actually find the category to be deletable and it will delete it. So this is what we want to do. So in that case, we're going to constant categories to be deleted await category dot find, and we find all categories with a query where they're marked for deletion is true. Nice. We actually could have done a find by ID, or sorry, find and delete, or find them and then delete many, but we don't want to do that because we need to know if this category that's been marked for deletion, if each category that's been marked for deletion has any products attached to them. In order to do that, we start a for loop, and that would be constant category of categories to be deleted. Now for each category to be deleted, we constant category products count would be equal to await product dot count document, which we've already seen, count documents, and we invoke and we count all documents where their category matches a category dot ID. This is how we know. So if this particular category products count is less than 1, meaning there's no products tied to it, we await category dot delete 1, and it should be gone. Now actually after that we exit the loop and we console. We want to let ourselves know that something's run, so we console log cron job completed at, and we want to tell ourselves that we've completed a cron job at this particular time. Right, so this, I took the liberty of creating a new category in my database just to show you the test, and this time it's called tnickers. I've just simply cloned this document and changed the name to tnickers, and this is it really. And I've also marked it for deletion. Cancel. Now after that bit, we actually have to register the cron job, and that would happen in the app.js. So we move over to our index, where is it, app.js, and you register the cron job. So over here you could come right before you start the connection to the database, and you require cron job. So you require the cron jobs module, and leave the rest to your server to handle. So it simply takes into account that whatever lives in here. So the cron, the schedule, will automatically be shelled out when your server starts. So it registers it, and then it calls this function, and that is it. So it just listens. So the function is like setting up a subscription or a listener. So whenever the time changes, this will be alerted. So now, in order to actually test this out, I'm actually going to change the time of this to match my time. So I'm going to put about 2 minutes ahead, and then we just simply watch. So current time 14:02. Putting this at 14:04. See you at 14:04. So as expected, job has run exactly 1400 hours, 4 minutes to be precise, and we could go back to our database and do a refresh, and hopefully the one with ID name T Knickers is gone. So hopefully T Knickers is dead. Mr. T Knickers is also gone, and that's perfect. So that is it for cron job 1. We're going to see 2 more for releasing cart products that have been preserved and returning their product counts to the actual product after you have been caught window shopping and not actually checking out, you window shopper. And we also do the same thing for orders. If depending, I'm actually not going to need the orders because of how my project is actually set up, my payment. So the orders actually don't get created until you make payment. That is my logic, but I'm going to add the order cron job in case you didn't follow my logic, in case you're not using Stripe, because everyone's got different scenarios. So maybe you can't use Stripe in your country, or your company doesn't want you to use Stripe. So in that case, your orders might actually get created before someone pays. So in that case, an order might get put into pending. But before you put an order into pending, you need to check if the product was already reserved when it was in cart. If it wasn't, you reserve the product, right? And then in the cron job, you go through the database and find every product that's been preserved, every order that has been preserved or has been left pending for over a day, and we simply every 12 midnight remove them from the database. Or we can make that every 30, or just simply every day. We find ones that have been pending for over 24 hours, and we simply remove them from pending to cancelled. It means the person never completed the order. Yeah, so in that case we cancel it and we restore the product count. So yeah, we'll see that later though. So for now, this is it. Let's move on to the actual other implementations for our normal customers. Next up, we're going to do categories. It's simply what we've done before, so I'm not going to waste your time. I'm just going to run through this, so it's mostly going to be a sped up video, but let's create the files and see what route we're looking at. And this will be for categories.js. We already have one for admin categories, so we're closing down the admin folder so we don't confuse ourselves. So up next, import express, require express, and finally the router, which would be constant router equal to express dot router constant categories controller would be equal to, I think that would live in controllers, and it would live in category. And then finally router.get, and we get / categories, and that is categories controller.get categories. And finally we have the router.get / ID to get a particular category by its ID. Categories.get category by ID. And finally the module.export would be equal to the router done. So this is it. We can go over to app.js and add the category to be part of our routes. So we've done all of these. I actually always want this to be last because it itches my neck really when I put them out of order. So it's just more of a preference thing. It doesn't matter. Put them any way that you want. The API / categories, and we use categories router require routes and we go to categories. That would be the categories router. Done. So I'm speeding through the creation and the implementation of the controller for the categories. And finally, that is it for category. So I've only changed this from category to categories to get that working, because I've called the module something different than category. It's in plural. So this works now, and this also works. So let's move on to the very next thing. Next up, we're looking at products. So this starts off with the route, and I'm putting it right here. Make sure it's selected. New file, products.js. Now I've got quite a few routes, so we got to speed through this as well if we can. Is equal to require, and we require express. So I'm just simply going to run through this in a bit, or not. Let's all go through it together because we've got quite some things. So we have product controller, which would be equal to, I hope it will be that, but let's not import that for now so we don't mistake ourselves again. So express.router, and finally we can move on. So the first thing would be router.get, and we're getting all products, which would be products controller.get product, products controller.get products. I might actually want to import that, and that would be in constant products controller dot get products. Sorry, not a dot. It will be equal to require, and we get / controllers, and that would be products.js. Now finally we have router.get, and we have products/search. That is for searching. And we have a products controller.search products. Finally, we have router.get, and we have to get the ID dot get products by ID. Router.post. Now before I actually move on, remember that in the admin products section we actually had at the very top of it, where is it? We had a get products count which was being called by the router, and it had the count. Yeah, so in that case, this, if it gets called without the /admin, that precedes this route, these routes in the admin.js file. If this particular route got called without that admin /, it will default down here because there's no admin before it, so it will just be product / and then count. So meaning that count will come in here and be the ID for this, and this will fail. So either way, we're very happy that the person's failing when they're making a mistake, so they're not going to mistakenly get the wrong information sent to them. So it's not much of an issue right now. So ID, finally reviews. We want to get the reviews of a particular product, and that will be reviews controller, which I will add later. Leave review. Finally, this is for leaving a review. We have one for router.get for getting all reviews of a particular product. Now this could actually live in its own route called reviews, but since it actually is a subcategory of products, the route makes a lot more sense to me. You could actually make its own independent route, and that would also make a lot of sense, but to me, I think I'd prefer it to be / products / product ID, and then / the reviews of that particular product. So that way it makes a lot more sense to the beholder. Whoever's looking at their URL will understand it a lot more. So this is my motive behind doing things this way, right? So reviews, and we have reviews controller .get product reviews. So we're actually going to have to combine these two. Module.exports will be equal to router. Beautiful. So during the controller creation, I'm actually going to have to combine these two, create separate controllers for reviews and products, but then we'll have to combine them in the same video, so that way we've got a more compact episode, or not an episode, but not on a podcast, a more compact session. So let's get into the controllers. Over here, new file, products.js. Now finally, we're obviously going to need the product, which will be equal to require and models product. Nice. And then finally we start. So export.get products async function request response, and we put in a try catch. We can copy that bit from you, and it's simply this. So I'm closing down the rest of them. We also have to put that in here, so let's do just that, and app.use nice, and we copy and paste over and over. So we've got quite a few, 3, 4. So that's get products. We have get product by ID. We have search products, and I think that is it. Get products, search products, get product by ID, and finally we have reviews. So let's also create a reviews controller so this man stops screaming. So new file, reviews.js. We paste and we paste, and that would simply be 2 functions for reviews, and that is leave review, and the other would be to get product reviews. So now we've got 2 choices. We can either start from reviews or we can start from products, but since the focus of this is for products, we're going to start from products. So let's see how to get products. So over here, we're doing filtering, right? Back to back. We're taking several things. We're taking criteria. We're taking the category that you want to filter by. We're taking, yeah, I think those are the two main things, criteria or category. Now, criteria could be either new arrivals, popular, and the rest of them. So based on the UI, we've only got two criteria, that is new arrivals and popular. When we look at the UI, you could go back in the video where we saw the user interface, but that is essentially what we're looking at. Only two categories or two criterias on the home page, and that is criteria for new arrivals and populars, and that is all we're going to look at in this particular case. But you can do whatever you want based on this, so you can build on this and build it out. So first of all, let's make sure that our thing isn't failing. Probably fails. Reviews controller dot leave review. Reviews controller is not defined. Alright, so that probably stems from here. Oh, sorry, we copy the entire line and paste it. And this changes to reviews. Reviews. Done. Alright, so hopefully that works now. Yes, that works. So we've got a functioning server. We just have to implement what we've promised. So that starts from you. So get product. Some parts of it we're already used to because we've done this before in the admin section. So we start off the same bit, the same thing that we've done essentially. So constant page will be equal to request.query.page. If it's empty, or if the person decided to leave it blank, then they're requesting for page 1, and then the page size will be equal to 10. These things are basically constant. Now finally, we have to filter before we actually fetch the products. Now in order to filter, we've got constant products will be equal to await, yeah, product.find with a query. Yeah, so let's say that they are actually looking for only products under the category dresses, right? So that would mean find me every product where their category, yeah, matches the dress category ID. So the category ID. So we're not looking at the words of the category, we're looking at its ID. So client is not sending us a word like dress. Categories have their own collections, meaning they also have their own ID. So client is sending us the ID of a category that they're filtering by, and we can search by that category ID. So any product that bears that category, we want them. Now they could also have put in a criteria like we want only new arrivals. When the criteria for like new arrival exists, we also want to handle this differently. So we've got two scenarios where they either provided a not two scenarios, it's actually three. First scenario, they've provided only category. Second scenario, they've only provided criteria. Third scenario, they've provided both category and criteria. So we're going to see how to do all of these singular filtering and compounded filtering as well. So let's go ahead and do those. So before we even fetch the products, we have to create our filter. So now the filter will live on its own, and we can combine them later. We can put them into the thingy later. So first of all, we check if request.query at criteria is not empty, is not undefined, meaning they've given us a criteria to search by. So what we do is we create a query, or you could call this a filter. You could call it a filter, but I'm calling it a query because it goes into the query part of the find. So the query will be empty at first. Now this is the query that we're going to pass into product.find, right? It takes a query and then you put in category and all that, right? So we will build this out. The reason why I'm putting this out is because in case, right? So what if the request.query.category is also not empty? If request.category is also not empty while the criteria is not empty, we could go ahead and query at category would be equal to request.query.category, and now that is the category ID. We're assuming that would be the category ID because we're assuming that the client would read our documentation that we've written. So after that we switch So we switch the criteria, so request.query.criteria, because there could be two of them. So case it's new arrivals, we're going to get new arrivals based on 2 weeks. So anything that's older than 2 weeks is no longer a new arrival. You could go ahead and change this to be whatever you want, but I'm doing 2 weeks, so 2 weeks ago would be equal to new date, and 2 weeks ago dot set date, and we set the date to be the current date dot get date minus 14 days, and that is 2 weeks ago. And finally, query at date added, we only want products that have been added is equal to, and the query will actually look something like this. So we've seen operators like in, we've seen poor. Today we're seeing GTE, which means greater than. Yeah, so if the date added is greater than 2 weeks ago, it's going to be part of this. So we do that and we break and break. So we, for new arrivals, we only want a query. So we only want products where their date added is greater than 2 weeks ago, right? So the new case would be popular, and this we will tell by the rating of a particular product. So for this, oh my days. No, I don't think we even need to put this in an object for this scenario. So because it's quite simple. So it's just simply query at rating will be equal to greater than. We want every product where its rating field is greater than 4.5. Anything greater than 4.5 is popular. You can change this to something else. Maybe 3.5 could be popular for you, or 3 could be popular for you. So we're basing it off that, and we break. Now default, it might actually want us to put in default. Default would be break. Nice. So we don't care about any other criterias. Now outside the switch, we go ahead and do products would be equal. So we want to actually save that product at the top. So let products. So in the first instance, it's actually empty or undefined, but right now we're setting it to be product.find, and we find it with a query. Now the query will simply be an object that includes the field either category, if category is not null, new arrivals if the criteria is not null, and the criteria is equal to new arrivals. So meaning the person's done this, HTTPS blah blah blah, and they've gone to this route and they finally said criteria is equal to new arrivals, or if they said it's equal to popular, they want to fetch all the popular products, and we go ahead and do that, else we ignore them. Now we put in that query and we select. Let me do a one line .select, and we're selecting everything apart from the images, reviews. We can get those for the product details, but for fetching general products, we don't want excessive things that we're never going to need. So, and then finally we skip because we're also doing pagination. So remember the formula: page minus 1 times the page size. And finally, dot limit by the page size. Nice. So this could be the products. Else if the request.query.category. Now in here you could also go ahead and check, if the criteria was, because over here we've done this, well, we're checking first if the criteria was caught, if the criteria was caught, we check if a category was given. Now, in this case, if the category was given, right, we don't have to go ahead and check if a criteria was given, because if a criteria was given, it would have been caught here before it actually even makes its way to the else if block. So in that case, we're pretty sure that criteria wasn't given. So in that case, we want the products to be equal to await product.find with the following query. So we only want category to be equal to request.query.category, and that is it. And we do the same selection and limiting. Done. So, oh wait, I haven't selected yet. I missed that bit. Alright, so we do the selection and the selection and the pagination. So else products can just be a simple product without any need to fight for anything. So the products can be quite simple and we can just paste them. Nice. So this is it. This is all we need to do. And then finally we check if after doing all that products is actually still null. We go ahead and return rest.status 404.json message products not found. Done. And finally we return rest.json products. Nice. You can go ahead and test it, but I don't have time. The tutorial's about 10 hours long now and we still haven't got into Flutter yet, so we don't have much time. Now we're moving on to search products because I think over here search actually came before get product by ID. So because of my little, why have I done this twice? Oh, I forgot to delete this. I pasted too much. So I'm going to put the search first before the get products by ID because it itches when I don't follow these rules as they are. So yes, moving on, we try again. Oh, we're trying so much, aren't we? Oh wait, I already done the try, sorry. So used to trying first. So finally we fetch the search term. So constant search term, what they're searching for would be equal to request.query.queue. So we want them to pass it to us as queue. So that would be https whatever, and then /. They've done everything, and this time the query will be equal to, sorry, it's queue, not query. Queue will be equal to, let's see, Knickers. Don't know why I love Knickers. Maybe because it sounds like chocolate. The Snickers chocolate. So I put in a query over there. If search term, if there's no search term, return rest.status 400. Or maybe if there's no search term, we could actually just fetch them all products. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, does that make sense? Do you think it does? We could actually move on when there's no search term. Yeah, let's do that. Because in the search term, we're also assuming from the UI that on the search page, they also have the ability to filter. So they could filter by gender or gender age category. So in that case, we don't exit without a search term. We just fetch them the thing without filtering, if you catch my drift. Without, searching. So I'm going back to if. So constant page would be, oh my days, this is jarring to do that over and over. So let's copy and paste. Nice. Remember kids, copy pasting is dangerous, so don't do that. Now we've got a simpler way of doing this. We could construct a search term if the search term was available. So if there was a search term, we could go ahead and say search term would be the text search would be equal to we could say name would be and then we put in a regex. This is also a different operator. We've seen pull in greater than. This is regex, and then you put in the search term if the search term was not null, and finally you put in options, and the options would be I, meaning it's case insensitive. It doesn't care about the case, the capitalization, if it's capital or not. It doesn't care. So this is a very simple way to do it. Now we've also got index search. Now you could do the index search this way. Constant search could be equal to, it would have text. That all of this will actually live in an object, right? But I'm just in a query object like what we've done at the top, but I'm just showing it to you because it doesn't live here. So in here we would have the search, which would be search term. And then we would have the language, which would be, in our case, English. And we would have case sensitive, the same thing that we've done. Case sensitive would be false, right? So there's a lot of ways to do this, but I'm going to do it a different way. So I'm actually going to leave those in. So give me a bit, let me type them in so you can also have them in the code, in the course code, so you can copy them if you need to. Alright, now that we've done that, I've left that in there for you in case you're searching. So let search results be undefined at first, and then if request.query.category, and there is no request.query.gender age category. So if there's only a category for the requests, then the search results will be equal to product.find, and we're finding. Now we're using a more advanced query system. Now it's going to be the indexed text search. That's what we're using. So that would be, we could quite literally copy this and uncomment that without you, and that should sit. Nice. So I got these, I copy pasted them, and then finally the product find with this query, with this operator, and finally where the category is the request.query.category. Yeah. Then we finally exit the find and we go ahead and skip. So we're skipping the formula page -1 times the page size, and then we limit by the page size as well. Done. Right, and then we exit the if statement. Now else if request.query.category and request.query.gender. Now remember that we removed the check for the search term. So if the search term does not actually exist, we actually remove this bit. So I only want this to be part of the query when a search term was produced. So for that reason, the search query would simply be, you can actually go ahead and store a search query at the top here. So let query, or just constant query, would be an empty query object, and in here you can set the query, and out there you can go ahead and use the query to do your finds. So I could do that, or I could just do this. Constant query would be equal to it could be an empty parenthesis if, so it will first of all include just the category with request.query.category. I actually wanted to make it just an empty object first, and then later on add this. But since we've already got the category, what's the matter, Prettier? Oh, I haven't closed this up. Yeah, so this is the first bit, because at this point we're very sure that they've got that. So we can only add this bit after we're sure. So you do the find with the query. Nice. And after the if search term exists, we can simply override query. So we've got to change query to be a let. So it becomes query becomes equal to a new map that contains the old query plus the little thing that we've got. So I'll copy that and then we'll put in that in here, and we're commenting these lines, and yeah, that should work. What's the matter? Right, so apart from JavaScript totally flipping out, we've got that query and we assign it, we insert the category, and after that we put this person in. If the search term was not given, then we only have this to search with, that is a category, because at this point we're very sure that only the category was given. So moving on. Using this approach, we're going to have a lot of if statements, a longer if tree, but I don't want that. So I'm going to do what I've done here. So reduce this to be just that. Now in here we've got that little query, but then if requests, wait, I hope I copied that, not. So I'm rather copying, so I'm cutting rather than. If that bit was also given, if request.query.gender age category was given, then query at what was it, gender age category, it will also have to be given. So in that case, it will be equal to request.query.gender age category dot to lowercase. We want to convert it to lowercase. Categories are ID, so we don't really care. But this person will be a text, so we do care. So if this person exists, we also put them in there. Now moving on, if it was only the other person given this person, at that point we're pretty sure that this person wasn't given. So else if, let's paste what we've got. If gender age category was given, we're pretty sure that it's been given alone, so we let's copy and paste. So we're just copy pasting really. Right, so we paste this. Now this is getting very ugly, so we could just put this in and get it over with. So at this point we're pretty sure that we've only got that and we've only got this, so the query will become this. Now after that we don't have to do this check, but we have to do this check. So if the search term exists, we go ahead and add it to the query, and then we do what we want to do. So one thing again that we could do could be to sit the query out there and then do these things once, right? So if the search term does exist, we put the query once and for all. So let's go ahead and rather do that. So we can take this and let query sit out here. So query will simply be equal to an empty map, right? So we in here set query to be equal to this, yeah. And then we check if, and then we add query to it. but this bit we only want to do it once. So we do that outside of all if statements. So meaning else if ends right there. So we do that here. If search term exists, then we make the query to be equal to whatever it has with the search term. So meaning that in here we only get to focus on one thing, and after, outside of this space, we can also remove the search results, and right after we do the if search term, we can paste this in, and constant search results would be that. So we do those two only once, as opposed to having them done over and over. So we've got this, and we're setting the query in that case. Else, if the request.gender age category, we set the query only once, and we don't have to do these two. Nice. So if this is the case, we set query to be equal to that. Being done with these two conditions, we're pretty sure that the remaining condition would be cool. That is an else if they're both empty, and at which point we don't care because the query is already empty and it will get spread, but it will be an empty query, so that is okay. We don't want to add either a category or a gender age category because at that point they're both empty. Now if the search term is also empty, then it will also return or leave the query to be empty, so meaning that it will just get them all products in the database. So that is how the logic works for this bit. Now after that we could go ahead and return return rest.json, and that will be search results. Yeah, so we've quite literally implemented, what's the matter? Quite literally implemented a full search functionality. So moving on, let's do the get product by ID, which should be relatively simple. So get product by ID would be a try for constant product to be await product.find by ID request.params.id.select. Now we could remove all reviews for that product because in the UI we're going to be fetching reviews separately, right? So I am going to deselect this. If your user interface doesn't allow for that, then you can leave the reviews in and they can fetch it with this. So because we've already got a separate endpoint for fetching reviews, so get product reviews, so that is why I'm excluding. So in that case we can return rest.status 404.json with a message that says product not found, and we can save, and then we return rest.json product. That is it for everything that has to do with products. Up next we're implementing reviews, and yeah, let's see how reviews will work. First of all, we fetch the user, and it will be user.find by So we're fetching the user.find by ID because the request body contains the user. Request.body.user, we're expecting that the client is going to pass as the user, and with that user we're going to leave a review. So return rest.status 404.json, and we can say message invalid user or user not found. It doesn't matter. Either way, you're a sham. You're trying to leave a comment with a bad user. Now finally, the review would be equal to await for a new review. Still can't be imported. a constant review. Have I written a review? I did. So it would be equal to require models review.js. So it would be review, and we give it request.body, and the username would be user.name. As you can already see, we've got a user and we got the username, and that is it. Right, we don't have to remove any other thing or add any other thing, and after that we can do that save, and that saves the review and returns us the new review. So if there's no new review, we're pretty certain something's gone wrong. So return rest.status 500. Yeah, 500, because if it was a 400, it would have thrown somewhere around here. So, right, could it be a 500? I don't know. Could also be a 400, because at this point, I don't know, could literally be anything at all. So you don't really know, because the user might have passed in a very bad data. So in order to be actually sure of the status code, you could go ahead and cop out or manually extract the information, like constant username from the request body, and that way you're pretty certain that any user wrongly sent client information will be caught at that point. So in that case you will be certain what the error is at this point, but I'm leaving it as 400 and a review could not be added. Pretty cryptic messaging, but you could do better if you could think of a better way to do. Now, because we already have a pre-save hook that does something for us in the product, so let's go ahead and use save for the product, like saving, updating the number of reviews, adding the reviews to the list and all that. So remember that we've got a pre-save hook, this pre-save hook that runs and updates the number of reviews and the rating, right? And the, I think, yeah, just the total rating, it updates that. So in order to actually calculate that, we've got to do a save on the product after we're done with it. So we're going to first of all fetch the product, and that would be let product be equal to await product.find by ID, right? Because normally you could do a find by ID and update, but again, pre-save hook request.params.id. That is the product ID, because reviews live on the product, so we're pretty certain that the route will contain the product ID. So we save that and we can check, right? If there's no product, we can return rest.status 404 with a JSON object that reads message product not found. Otherwise, we can product.reviews.push and we push the review.id. And we don't have product, so you can't import it either. So the copy pasting pretty dangerous, but I really don't have the energy, lads. So you can pardon me on this one. Products. Now the product.reviews.push, it's been pushed, and finally the product will be equal to await product.save. Now if there's no product again, we can be sure that it wasn't saved. That's pretty useless really, because yeah, I'm pretty certain that it will work, but whatever. If it doesn't work, in this case, sorry, it should be a 500. So 500. and then you could go ahead and tell them product not saved, not first, sorry, view or error, internal server error. After this, we could go ahead and return. I'm pretty certain that we've done everything and saved all of them. So we return rest.status. No, we don't. Yeah, status, because we've added a resource, so it's 201 and not 200. And we return them the product and the review, so both of them get returned. So both the product and the new review get sent to the client after they've added a review. So let's go ahead and set up a Postman to allow us test. So let's have a little bit of fun as well. So I've pretty much set up all of this, but I actually wanted to point out a flaw in the current system, which we're going to fix later on. So the flaw being that a user, right, we're doing all of this based on a user, so we're leaving a review for a user, and that user is being passed in the body. Now the body can be intercepted or even maliciously sent, right, by a malicious actor or a bad actor or a hacker, as you lot know them to be. Now, when a hacker sends a review with a different user, we're just stupidly or foolishly going to take that user and leave a review by that user, which is quite silly, really, right? So one way that we could prevent that would be to send the request, or sorry, to extract this rather from the header. Why, this bloke, instead of listening to the body, we could only use the header, because in the header we've got a token, and the token's payloaded with the user's ID, so we could get the user from that. Or we could go ahead and just make sure to check that the user in the body is also the user in the header, and when they match, we're pretty certain that it's the same person making the request. If it doesn't match, then we know it's not the same person making the request. So we could go ahead and write a middleware to do that manually, but we're going to do that later, don't worry. But for now, I only just wanted to copy this and paste it. It will be alright. So I'm leaving a review by this bloke, and yeah, hopefully it works. So I love these shoes, copy the product ID, added it right there, and we don't need query params. And yeah, that is pretty much all we need, and we're sending the post, and we've got error, cannot post to this person at reviews. I've definitely got the route wrong, and that would be products /ID/reviews. Leave a review, and you can't post. Oh, I'm an admin, sorry. That's a normal route. So we send a review and invalid user. So as you can see, the user is invalid. I don't know why the user is invalid. Something's definitely gone wrong. If there's no user with that ID, request.body.user. Oh, wait, I've copied a sorry about that. I've copied a product ID and put them as a user. So we're not doing it with Paul, we're doing it with Roxy. So Roxy, it's your turn. And we can see the product has been added. The reviews list contains the number of reviews also increased to 1, and we've got a review over here that's sat here, and we could go ahead and also refresh the database, and we can see that 1 review's been added. Reviews array 1, and we can also see the number of reviews is 1, and the total rating has gone from 0 to 5. And we can also see a review living or sat in here. So this is pretty much everything for leaving a review. Now for fetching reviews, we're just going to do the same pagination and the same filtering that we've been doing so far. So let's go ahead and see how that works. Now there's a problem with all of this, because look at the format of this code. Now we try to create a new review and save it. imagine that we've done this and a review's been saved. It's been saved to the database. However, after we've saved the review to the database, we try to update the product and save it. Now, after updating the product, what if it refuses to save? What if the server, something happens and it simply won't save, meaning the review's been saved to the database, but the product has not been pushed? Now, an error will be returned, but the error doesn't really help, does it? It just tells the client that something's gone wrong. It also tells us that something's gone wrong, but it doesn't help in this case, because let's see that a user has actually left a review. Now, when they open that page, because this failed or this failed, they actually won't see their review, but that review actually lives in the database. So that's a conflict. If we decide not to save this yet, right, maybe delay the save and remove this and set this to a let, and then we bring this down here, it will also fall into the same issue. What if after saving the product we can't save the review? Yeah, then the product gets updated with the product ID, but then it never actually gets linked to a proper review, because the review was not able to save before the server crashed or before the code went haywire. So in that case, we can solve all that issue by putting all of the transactions, when we have multiple transactions, so when we have multiple operations that we want to carry out, we could go ahead and carry them out within a session, right? Something called a session. So we create a local session in here. So even when we do a save within that session, the save does not get updated to the database yet. So we do a save in the session, we do the second save in the same local session, and after we're sure that we've done both saves and there's nothing wrong, we can go ahead and commit the session. Now, if a commit fails, that is it. The entire thing breaks. Nothing gets saved and nothing gets removed. If the commit gets saved, or if it goes successfully, if it gets committed successfully, then the session was successful. It means that everything was done, and we call that atomically. It was done atomically, so everything was compounded into the same atom and it happened at once, but it was multiple operations carried out at the same instance. So if a commit fails, however, then the entire thing fails and throws an error. It says this has failed, or you can't leave a review. Review leaving has failed. But then the save for this person never actually gets sent, and the save for this person never actually gets sent. So we've got a free database. The database doesn't have a review that's not linked to a product, or a product that's linked to a non-existent review, if you get what I'm saying. If you don't get what I'm saying, let's see the code, and hopefully you understand it. Now, like I said, we create a session locally. So constant session would be equal to await mongoose.session, or start session. Yes, so this is how to start a local session. Now we finally do session.start transaction, which starts a transaction. Now we can close that transaction when something goes wrong, and it will atomically implode. The entire operation just crashes. So constant product would be equal to await product.find by ID, and we find by request.params to the ID. Now if there's no product, we can return rest.status 404.json message with message product not found. Now this would fail, and we actually need to close the transaction, so we can't do this a one-liner, right? So we do this here, but before we return, we actually want to close the transaction, or stop or end the transaction. So in order to do that, we can do await session dot abort transaction, and finally await session dot end session. Or we could actually remove this and put it in the finally block, because we'd have to end session even after we catch an error. So in that case, whatever happens, we always finally await session dot end session. So whatever happens, you always close your code with this. So put it in a finally block so you don't forget. So that way you don't forget to call it each time you abort a transaction or you completely successfully do a commit. So after that, we can move on and we can do a constant page would be equal to request.query.page. Else we use a 1, and a constant page size would be equal to 10. We already know about this. We've already done this since we were babies. So now constant access token. To get the access token, we'll request.header at authorization dot replace, and we'll remove all bearer with this, and we trim. Right. So with that access token, we can constant token data would be equal to JWT whereas my JWT never got imported, so we can go ahead and manually import JWT, require JSON web token. So over here we're dealing rather with the JWT, and we decode it and we extract dot decode, and we extract all reviews will be fetched after we've got that information. So reviews would be equal to await review. Hopefully it's been imported. Yes, it is. Now reviews dot find, and we're finding all reviews, all of them, because we've already fetched the product at the top. So we're fetching all reviews where their ID is, remember, in. You guessed it correct, in product.reviews, in the product's reviews. So at this point, if that failed, then the user will actually not see their review when they're getting all reviews, because for some reason that failed and we didn't make a transaction. So moving on, even after the errors fail, we actually need to abort transaction. So after you console log errors, we await session dot abort transaction. We abort the transaction, and finally we end the session. Now moving on and back to what we were doing before, we wanted to get all reviews for the particular product, but then after that we limit, we sort, first of all, the sort, so we sort by the date, and we sort that to be -1. So date becomes -1. I don't like that format. Pretty is always annoying. Hello. Now that handles sorting, but after that we need to skip. Now skipping, remember the formula, page -1 times page size. Alright, and we let the prettier formatter format that for us, and we add the last bit, limit by the page size. Done. What's the matter, prettier? Nice. Alright. Now after that's done, we could go ahead and check and make sure that every reviews user exists. If the reviews user exists, we go ahead and update their username. Alright, because this is something that's pretty common, where people can change their username in the application. So when they do that, we also want their reviews to be changed, or the reviews to be reflected. You can go ahead and do that in the users update section and update reviews they've left, but that is a load on the server. So at this point we would do that on request. So when a review is requested, we make sure that that review's username is proper. So this would also be lighter on the server, because we're pretty sure that we're fetching 10 at a time. So at every given point, we're pretty certain now we're only doing a for loop for 10 products, and that's pretty certain. So almost constant time, I think. So we have a different set of reviews. Processed reviews will always be equal to this. Now for constant review, off reviews, find by ID, and that would be review.user. Now if there's no user, then we go ahead and we add it .push, because it already contains a username, so we leave it because the user's probably been deleted, so we leave their last username, so the last username lives on the server. So it would be process reviews.push and with a new review. Now this might not scale properly because we're pretty certain that e-commerce applications could have a lot of people opening review pages all the time. So that would mean, even though we know that it's only 10 at this point at every fetch, what if a million people are opening it at the same time? So that's 10 times a million, that's about 10 million. So we don't want such a thing. So you could find better alternatives or just leave them be. A better alternative would be to leave a cron job that runs at every Z hour. That's 0, that's 12 AM, midnight. And then it will simply scan through all reviews and get all of their usernames and probably update them. That will be quite a chore on the site. It will be very long. So, but you could go ahead and ask about, right, how businesses do their thing. But these are some compromises that we have to make in order to make our users satisfied. So a cron job is a lot lighter because the user doesn't have to wait for it. It doesn't depend on the user's data. It doesn't depend on any user at all, their internet connection and whatnot. It depends on your server. The server's always live. It's just incurring server costs, and that's the issue because there's a lot going on. So you can find other ways of handling this, but for this tutorial, this is how we're doing it, and we continue. Now after that, if the user exists, new review would be if review.username is not equal to user.name. Review.username will become equal to user.name. New review will be equal to await review.save. And when you're saving, remember, we're doing multiple saves. Yeah, so for every save, you want to save it in a session. This session. So you don't want to just save. When you're updating, you update anything that contains a write to the server, to the database rather. Anything that you're doing that writes data to the database. It could be an update, it could be a save. It don't matter. Always put in a session if you're in a session. Right, so one way to do that would be this. In other examples, we'll see doing them with this .session. And we can put in that session that we've got at the top. But that is by the way, right? So after we've done that, we saved a new review. So after that, we processed views .push new review. If it's empty, we just push the review, right? Nice. So yeah, this is the complete version. Now after that, we go ahead and we commit the transaction. So session.commit transaction, invoke that, and finally we return rest.json processed reviews. Now a better alternative which cuts short on the costs could be still a cron job, but you don't do it every midnight. It could be a lot longer. Remember what I taught you about the stars, the wildcards. We have fields for the month of the year, so you can do it every single month of the year. So in a particular day, maybe every 20th of every month, and you can do it. Or you could do it, I don't know, however frequently you need to do it, but you can spread it out. So that just means that maybe every 3 months there's an update to every review. So every review gets updated with new usernames, and that way you compromise. So users have to see old usernames on reviews for say 3 months. then after 3 months they can see the new usernames on reviews. So this is also why you see messages such as this may take some time, or this may take longer, or it might take a few days to see the changes reflected on all of your Google accounts when you change your username on Google. So it tells you that when you change your Google username, it has to go through all of your YouTube comments and change that through all comments. I alone, right, have left thousands, tens, if not 100,000 comments on YouTube. So that alone will run through all of them and change them. So you have to think about these things and server costs and all that and do the compromises. So this is how production ready apps work. These are the thoughts that you have to put into making these things work. If you don't make them work, you end up with high server costs, high billing. People who use Firebase usually end up with these sort of issues because of wrong coding, and this is where it all comes from. It comes from the way that you handle requests. When you handle them poorly, you end up with higher server costs because you make unnecessary requests as a server. So this is one way that I thought of doing this. Now, there was actually no point fetching this access token. I was actually thinking of doing something different with it. We were actually going to implement a functionality where you, as a user, or anyone who leaves a comment, or anyone who visits the reviews page for a particular product, gets to see their comments first at the top. So we have a list of reviews being displayed, but your comments, the person who's viewing at this very point, their reviews appear at the top. So they log out and log into a different account and they visit the same reviews page for that particular product, then all reviews for that account show up first. Every review they've left show up first before every other person's reviews. And that we achieve that using database aggregation, more advanced querying. But in order to explain all of that, it would take a lot longer. Like I said, we're almost at hitting the 20-hour mark and we're not even starting out with Flutter yet. So that will be too long. So you will see that in the paid code base. So when you purchase the code, the source code, then you will find that functionality in there. So far in the users section, we've actually only got 3 functionalities, and those are tied to user's controller. Now the user has a lot more functionality, like what we see from the product. Actually, the product has got more from products itself and even more from reviews. So we will also have something similar for users, because users are tied to both wish lists, users are tied to cards. So we put all of those under the user, and for that reason we create more things, and those would be, so we've got user control, get users by ID, update user, and finally we need for wish lists. So those will actually be for wish lists, router.get, and you're getting users / ID / wishlist, and then finally wishlist controller, which actually gets created sooner or later. So we'll see that soon. Also, forgive me, my sound a bit duller than usual. I'm a bit poorly, so you'll have to bear with me for a bit. Wishlist, and we finally have wishlist controller dot add to wishlist. So there's a post request, and finally we have a delete, auto.delete, and this would be with ID, with a wish list, with the product ID, and wishlist controller dot remove from wishlist. So we actually don't get out of the server because it will actually fail, because we haven't created these things yet. So I'll actually just go ahead and define a route, and then we start implementing the controllers. So moving on, we have our cart, la carte. Router.get, and we get ID slash cards, cart controller. I'll get user cards. Router.get card controller dot get user card count. Router.get. Now normally you wouldn't really know that you'd need these endpoints. I only know because I've looked at the user interface. I've already built out this before. So for you, when you're building it out, you probably already know this, but you will need to know. Yeah. This goes without saying, the ID, the card, and finally the card product ID. So you might be wondering, what exactly would this endpoint do? It will, card controller dot get card product by ID. So this will actually turn out to be a more complicated route than usual. So we've got two variables. This is nested in the users.js, and users.js is actually tied to /users. This is it. Users route, users.js comes all the way back here. So it's user / the user's ID, and then we get their cart, and then finally we get the cart item by its product ID. So we probably won't even need that, because when you click on the cart product, you want it to take you to the product page. So that would rather be using the get product by ID rather than this, because there's nothing like this. But we'll see though, we never know. You never know, so never say never. So router.post, and that goes into ID / cart and / we don't need that, don't mind me. So this is for adding to cart. Add to cart as we had to wishlist. So router.put, which goes into the ID, to the cart, and finally to the cart product ID. So this would be cart controller dot modify product quantity. So we're not really modifying a lot of features in a cart product, because a cart product is quite simple. It looks just like this. So we've only got product. You can't change the product reference. It's got quantity. We can change the quantity. We don't let someone change the selected size or selected color according to the UI that we've got. So if we had a UI like that, then we might actually want to give us a more general name, like modify cart product. But we also don't want to change the product name, because that isn't something that you can do. It's for the admin. So the reservation expiry is also out of order for us to let them do that. The reserved property also out of your lane. So stick to your lane, client, and read the data that you've got. So the only thing that we're going to let them change would be the quantity. Alright, so it goes down into router.delete, and that goes into ID, cart, and finally the cart product ID. Nice. And finally the cart controller dot remove from carts. Alright, so this is our users route, and finally we can go into proper implementations. We've done everything for the users controller, so we need two more: the wishlist controller and finally the cart controller. So let's obviously start from wishlist. So that would mean creating a new file in the controllers called wishlists.js. And that would mean coming over to the users and constant wish list controller require controllers slash wishlists.js. Very first export will be exports.getUserWishlist is equal to an async function with request and response as you. So yeah, close it down as well, and we only have 3. So get user wishlist, add to wishlist, and remove from wishlist. But as always, we start with a try catch. So try and a simple catch. And we duplicate 1, 2, and that would be add to wish list, and finally remove from wish list. Alright, constant user will be equal to await user dot beautiful. See, that's what I'll be looking for. That auto import. See how quick that was. Faster than Flash. So user.find by ID, and we use the request.params.id, save that, and finally if there is no user, we return rest.status 404.json message user not found. Constant wish list is equal to this. So we initialize an empty wish list and then we start. Now you might be wondering why aren't we doing the casual find and all that? Because wish list doesn't have a model, so it's not a schema, it doesn't have a collection, so we manually have to fetch all wish lists from the user's object, right? So each wish list has a product, and we also have to update each product's product name and all that. So because when you check out the user and where is it, the user model, you will see that it's got a name, image, and price. And we've also done something similar. It was for reviews, I think. It was for reviews. So over here, reviews, and we fetched all reviews and then we processed their usernames. So doing something very similar. So for constant review, no reviews, for constant wish list product or wish product or favorite product of the user.wishlist, because we already found the user, we're going to find the product, corresponding product, and product of find by ID, wish product dot product ID, because that's literally what we saved it by. It has a product ID. So now the logic that I'm trying to implement would actually be telling or fetching a wish list product, and checking if the product's name has changed, and if its price has changed, if its image has changed. If any of those have changed, we actually go ahead and update them before we send them over to the client. Also, I don't want to have to go ahead and query the database and save it to the user's wish list, to the user's wish list item. You could go ahead and do that. After doing that, I mean calling user.save, Yeah, but I'm not going to do those because we run this every time either way. So every time they're just going to get a fresh version, so there's no point actually. Now, moving on, we also go ahead and we want to let the client know if the product actually still exists, because there comes up a case in real e-commerce applications where you've added a product to your wish list like Amazon, but over time the product gets removed. Amazon does not automatically delete the product from your wish list. However, you can actually do that actually. So you can also do that in here and check if there's no product, delete the product from their wish list and then return them their wish list. Now, we want rather in this logic to let the client know that the product no longer exists, or if the product actually exists but it's out of stock, we don't want to remove the product from your wish list, but we also want to alert the client and let the client know that the product exists but it's been removed from your wish list. So in order to do all of those, we could go ahead and check if the product does not exist. We can go ahead and push wishlist.push. Now what we're pushing the wish product that we've already got, but we actually want to alert them and tell them that the product no longer exists. So in that case we actually spread the wish product, and finally we let them know that the product exists is also true. Sorry, it's false rather, not true. So the product no longer exists. I can't think clearly really. I'm so sorry guys. And product out of stock is going to be false, and because the product actually isn't out of stock, but it no longer exists. So we're being truthful to them. Finally, the client will actually handle this properly. So don't mind that. Else if the product.count in stock is less than 1, means it's out of stock. Brilliant. So wishlist.push, and we're all the better for knowing that the product is out of stock. So product exists is true because it actually does exist. If it didn't exist, it would have errored out over here. However, it does exist, but it's out of stock. Product out of stock is true. So, moving on. Else we know the product exists and the product is not out of stock. So we go ahead and wishlist.push, and we push product ID will be product.id, the product image. Over here I'm also going to use the underscore, regardless of the fact that we already had virtuals activated. So even the normal ID would actually be present. So I don't know, I just started using that really. So product image is going to change because something might have changed. So we always want to set that to be product.image. Product price would be product.price. Product name would be product.name. And finally, product exists would be true. Product out of stock would be false. Nice. And then finally, we'll return rest.json wishlist. And that's your wishlist, folks. And then finally, no, not finally, almost finally, for wishlist alone. First off, we get the user and we find by ID, which request.params.id. If there's no user, we return rest.status, and that goes to 404.json, and it goes into the message, which goes into user not found. Now, if the user exists, we could go ahead, fetch the proper product, and if there's no product, we can throw an error. But if the product exists, we can go ahead and check if the wish list already contains that product. If it does, we don't add it. If it doesn't, we go ahead and we add it. So finally, let's go ahead and do that. So constant product is equal to await product.find by ID, and we go by request.param, sorry, not param, so this is a post, so it will be in the body.product.id, sorry, product ID rather. And in a product, we check if there's no product. If there's none, we return rest.status, and that goes into 404.json with a message, could not add product, product not found. So we can't add the product to your favorites because the product no longer exists. Now finally, we check if the user's wish list already contains it, so that would be constant already exists. Let's be a lot more descriptive than usual. So product already exists, user.wishlist .find. Now it's a map, right? But so we go ahead and item.product id.equals. So if the wishlist products, wishlist items product ID is equal to a, now for equality, since it's a product ID, we don't just want to do string equality. We actually want to use the proper mongoose object to check for equality. So that would be new mongoose dot types dot object ID, and then we pass it the request.body.product ID. Sheesh, that's pretty long. Right, so we check if the item.product ID equals a object ID for mongoose, which we actually haven't imported. Nice. What? Really? Boy oh boy. Alright, so moving on, we check if this is equal. I think I've actually used that somewhere else, so we probably have to go and change it. Mongoose, so it's just actually object ID. No. Alright, so we actually haven't, so that's pretty good. Haven't we though? Without this, I think I've used it in almost all schemas, so yeah. So that is actually pretty safe. So moving on, if it is equal to that, it will return, and boom, quick fix, but never used. Yeah, it's gonna get used, don't worry. Now, if product already exists, we go ahead and we return a response.status 409.json message product already exists in wishlist. This is it. So it indicates a conflict, right? So it already exists, so you can go ahead and Google status codes. Right, moving on. In case the product doesn't exist, we go ahead and use .wishlist.push, and we push something that we've already done before. So that would be ulot from here. And that goes to request.body.product.id. Beautiful. That's sorted. And finally we can await user.save, and we save the user, and we return for a response.status 200.end. Up next, we've got the remove from wishlist. So we first of all get the user ID, which is request.params.id, constant product ID, which also comes from the params product ID. Hopefully that's what I've listed it as. Product ID, beautiful. This is Wishlist controller, not Wishlist. Right, I can't spell, man. Hopefully you lot are also correct. Alright. After fetching those, we find a user, which is await user.find by ID, and we find by the user's ID, and you can go ahead and check if it's a valid object or not. Now finally, if there's no user, we return arrest.status, which goes into 404.json message user not found. Now the index, right? The index of the product that we want to delete would be constant index, would be equal to user.wishlist .find index. Find index where the item.product ID equals, yeah, and then we do the same thing that we've done before. New mongoose type, no, screamed at me the last time that I've done that. So types dot object ID, and we pass in the product ID. So that gives us the index this time. So finally, if index is equal to -1, do that, we return rest.status 404.json message product not found in wishlist. Nice. But if it's not -1, because -1 is returned by this function when it doesn't find what you're looking for. Yeah, so if the index is actually found, we user.wishlist.splice, and we splice at the index 1. You can see the definition of splice. You can go ahead and read documentations about it on the Google. Actually, it's just JavaScript really. So from an array, and if possible insert a new element in their place. So the second bit is the number of elements to remove. So remove me the element at this index, and do that only once. Yep. So moving on, await user.save, and after that we return rest.status, and that would be 204 because something's been deleted, and we end their live. So this is actually pretty rather poetic, because it's a delete endpoint and we're ending it with end, so we've ended your life, so we're ending it. So I'm actually going to go ahead and test this endpoint, hope it works, but I know it works. But you could go ahead and also do your own Postman tests. If you find anything wrong, you could go ahead and change it. But again, video's stressing out too long, so that is it for Wishlist. Moving on, we're doing the cart, the user's cart. For the cart, where I'm putting that in here, right in the controls, not in the admin. I'm putting this as cart.js. Nice. And for this, we've got quite a number of them. So starting with the very first bit, it's export dot get user cart, async function, request response, and we constant user will actually be equal to a wait for the user dot find, and that user is not getting imported. Nice. So we've got user dot find by ID, and we request dot params dot ID, and after that we check if there's no user, return rest dot status. It goes into 404 dot JSON with a message, and the message is a user not found. Nice. Now after that we go into constant cart products equal to await cart product. Come on mate, you can import a user, so why not the cart product? VS Code's taking a piss. Cart product require with a cart product raw. What am I doing? Oh my days, what am I doing? Paul. Behave yourself, Arkasil. Alright, so we have a cart product to be the cart product we imported dot find, and we find by underscore ID by in. Find all of them that live in the user's cart. Remember, the user has a cart, so we find all of them by that. Now moving on, we check if there's no cart products. Remember, we don't throw when there's an empty cart or when there's an empty list in an API, because empty lists are also data. So return rest or status, always leave it up to the client to decide if the empty list is an error for them, but for you, do not throw for an empty list. So message cart not found. Yes. Alright, cart will be equal to empty. And then finally we do the little silly thing that we've done for Wishlist, which turns out to be this. Looping through everything and doing updates. So for constant cart product of cart products constant. So listen. I know what you're thinking here. This is probably out of order. Doing a for loop and looping through all cart products, and what if there's 1,000 people doing that on the server at the same time, and then you're doing that for 1,000 people running a loop and all that? Yeah, I do get that. That's pretty risky, but this is the simplest option that we've got that is also scalable, and the reason why I'm going for it is because I don't expect that a cart can hold, I don't know, a single user's cart, because we're not looping through all cart products in the database. We're only looping through all of the user's cart products, and this only exists in the users.cart. So in that case, I'm expecting the user's got at most what, 50, at most what, 100. I do know that some of us like to go on a shopping spree and just, like add everything that we can find into the cart. So yeah, it could cause an issue then, but what are the chances? Yeah, you actually can find better alternatives to this, but for tutorial purposes, this is the most scalable normal option that I could find. And so we're moving on. So the product will be equal to await product, nice, dot find by ID, and we find it by cart product dot product. Alright, so similar to what we've done with Wishlist, I also want the cart products to tell the client whether the product exists and whether it's been put out of stock. So whether the product exists in your wish list or it exists in your cart, you always, as the user or as the client, know if the product is out of stock or whether it no longer exists. So you can either show that to the user or grey out the product and never let them click it. If there's no product, we go ahead and we cart.push. We can push the cart product. This actually contains a list of mongoose objects, so that would be ._doc, right? And then we will have to go ahead and put in the product exists, which is false. It doesn't exist, and product is actually not out of stock. So product out of stock would also be false. Now else I actually want to change the product name and the name and the ID. Now, sorry, not the ID, the name, image, and price. Now, the logic behind what I've done here is simply that, like, the reason why I haven't updated the product name, image, and price over at this point would actually be because I do figure, or user experience, I think that when a product's out of stock, right, the product actually exists, yeah, so you might be expecting that we'd update this, but when it's out of stock, I do also think that a user would want to know the original name of the product that is out of stock, because if the name's changed and it's out of stock, they'd be really confused, like, when did I add this? This isn't it, right? And quite clearly, they probably should be able to click on it and see the actual product that was changed, or the products, even if they're confused. But we're not very sure, right? We're not very sure that that would also help them. So in the only scenario where I think, so this is just personal preference, where I think it's sensible to actually change the image, price, and name would be if everything's in order, so the product exists and the product is not out of stock. So we can go ahead and change these details to match the current product, and that way they can click on it and see the product that got changed because it still exists. Now, in the cart product, I'm actually going to do the second style, where both of these will be updated regardless. Yeah, so again, it's for tutorial purpose. You can choose to do one or the other. So in this case, else we go ahead and we update the cart products document, right? Or we can just go ahead and do cart product dot name will simply be equal to product dot name. Cart product dot image will be equal to product dot image. And finally, cart product dot price would be no, it wasn't, was it? No, they weren't named like that. It was actually dot product name. And this is product image. and finally the product price will be equal to product.price. And finally we check if the product.count in stock is actually less than cart product.quantity. So the quantity of a cart product, it means it's out of stock. So cart.push, and we push cart product.doc, and product exists to be true and product out of stock to be true, and finally else. So else cart.push .doc, and the product exists is also true, and the product out of stock would be false. And finally we return res.json cart. That, my friend, gives you your cart. Alright, so let's go ahead and do users cart count and the rest of them. First of all, turns into a cart controller, and you go into cart to save. We expect you to turn yellow. Beautiful. Now, no, sorry about that. Closing down wish lists and you. So all we have left, so is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 5. Is it 5 in total? So it's 5 left, so we can actually exports dot get user cart count async function request response, and we try and we catch. One, two, three, 4 for each their own. All right. Think of Python a little too much, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one more actually, so modify product quantity, get cart by ID. As I've missed the add to cart, so that you coming right after get cart by ID, so you come all the way at the very end. Alright, so add to cart should actually rather be the very next thing after you lot, so I'm putting you right here. Nice. So when we save this, we're expecting, come on. Alright, not freaking out on us. That's the first. Alright, so moving on. The get cart count will be a lot simpler than the rest of them, because we've already done this over and over. So constant user will be equal to await user.find by ID, and we request.params.id. If there's no user, return rest.status, and that would be a 404.json with a message, user not found. Nice. Now in order to do this, we go ahead and we'll return rest.json, in this case user.cart.length. Nice. Again, this is pretty useless since we're not actually going to push them to a cart product details page. We're just simply taking them to the actual products page. So again, basically useless, but constant cart product equal to await cart product dot find by ID, and that is request.params dot cart product ID. We fetch a product, so constant product is equal to wait for the product dot find by ID. We find it by product dot product, and then finally we're going to do exactly what we've done. So I'm copy pasting this little bit from you, I believe. This, and then yeah, so from there all the way to that. Boom. So if there's no product, we go ahead and we return the cart product, but we tell them that it no longer exists, and so forth. You already understood that, so I'm not going through that. Now, if that is actually not the case, we'll return the rest.json, and that would be cart product, which is this person right there. Right. Moving on. The add to cart is actually going to be a lot more complex. Probably more complex than anything else we've done so far. Now, the add to cart contains a lot of saving. We check the user's cart to see that it doesn't contain that cart product yet, and we know that by the cart product's product ID, like the original product that it references. Now, after that, if we find that it actually exists, we increase its quantity. If it doesn't exist, we don't increase its quantity, we go ahead and add it. And finally, we have to save that cart product to the cart products collection, and after that we actually have to go to the products, so the products collection, and change the products count and stock, change it and increment it by the quantity of the cart product that we've just added. Now after we do that, we also have to save that product, and after that go ahead and add the ID of that cart product to the user's cart list, and then save the user's cart as well. So this is a lot of things that we're doing, a lot of savings. Now if one saving fails, we end up with an incomplete operation. So it's pretty dangerous, as we all know. If we've already saved the cart product in the cart products collection, the user collection fails to, or the user's cart collection fails to include a cart. So that way, when the user fetches that cart product actually exists in the server or in the database, but it doesn't exist in their user.cart, thereby failing the get user cart, because the get user cart gets it from the user.cart. So that way also the product's counter stock also doesn't get changed, or it gets changed, but the actual product never gets saved. So a lot of issues could arise during this, and when that happens, we don't want it to be left hanging. We want the entire operation to be cancelled. We don't want any saves or any writes to occur in the database if any of the operations fails. Getting started, we will first of all create a session, as always. Await mongoose dot start session, and the session dot start transaction. Then in our finally block, we can go ahead and end the session. So whether it fails or not, finally we can session dot end session. Wait, that we actually have to wait session dot end session. And before we actually return this person, we await session dot abort transaction. So whatever happens, whatever goes wrong, we all jump ship. We all bail. Alright, so finally, we actually want to put this outside of the try catch. It's convention demands. And finally, we go ahead and constant the product ID will be deconstructed from the body, destructured or extracted. The user will be await for the user dot find by ID and request params.id. And finally, if there's no user, we return rest.status 404.json message is user not found. Nice. Now finally we've got the user, so what we actually want at this very moment would be to check if the user's cart already contains the cart product with the same product ID. Remember, we don't have access to a cart product ID at the very moment because we're yet to create the cart product, but we have access to a product with the same product ID. But remember that a cart product doesn't only contain the product ID, it contains something that could be the same. So we could have two products, right, with the same product ID. So let's say we have this product, right, and product ID could be blah blah blah. Now the person has selected that product to add it to their cart, but when they added it, they selected the color blue. Remember that our app is considering colors, sizes, and all that. So it's not just a blank product. So the product that gets saved to the database for the cart actually contains extra metadata, that is the size and the color. So we don't only check if a product exists by their product ID, we check if a product has been added to the cart based on their product ID, the size and their color. If a product has been added that contains the same product ID with the same size but a different color, then we go ahead and add it as a separate entity. If a product exists that contains the same product ID, a different size but the same color with a different product that already exists in the cart, and we go ahead and also save that as a different entity. But if a product exists that contains the same product ID, the same selected size and the same color, we go ahead and save them as the same product but increase its quantity by 1. Alright, so in order to do that, we're going to start with constant user cart products would be equal to await cart product dot find me all product where their ID is right. I can't type in user.cart. So find me all of the user's cart products, and after that constant existing cart items would be equal to, so if this cart item I'm about to add actually exists, then we go ahead and increase the quantity. So user cart products dot find, we're finding an item where the item dot product dot equals, we've done this already, and that's mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and it matches the product ID that we've extracted at the very top. Alright, so after that we also check that it does that, and the item dot product dot dot selected size is equal to the request.body.selected size and item.selected color is equal to request.body.selected color. If these three things are the same, then there's an existing cart item. So that is if existing cart item, we constant product, we retrieve the original product, and that is await product.find by ID and product ID dot session. So finally we check for sufficient stock. So if product.count in stock is greater than or equal to the existing cart item, right? So we're adding to cart. So if it exceeds the cart item dot quantity plus 1, we always want to have one product in reserve. So that is why I'm adding 1. So existing cart item dot quantity plus equal to 1. And then await existing cart item dot save, and we save it within this session. Right, this is a way to save within a session. And then finally, outside, they were still in the if block, so we save it to the session, and then we await the product dot find one and update. Now you can also use find by ID and update. We've used that a lot, so let's also see how this type or this other query works. So this one also takes this, so you find one by what, and this time it could be by the name of the product or something else, but since we're doing only ID, I'd actually advise you to go by find by ID and update. That's a lot shorter, and you don't have to put this very first query because it's pretty redundant, isn't it? And then product ID, but I'm just doing it for tutorial purposes, and then you pass it the actual data that you want to update, and that is I actually wanted to update by incrementing. So even an update operation can also have operations, right? Not only fetching, like fetch every data where the this in that, like this, or pull this or pull that. We can also do this increment. So increment a field called count in stock by -1. Right? So why -1? Because we want to remove 1 from the count in stock. So there's increment, and we want to increment it by -1. Alright? So we save that to a session. Right, we don't want this to go ahead and write to the database. We want it to be per the session. Dot session. And finally, we await for session dot commit transaction. And we return rest.status 201.end. Nice. Now, the reason why I'm returning here and not... Sorry, this actually should be a 200 because the product already exists, so we haven't created a new resource. So this can just be 200. Also, the reason why I'm not doing anything else like saving it to the user's cart is because it already exists. So existing cart item works if the user's cart already contains the cart product. Now, after this, if this was if this was actually out of stock, right? This works if the product's still in stock and we've got enough stock to occupy or to accommodate the quantity that you're trying to increase by. If that isn't the case, the product still exists, we do return rest.status 400, and that would be .json product out of stock. or we can just simply say out of stock, and that is it. So that also means that over here we abort the transaction. We don't save anything that we've done so far because await session.abort transaction. Alright, finally, we go ahead and create a new car product. That is, if everything works out fine, yeah, we go ahead and create a new car product. Await product.find by ID, and it will be the product ID dot session by the session. We already had one, so I can actually move you out there. Nice. So am I pretty sure that the product exists at this point? Yeah, I actually could abort everything if the product does not exist at this point. So we could actually go ahead and check if there's no product. We can't increase it. I'm so sorry, bruv. So in that case, we say return rest.status and 404.json message product not found. Done. Out of order. Right, and in that case we also need to abort transaction. Where is it? Abort transaction. Nice. Always remember to abort transactions before you return. So after you write your code, look through or just search for each return in your very file, not here, this file, return, and make sure that before every return in a session ridden function, you always abort. For example, here, you can see that we're not aborting the transaction, right? We have to do that, so abort transaction. So even I am prone to errors, even you are prone to errors. Abort transaction, and that has been aborted. What other abortions? None. So that is the only one that we have to do. So moving on. We're done with this. We can go ahead and check if. So at this point, we're pretty sure that the product exists. So we can constant cart product will be equal to await a new cart product dot. No, sorry, invoke, and give it an object. Now the cart product takes the product. Let's see what exactly a cart product takes. It takes a product quantity, the selected size. Yeah, so these things exist in the body of the request. So we actually want to extract 3 of them from the body of the request. I could have easily done this where I spread the request.body, but again, remember, before we actually dove really deep into this course, I actually gave an advice. I said, never trust your client. Don't just let your client do this to you, where you just spread the client's data into your database. It's very risky behavior. Yeah, so always take what you want from it. Do not let them dictate. So one thing we could do could be to say constant quantity selected size and selected color. Will be called request.body. Yeah. Boom, selected this, that. Now, in such a case as this, where if the client actually put in something like username, which doesn't exist in the schema will actually throw an error. But then what if they've put in something like a reservation expiry, and a reservation, they've edited it. The reservation expiry actually exists in the database, so a hacker, a malicious actor, could know that that exists, and then they could override that property by that. So in such a case, where I'm actually being wary of that, you should be wary of that. So in such a case, we actually want the quantity to be the quantity. We just want the quantity, we want the selected size, we want the selected color, and we want the product to be the product.id. We also want the... No, we already have a product ID, so product ID. Product image would be the product.image. Before that we have the product name, which would be product.name, and right after that we have the product price, which would be product.price. Reserved would be true. Nice. So it's been reserved. So reserved starts off as true. You could go ahead and leave it empty because by default it defaults to true when you create a new product, a new cart product. So reserved will always be true. And then finally we remember to save it in a session. So it'll save, and we save in a session. Nice. Now after that, we go ahead and check if there's no cart product. Something has definitely gone wrong. So session.abort. Await. Have I copy pasted it? Nice. So await session.abort transaction, and we return rest.status. If something goes wrong at this point, then it's probably us or them. So, but we don't know who to bet on. So the customer's always right. So we bet on ourselves. We've caused the issue, so the product could not be added to your cart for various reasons we all don't know. Alright, so finally we've got the user.cart.push. We push the cart product.id. Nice. And finally we await user.save, and we save it to a session. Now after that we go ahead and we update the product. I've actually thought about this, and I think this logic could actually prevent us from adding products when it's not necessary to prevent them from adding a product, because in this case the item already exists, and if it already exists, let's to say for example it already exists with 4 items, and they're trying to add the same item again, and we're adding +1, which actually means plus this, because we're incrementing the quantity by 1, which is also why we're reducing this by 1. So the if statement checks if the counter stock is greater than 5, which doesn't really make sense, because if you think about it, yeah, we should be able to add 1 if the counter stock is above 1, if we've got at least 1 product in the database. But the reason why I've actually included all of this is because we have a scenario where a cart product or cart item was already reserved. So in such a case, we can actually check if the cart item is reserved. We go ahead and we check if the product counter stock is actually greater than or equal to the quantity, not the quantity, the +1, right? Because we're trying to increase it by 1. So if it's got space for at least 1, because this was already reserved, if it was already reserved, it means the counter stock is already negated. It's been removed from the counter stock. But if it's not reserved, it means it's been restored. So the counter stock of the product has been replenished. So the counter stock has actually been replenished by the cron job. Then in that case, we actually want to check by all of this. So for that reason, I'm going to modify this to be product counter stock is greater than or equal to, it's greater than or equal to this +1 will be a case if, right? So let condition be equal to this. Now if existing cart item dot reserved. Then we change it to be equal to, then condition would be equal to product dot count in stock is greater than, come on mate, greater than or equal to 1. Right, so I'm actually going to include that condition here, condition. So in a case where that happens, we reduce 1 because of this, but in this case, where am I? I'm right here. So after we save the user, we actually want to go ahead and constant updated product would be equal to await product dot find one and update. Again, we're using find one and update because I've got a more complicated finder in this case. It's not just the ID. So in this case, I'm finding one where its ID is the product ID and where its count in stock is greater than or equal to the cart product quantity. Now, you might actually be thinking why this is necessary, because I actually want to check if the quantity is enough for me to do it. Now, you could go ahead and just check if the product dot quantity is less than or equal to this or that. You go ahead and do that there, but this is also a different way of doing or checking if the counter stock is enough. Right, so we can do it in one line instead of having a different if block, increasing our code's if statements, which is pretty bad, really. It's not a very good thing to do, is it? So we can reduce that by that. Give me a bit. This is taking nice. Now finally we update it by incrementing the count in stock of the product to be minus the cart product dot quantity. Nice. And finally new is true, and we save it with a session. So notice how I've used session here, I've also used session here, and I've used session here. So there's 3 different formats. You can use this for these sort of commands. You could also go ahead and add the session as a data for this, because this is an update. Updates take extra information as their third parameter. Now, the third parameter, we've always used it actually for updates, but we only used it for new. In all updates that we've done, we always wanted the new data. Now, in that case, you could go ahead and pass it every other extra information you want it to in the third bit. Now, over here, you can pass in the new property whether you want it to return the new data. You can also ask it to use a particular session, and that would be passing the session property by the session. But since they bear the same name, you can go ahead and do it this way. Right, so this is it for updating the product by its quantity. Now finally, if there's no updated product, we could go ahead and await. I haven't copied it this time. Copy, paste, nice, and then finally we return rest.status, and it's 400.json, and the message insufficient stock or concurrency issue, because at this point only 2 things can make a fail. If a cart it doesn't find this, because we're pretty certain that a product exists at this point. We're pretty certain because we've done that there. So we're sure that ID is not the problem, because we've already checked that. But we're sure that the counter stock could cause an issue. So that would be insufficient stock or a concurrency issue, meaning that someone has changed the data. So when you started out, the counter stock was working, but the concurrency has changed because someone else is concurrently doing something. So they've edited the property and it's caused an issue to appear here. So in that case, we tell them that, and else we await session.commit transaction, and we return rest.status 201.json cart product. That was a long one, really. Right, nice. So finally, we have modified products, and I think remove from cart. Beautiful. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, in order to modify the quantity, we go ahead and constant user. Oh, I've done this way too much. I don't like this. If user abort, no, I don't want abort transaction. I only want this bit. Nice. And we paste. Beautiful. Perfect. Now, after that, we constant quantity. Remember, always abstract your data. Don't just spread, because they can inject. So let cart product be equal to, we could do this and save it, right? We could do this and save it, but we remember that we actually wanted to verify if the quantity and the counter stock work, because we're modifying quantity here. So we also want to check if the quantity of the product can accommodate for this. So in that case, we don't just want to go ahead and save this in one line. We want to fetch it first, or wait cart product find by ID, and request.params cart product ID, and that is just a lot of work. If there's no cart product, we return rest.status 404.json, and we put in the message, and that would be product not found. Right, now after that, we constant actual product to be equal to await product.find by ID, and we get the cart product.product. Now after finding the actual product, we could go ahead and do the if there's no actual product. Hurrah! We could go ahead and do the same thing. Product does not exist this time though. Nice. This time product does not exist, so we can't modify its quantity. So if quantity, but we're expecting actually that the client will actually let the users, will not let the users try to modify a quantity when its counter stock is not working. Now if the quantity, what am I doing? If the quantity is actually greater than the actual product's counter stock, nice, we go ahead and say no sir, we're not doing that for you. Rest.status .json message insufficient stock for the requested quantity. So the quantity that you're requesting for to modify it by, we don't have enough stock to accommodate that, and you're all the better. Cart products is equal to cart product dot find by ID and update, and we say request.params as the ID dot cart product ID, and we update with the quantity. Okay, quantity would be the quantity. Hopefully that's they've got the same name. Quantity, nice. Quantity, and finally, we say new true. If we had a session, we could go ahead and session, but we don't, so we only stick with new true. Boom. And finally, if there is no card product, return res. Oh my days, this is super long. Nice, product not found, and we return. This is pretty useless because We already know the product exists, so cart product, but again, you never know, you never know. Finally, we've got remove from cart. So the last baby we remove from cart, and that is constant user. Constant user. If there's no user, we've already done that. Now we're checking if the user's cart doesn't includes cart product ID. Now in this case, we're also going to update the raw product. Yeah, but so that is 2 saves that we're doing, and we also need to pull it from the user's cart. So we remove all those, so meaning we need to use a transaction. I'm actually going to mongoose. So let's copy paste. It's a lot easier. Alright, so we paste this and we save. We can't really do this yet. So in that case, we also need a finally. So let me minimize this person. And finally, boom. Nice. And then for you, we also fetch the user and we abort transaction. We also do the same and we abort the transaction. Now, if the user's cart does not include that, we go ahead and we return. Oh, first of all, we await session.abort transaction, and we return rest.status 400. Or since they're trying to remove from the cart when it doesn't exist, we'd throw an error and say that message product not in the user's cart, not in your cart. There's no, that product doesn't exist in your cart, so I don't know what you're trying to do. I don't know how you found that in your cart. Now, after that, we constant cart item to remove. Cart item to remove would be equal to await cart product dot find by ID, and we find it by the request.params dot cart product ID. Oh no, I've actually written this wrongly somewhere. Cart product ID. Yes, so that was the only instance where I messed it up. Nice. Now that we've got what to remove, we could go ahead and check if there's no cart item to remove. Sorry, we await session.abort. Abort. Return rest.status 404.json message. Are you silly? Cart item not found. I don't know how they're finding these items that don't exist. How are you finding them? The client taking the piss. Taking the piss out of us. Item, cart item, if cart item to remove dot reserved. If it was reserved, that means we have to go ahead and go into the products count and stock and change it. So that would also mean, yeah. Alright. So if it was reserved, we could go ahead and updated product would be equal to await product dot find one and update, right? Nice, and we go ahead and we pass in the ID. Again, you can do this by counting stock and all that, but where is it? Let's just copy this because I don't want to have to make mistakes again. So nice. Updated product would be you. Nice. Alright, I've pasted something wrongly, but I can't figure out what. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not pasting this correctly. Alright, yeah, so in this case, the ID would rather be not from you, but from card item to remove dot product. And the counter stock does not matter at all. Now finally the increment, we're incrementing the counter stock by the cart item to remove dot quantity. We're increasing it by its quantity and not removing from it. And then finally we want to get the new data from the session. Boom. If updated product does not exist. This is also again pretty silly because we're pretty sure that this exists, but yeah, it's whatever, mate. Console dot, we don't care about logging it, so return rest.status and we return 500. I'm not very sure what's gone wrong, but I'm going to blame myself. So internal server error. It's my fault. Regardless of the fact that you could have been a malicious actor trying to rape me. Now, otherwise, we return. Where is it? Abort transaction. Beautiful. Now, if that is the case, we abort the session, abort the transaction using the session, and after that, we can exit. Coming back down here, we can user.cart.pull. We port the cart item to remove.id, and we await user.save, and we save it to the session. Save it to a session, and after that, we constant cart product dot will be equal to await cart product dot find by ID, and delete, and we delete the cart item to remove.id, remove it by the session, and finally we go ahead and check if the cart product didn't work, if something went wrong. Now we can choose to blame it on the users or blame it on ourselves, rest.status, but so we're going to blame it on us. 500.json message item could not product could have failed. Let's just say failed. It's failed and we're very angry. Return rest.status 204 resource deleted .json. You could go ahead and send a message if you want to, but usually I don't want to. You could go ahead and say cart item removed successfully, but I don't care, so I'm just going to say end. Nice, done, that's it. This is it. This is all we need to do for removing from the cart. We actually forgot to commit the transaction, so before we return, await session dot commit transaction. And that is it. We've committed the transaction, done, dusted, everything's saved, and that is it. Now the very next thing that I want to do after doing that little cart implementation was try to handle this scenario where we had this add to cart which goes over to the product schema itself and it reduces its counter stock. Now what if a user hasn't checked out in 30 minutes? So in 30 minutes reservation time expires. So if your reservation time for a for a cart product expires, reservation we want to automatically change this to false and then replenish the stock of the actual product. So in order to do that, I actually want to, you could do that in quite a number of ways, but I personally wanted to implement a system that, a cron job essentially, that will sweep the entire database every 30 minutes. Is it 30 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes, because reservations expire at 30 minutes. So over here we've already done a cron job that runs every, oh, we actually never chain this. So we actually wanted this to run every 12 midnight. So that's 00. So that's we chained that for the test and we never chained it back. So we're chaining it back now. And we want to add a second cron schedule, and for that second schedule we're not taking this approach. We rather want an approach. This approach specifies a specific time of day. So depending on the server, it will run at that server's time. It will run at that specific time of day every single day. So this time we're doing continuous, right? Continuous timing, and that is like every 30 seconds, every 10 seconds, right? So in order to do that, I'm going to start out with cron.schedule, right? So cron.schedule, and this time we do this. To do every 30 seconds, we put an asterisk, we put a / and then we put a 30. Don't worry about mastering these things or learning how the syntax or the builder syntax. You don't have to know those. ChatGPT works now for free, so you can totally hit ChatGPT up, pun intended. You can totally chat him up and ask him to build you a cron time expression for whatever time thing you want to do. But this is how to do it for every 30 minutes, and as you can already imagine, if you wanted to do it every 10 minutes, you chain that to 10 and so forth and so on. So remember, that's minutes and that's hours. So you do that in the minute part. If you wanted it to happen every hour, then you totally leave this as a wildcard and you go over to the hour section and you do that every hour, which would be that one. So every 1 hour or something like that. So for this, it will be every 30 minutes, and that's /30, and the rest of them will be wildcards. So there's 4 different wildcards. We don't care about them. Now after that, we go ahead and put a function. Now in this function, remember what I said, we sweep the server, find your reserved cart product. We sweep only not the server, the database, sorry. We sweep only the cart products collection alone. This is all we're dealing with, and find every reserved product and release them and replenish the counter stock of the attached product. So for that, I'm going to start this in a session because we're dealing with 2 different saves at a time, so I don't want one to fail and the other doesn't work. So if a product stock gets replenished, when the cart product never gets its value never gets changed to reserved to false, or its value actually gets changed to false but it actually never gets replenished, so we would have an issue. So if it doesn't get changed to false on the next iteration in the next 30 seconds, we want it to still get a hit. So that's the reason why I'm using a session. So, but then you don't have to worry about this slowing down your client, because the client actually doesn't care about this, because this is running totally server side, and that is the reason for cron jobs. Nice. And then after that we wait. Rah, why isn't it auto completing? You gotta do that, mate. You don't recognize this. Are you sure that you're this? Yeah, it's bloody proper. So what's the matter? Oh, so I'm so sorry. It's from Mongoose and not from Cart Product. So yeah, I really need that coffee. Someone get me coffee. Now after that, we go ahead and session.start transaction, and then we try catch. Now the catcher is going to be quite simple, as what we've already done in the cart products. Where is it? The cart session. We put a finally and the other bit. Finally await end session. Nice. So no matter what, end the session. Else abort and then throw an error. Alright. Alright, so we start off by logging. So we actually want the console to tell us. I showed you the output for this. It writes cron job completed at, and then it prints the day in color. Right, we actually want that same thing, but in this instance, we want it to happen before the actual run. So for that, I'm actually console logging to tell myself that a reservation has started. So reservation release cron job started at, and we go ahead and put a new date. And then we set our get all of our expired reservations, and that would be expired reservations. Don't worry, we're not looping through them, so we don't have to worry about server memory. So we're using the mongoose functions, reserved true, where the reserved version is true, and the reservation expiry. Got to copy that. So all right. So it's less than or equal to date time, not now. So if the reservation expiry is actually before now, it means it's already passed. So we do that, and we got session. So do it with the session. Nice. Now after that, we've got all expired reservations, and finally we for constant cart product of expire reservations. Hello, constant product await product. Have I got one imported? I don't think I do actually. So product dot find by ID, and we cart product. No, cart, not car. Cart product dot what is it called? Was it product ID or product? Got to check that. Product. All right. Oopsies, I forgot about a session. So dot session. This isn't necessary though, but I'm just showing you that you can do this as well. But again, not necessary, not at all. Now after that, we check if there's a product. If the product exists, we go ahead. Now we don't care about negative aspects where the product doesn't exist. We're just doing updates. So if it doesn't exist, there's nothing to update. There's no one to throw an error to. Fetch the updated product will be equal to await product dot find by ID and update. We could go ahead and change on this instance, and then after that we save. Yeah, but the reason I'm going this route is because I actually have something to show you lot. Now we find by ID, and that will be the product dot underscore ID, and then finally we increment. So increment the count in stock field by the cart product dot quantity. Now after we do that, we can move on, and now we want to fetch a new version to be true. We want the session to be a part of it, But before the session, I actually wanted to show you something. This is the actual reason why I've done all of this. Yeah, it's run validators. So when you set this to true, this automatically happens for creation. So new, when you do the new product equal to that and then you save, it actually automatically does that. But when it's an update, it doesn't do that automatically. It doesn't automatically run the validators. And what are validators? I think we've seen some of these with actual proper validators. Let me search for that validator. That is it? No, not there. I think I've shown that to you, but I don't really remember where. It was in the model where we had, I told you that you could actually, yeah, it was for the user model where I told you that you could totally do an email and then add a validator and then put validator and then put in validators for regular expressions for checking a valid email. You can also do the same thing for passwords as well. So those validators, you can manually invoke them during an update. Now, by default, Mongoose decides to automatically deactivate running validation during updates because it thinks or it assumes that you've already saved it, and when you saved it run validation. So any instance that you've got from the database that you're trying to update has been validated already, so you haven't missed or incremented a field too much, right, during the initial creation. But then what if you've got like max properties and let's say we're increasing counter stock, and counter stock is actually, where is it? Counter stock, where is it? Is actually maxed at 255. So what if increasing this cart product quantity increases it to be over 255? It won't actually throw an error. It won't, because the validators don't get run automatically for updates. That is actually to increase performance. This is why they've done that, right? It will actually increase performance, but then we want to do that manually in this case because we've got that little validator. So these things count as validators as well, apart from the explicit validators that are shown you with the email and the password validation and all that. So these types of things also count as validators. Minimum, maximum values required is also a validator. So enums are also going to be triggered to make sure that these things are met the way they are, that the string that you're passing is definitely a part of this enum. So these things definitely come in handy, but also quite extraordinary that Mongoose has these things all set up for us, and we just have to tap into them. So we've done all of that, and let me minimize my updated product. So yes, I found the end of it. So if there's no updated product, what are we going to do? You guessed it correct. We're going to abort session. Yeah, that is it. And then we'll return. We're not returning a response because the user does not care about this. This is our duty and we're doing it finally. So actually before we return, I actually wanted to console log error. So that way I know something's gone wrong. So that would be error occurred. And that would be product update failed. And what could cause this, what could fail this in this scenario, because we already checked and it existed. The only other thing that would fail it could be concurrency issues. If an admin during the session, say the code has executed this, executed that, executed this, and it finds the product. But before it can actually complete the update, an admin triggers a delete and the product actually gets deleted. So in that case, the product has been found to exist on our end, but before we actually got to this block of code, the admin deletes it, and that causes something called a concurrency issue. So these things don't match. They definitely don't match. So potential concurrency issue. Please warn your admins to stop touching buttons. Now after that, we go ahead and find the end of that. That is it. After that, we go ahead and await cart product dot find by ID and update. Now we've also got required validators, but we don't really care because what we're changing would be the reserved property, right? So the reserved property doesn't have any validators that we need to trigger. So in that case, we don't care about the run validation thing that I've just shown you lot. So cart product dot underscore ID, and we reserved false. And after that, we pass on the session. Do this and do that. And then we close you here. Nice. I so much hate curly braces. Always confusing me. So after the if condition, after doing this for the product, we don't care about it any longer. We've done our thing and we've returned if it doesn't exist, else we move out of it, so we do our thing. Yeah, so we've done this. We're still in the for loop in that for that matter. So yeah, so then we exit the for loop, meaning all updates are successful. So we do a git commit. Yep, you're right. Git commit transaction, and that is it. I think, yeah, we don't want to return anything, but we want to alert us that something's happened. So like we've done an alert to to tell us that we've started. So I'm going to put an alert to tell me that I've completed the job. Completed at. You can see that I'm running out of space because of you lot. All of these tutorial sessions are taking up everything. Alright, so let me free up my space. I will be right back with you lot. Now the very next thing that I want to touch on is a sensitive topic, which is authorization versus authentication. So this is what we're going to be coding. Let me break it down before we actually look at the code. I'm not going to rabbit on too much on this one, but authentication, it's what it sounds like. It's you're authenticating someone, right? So you're tagging someone with an ID, and that is it. Whenever they're trying to get into your community or your application, you check their ID, and that is it. If they've got a valid ID, you let them in, right? Then authorization is quite different. Authorization is to give them access to specific things in your application based on something, right? So based on if they're authorized to see that. So in a real use case, we have a school. When you're a student, say at university or in school, you get tagged with an ID. You've got a student ID, you've got a student number, there's that ID. So before you get in, security might, in certain schools, security might check your ID. Yeah, so when they do that check, they're authenticating. They're making sure that you've got an ID, and that ID says, yes, this ID is for this school. And then after that, when you get into the school, there's authorization. You're not authorized to walk into staff only areas. You're not authorized to walk into the staff toilet. If you're a girl, you're not authorized to walk into the boys toilet if there's such restrictions in your school. If you're a girl, you're not authorized to walk into the boys one and vice versa. Even in restaurants, a customer is not authorized to walk into the kitchen unless there's something that brings them in, and then they get authorization, temporary authorization, to walk in there and do whatever they want to do. So this is what we're doing. So currently we already have authentication going on. So we've also got this JWT, which actually does not authentication but rather authorization, right? To make sure that you're authorized to access a specific route, say admin routes and all that. Also make sure that you've got the proper or a non-expired token that gives you the proper authorization to walk into certain parts of the application, namely the home screen, right? So now we have a second use case where we've left it open to a third man, to an attacker. So this is over here where we've got a post request. So because leave review is actually a post request. Where is it? Review.js. No, not you. I think reviews are over here. No, that is for product reviews. Right there, so you can see it's a post request. So they're adding data to your database. So whoever's leaving that review, now this doesn't only happen in reviews, it happens in other parts of the application as well, right? Where users do post. So when a user's posting, we usually get their user ID or their user data from the body of the. What's my reviews? Nice. We usually get it from the body of the request. Where is it? Right there. So you can see that request.body.user. A malicious actor could inject a user ID that isn't theirs, so they're leaving a review in someone else's name. It could be a malicious review or a link, right? If you're on Discord, you've probably seen that thing where you're on a server and suddenly your friend or someone on the server has got their account hacked, and suddenly their account suddenly starts spamming links to certain websites, right, or other Discord servers, and the moment you click that link you either get hacked or something, right? So these sort of things happen because of can happen. It can I'm not saying Discord's one is because of this particular reason. Discord's one is because you've clicked the link and they've tricked you through social engineering to give them access to your account. But this same thing could happen where someone could get your user ID and make the request with your user ID, post something to the database, and I'd think the admins would think that you done that and they'd ban you when it wasn't you who made that post. It was someone else with your ID. So in order to secure that, there's a way that I think I've thought about this personally. So, but you could also come up with other ways, right? But the way that I thought about doing this was adding a middleware, right? A layer to catch all post requests, right? Only post requests, because post requests add data to the database. You could also do that for put requests, but I'm only going to teach you the post request, right? So that way we don't waste too much time. So I'm going to do post requests because they post data to the database, and we block every post request where the request.body.user is not the same as the headers user, right? So we check the headers user, that is the header token, right? The bearer token, the header dot ID, the user ID is a payload in there. So if that payload ID is not coming from the same user in the body, we don't accept it. Now already we have validations in place for tokens, right? We have the JWT validation in place for tokens, so we're pretty certain, fairly certain, that the tokens cannot lie, right? So if there's an ID in the token, it wasn't manually injected, because when it gets injected it changes the entire token, right? And that token doesn't exist in the database for you. So for that reason we're pretty certain that tokens are quite secure. So for that reason we could go ahead and create something that will actually filter all of this rubbish and leave us with a safer environment. So let's go ahead and implement that. So that goes to middlewares. So in middlewares I'm actually creating something called authorization.js. Right, so what is it going to do? Now, it's going to be an async function, authorize post requests. It takes a request, a response, and a next. Nice. Now, the first thing that I want to do is check if the request.method is not equal to a post. We return next. We exit. So we only want post requests. You could go ahead and add a put, since put also adds a database. So this is request.original URL. We get the full URL that starts with. If it starts with admin, then we go ahead and let them do the post without checking, because admin routes are exempted from... Wait, should we exempt admin routes though? Do you know what? I believe that no one else, we don't even have a route for making someone admin. That only happens manually. So if we manually make someone an admin, might as well trust them. But someone could get an admin's ID and make a post in the name of an admin. So we might actually not want to exclude admins and that for that reason. But for me, I don't think that's a worry for me. So I'm going to process.env dot URL / admin. Return next. Now, constant API would be this. So I can cut you, because I'm going to use you quite a lot. So putting him at the top, and I'm simply API. Nice. Come on. Alright. So after that, we specify endpoints to exclude. So remember what they automatically done here, provided us with exposer method that collects an object that contains parts that we want to exclude from the authorization checks, essentially. So we're excluding the login route, right? Because at that point they don't have tokens according to our application. If according to your logic they have tokens at that point, then you also don't want to exclude them from over here, because some applications actually use such logics. We go ahead and exclude certain routes, and that is, I'm simply going to copy all of these. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to remove a / route, because in my logic I'm using the includes logic. So includes probably or definitely will cover cases where it's the same route but it ends with /. But I noticed that this person does not actually cover it, so I had to manually add the / routes of each route, / version of each route, because when you mistakenly close a /, it actually will skip the authorization, because it will actually rather want to do the authorization because it thinks it's a different route than what you've specified. But for my logic, I'm going to check that is matching endpoint is equal to endpoints dot some endpoints request.original URL dot include. If it includes this, so even in a case where we've the person's actually typed in / login / this / login alone would actually catch that case, because we're checking if it includes. So / login / actually includes / login alone. So this would also return true. So endpoint will be passed. So if that is the case, it's a matching endpoint. So if is matching endpoint, return next. So we want to skip all endpoints that look like that. Nice. Alright, so then next up, I'm actually going to get my header, auth header, request.header, authorization. If there's no auth header, return next. Now, normally this middleware, I'm going to run it right after JWT. So JWT makes sure that there's a token for the right routes that need it. So in that case, we can trust that this would actually work properly, right? So after that, we get the const access token will be equal to auth header dot replace bearer with an empty string dot trim, which right, and then constant token data will be equal to JWT, and you won't import it for me. Alright, so that is constant JWT is equal to require JSON web token JWT dot decode, and we decode the access token. Now if request.body.user and the token data.id is not equal to the request.body.user, I hope you understand what I'm doing, because you lot are probably seasoned programmers already. You're the chiefs. So, but what I'm doing is I'm actually checking that the request.body.contains a user. If it doesn't contain a user, we skip this. But if it does contain a user, meaning they're trying to do something with a user, so we make sure that those two users match with the token and that. Else, this part just exits before it even hits this, because it's not a post that uses a user, so we're only targeting posts that use a user. So we return rest.status 401.json. Now I'm going to say something to them. Message will be user conflict, you little hacker. Oopsie daisies. Let's change that to a double quote. Nice. Now after that, it's a long message. Now else if it's a user route, like a route that contains the word users, this word users, right? Because users route, right? No, these are models. Is my route right there? Yeah, users. So these start with / users as per the configuration that we've got in the app.js. So these are / users / and this is / users / id / with an id, the same with an id in Wishlist. Now some routes in under the users actually do post, and they get their id from the path parameters and not from the body. Right, so they get the user's ID from the path parameters. Now in the body, it will contain wishlist data and not the user's own data. So in that case, we actually can't trust this either. Now we could have a special scenario where a route actually consists of two different routes, like exactly like admin. So we had admin / users / count. So you can see such things actually do exist. We can also have, say, products / ID of the product / reviews. So we could also, meaning we could also have something like products route / users. So products route ID of the product slash users slash the user ID. So we could have something like this. So even in this case, we also want to catch that user's ID, right? So for that reason, how we're actually going to do that is just trap every route that contains or includes the word users. So if it contains the word users, we can assume that it's trying to pass an ID after that, a user ID after that, because this is how route construction works. The moment you reference a collection, right, you have to mention the particular data you're trying to access in that. So now in some cases it won't contain an ID, so we're going to do the else if very smartly, and in order to do that I'm going to write a regular expression. You can ask ChatGPT to write this for you, so I'm escaping the backslash, and then I'm going to / users, escape again, and then we dot test our regular expression, test, and we test that it matches the request.original URL. Now if that be the case, now we go ahead and we extract the ID, right, from the request. Nice. So if the ID doesn't exist, we move on, right? But if it exists, we go ahead and do the checking, right? So you think that we have to do request.params dot user ID or something, or ID or something, right? But we're not going to do that because at this point of the middleware, because we're actually in the middleware before we actually hit a route, right? So in the middleware app.js, nice. So in any of these middlewares that we've got, right, before it actually hits these routes, those requests params actually do not get passed. So over here we're just getting a raw URL without knowing the params in the path. So we have to do manual extraction ourselves. So in order to do that, I'm going to start by splitting the URL into parts. So equal to request.original URL dot split, so dot / constant users index. So we're trying to find where the / users is found. Now from there I can guess that after the / users / will contain an ID variable. So now that will be called parts.index of users. Now I've found where the users lives. Now finally I extract the ID, so constant ID would be equal to parts at users index +1. Now after doing that, we could go ahead and check if the ID is actually valid. Mongoose dot is valid object ID. Now you might be thinking, why hasn't he done this and just checked if ID is undefined? Skip. But remember that the users route, in cases where it's not say an ID. So let's say they're doing something like product / ID / users. So get all users related to this product, which doesn't make sense, but in this case there will be nothing after this. So they could say maybe users / reviews or something, right? So if after users it finds the next bit, that is the users index +1, then it doesn't really find any IDs, but it also isn't undefined. It finds something actually, but what it finds is surely not an ID. So in that case, we're pretty certain that in certain cases the ID will actually not be undefined. So for that reason, I'm going to use the mongoose dot is valid object ID. I think this screamed at me the last time for doing that, but it's whatever. It's not screaming now, is it? Or bark and no bite. Return next. Please don't scream at me. I keep forgetting S's in my variable declarations. Now after that we fetch the user's index, and we're very certain at this point that the ID is actually a valid ID. So if token data.id is not equal to ID, return rest.status 401.json. We want the same message, so I'll actually just extract this to the top, so that should come right here. Nice. And then over here we just pass in the message. Since they bear the same variable name, we can literally just pass it in as normal. Nice. So over here we also have a message. Otherwise, if none of these are an issue, we go ahead. What's the matter? We go ahead and we return next. And after that, module.exports, and we export the function post requests. So that way in the app.js we could go ahead and add a middleware. I'm going to add this before error handler so that every error gets caught by the error handler, and then use authorize post requests. Nice. And we put that at the top. Alright, yeah, it's going to scream at me, but ignore it. So that is it for this middleware for authorization. So up next, we're just going to keep building out the routes. We're at the very last stretch of our marathon, and that is handling orders and checkout. The checkout system, how does it work? Normally, what you might think would happen, or in some cases, which is what we're not doing, I'm telling you what we're not doing first, and after that I'm going to show you what we're going to do. So what we're not doing is this process, where when they hit on the checkout button, you go ahead and create the order and store that order in the database, and then after that order stores in the database, you go ahead and try to process their payment. Alright, now the payment gateway could be anything like Stripe, PayPal, or any other fintech solution, or what I've typed there. Right, so after that, the payment goes through, or it doesn't go through, or they cancel the payment, then they could go back and try it again. But if the payment actually goes through, we go ahead and clear their card. So that is the normal process you might see people using a lot. Now, the only flaw that I know in that system, or that I can find, it's not basically a flaw, it could be a feature, but the only thing about that flow is that the moment you do this, sorry, not there, the moment you do this and it goes to order, and then you go from order to payment, what if the payment fails? What if they haven't completed the payment, or they cancel the page, or the payment never went through? Then you have an order sat in your database that is not going to be used. The order is occupying space in your database, so it's sat there, not processed, not paid for, and the cart still remains filled. So meaning they can actually reinitialize the checkout, right? Click the checkout button again because their cart is not emptied out yet because they never completed the payment. So they can go through the same process again, go from here all the way to the order object, and that is creating a new order object. So the old order object still lives in the database, but now we're creating a new one for the same order. Yeah, and if it fails again, we go through the same process again and again and again. Now you could find a way to implement a system that actually handles that, so such that when a payment fails and their cart isn't cleared and they actually try to check out the same order, so it has to be the same order, they haven't added anything new or removed anything at all or reduced any quantities. In such a case, you could implement a system that actually matches orders, and so when they hit the checkout and it hits the server and the server tries to create an order object, it checks if there's any orders that contains the same products with the same quantities and nothing more, nothing less. In that case, it uses that same order. That is, if that order was not completed. right? So you can implement that process, which is kind of long for me. So what I'm actually doing in this tutorial is something different. So what I'm doing is when they hit on the checkout button, I take them to the payment gateway, in our case Stripe, right? And I send over the entire cart detail there. So Stripe handles calculating the total, collecting tax and all that. Now after payment is completed, if payment never gets completed, if payment gets cancelled, it fails, nothing happens, it ends this here. So this closes up. However, if payment is complete, if it's good, if it's been checked, can't draw, if it's good, then it goes, this moves on to the order object. It creates the order object, and the order object gets saved to the database. Now in that case, we're pretty certain that every single order that gets created was paid for. So an order cannot get created if it's not paid for. So that is a shorter or an easier way to handle this, all of this. So do this, and then after this is complete, if it went through successfully, we create the order object. Now after that, we actually have to check if a product, any product, was reserved. If they were all reserved, then we go ahead and create the order. That is before creating the order. But if any of the products in the order were not in the cart were not reserved, we go ahead and we reserve it, or we deduct it when creating the order, and then we create the order object. So meaning that after the order has been created, we're very sure that the products count in stock matches whatever transaction has gone on. So after that, we can go ahead and store this order in the database, right? I don't know how to draw a database. It probably looks something like that. But after that, we go ahead and clear the cart. Now, clearing the cart, again, will only happen when the order has been successful and we've got an order saved in the database. That is the only time when that little cart will be cleared. I don't know how to draw a cart either, so that is what we're going to do, alright? So with Stripe, the only way that we're going to know when the payment's gone through is through webhooks. You could go ahead and read about webhooks on the internet, but it's basically like a stream in Flutter where you've registered or you've added a listener to the process. Let's say we've got a process that is the payment process that has been initiated over here. So we've added that, but we don't really know, because it's a REST API, we never know when the payment will be completed. Stripe actually exposes a webhook and API, a webhook from the API, which you can actually listen to, right? So we listen to that webhook, and whatever data or whatever happens, if it fails or if it is completed successfully, the webhook listener that we've registered on the API gets triggered, and then we can go ahead and do the remaining, that is creating the order objects and that. So this is how we know that a payment has been completed, because it will let us know, the webhook that we've set up will actually let us know if the payment was completed, if it wasn't completed. So all of these happen server side, like a cron job. So we don't bother the user with all that. So the user only knows that something's loading, but they don't know what else is going on behind the scenes. Now, the only problem with this is that after they've done the payment and they've ticked it's ticked good, the client doesn't know that something's loading, that something's going on the server. They don't know that there's an order being created and the cart is getting cleared. So meaning that on the client, the moment this is completed, the client takes them back to their cart, which at that point hasn't been cleared yet. So because the server is now going to process the order, and after processing the order, it will clear their cart. So in that case, the UI will take some time to refresh, because it might take some time. I mean, it's server side, and we don't know what's going on the client. So in that case, you could implement a system where you tell the client or you tell the user that the cart or changes will reflect on your account in a few minutes, or refresh in a few minutes. We've seen such systems in place in maybe e-commerce apps or bank apps or something, where you've done a payment thing and it doesn't reflect on your account immediately, and they let you know that it will reflect in maybe 2 days or something. For example, in YouTube, after you change your YouTube username, it lets you know that it will take some time to actually reflect your new username on all of your YouTube comments. So that takes some time because that is how it works. So in this case, we also have that problem, and the way we can solve it would be to let the user know that something's going on by using snack bars or putting a permanent message on their account or on their cart page, maybe a little top banner that says this is old cart or something, or this is processing or something. Something's going on. Just let them know that something's going on. So this is how we're going to process all of these. Alright, so let's see how that works in code. Getting started, we start with a package, not a package, we call them libraries here, but I think they're still packages. So we add the Stripe library, the Stripe package, because npm simply means node package manager, so it's definitely a package. So npm I, and that is Stripe. So go ahead and add Stripe. Oh, I've just realized that this is actually spelt wrong. So it's categories router. Categories router. So why I really love Android Studio. Android Studio really tell you that like underline spelling mistakes. If there's an extension that does that for you on VS Code, you lot who usually use VS Code, please let me know in the comment section. I'd really love to know, because alright, so I think Stripe's added. Yeah, Stripe's added. So you could go ahead and read the Stripe documentation, but I'm not going to waste my time pulling it up on the screen. I'm just going to go and dive right into creating the checkout route first, and then we create its controller. So the checkout route would live in the routes. New file, that would be checkout.js. Nice. And we create a constant router to be equal to express.router, and we get express from require express. And finally we router.post. So we're doing a post request to initiate the checkout. When you read the Stripe documentation, checkout controller checkout controller dot checkout, and we also have the webhook. If you also read the Stripe documentation, it sits there, but I don't think there's any point bringing up the documentation since I'm literally walking you through it. So for this, it actually suggests adding a middleware to be express.raw, right? And then it adds type application/JSON, which I don't really think is necessary, but it's there, so I'm just adding it. Standard documentation. So checkout controller dot webhook. Nice. And then finally we module dot exports would be equal to the router. And finally we could go over to the app.js and app.use, and that would be API/checkout, and that goes to checkout router, which we fetch from you checkout checkout.js. Alright, finally we implement the controller for the checkout. For that we go into the controllers and create a new controllers. Nice. And create a new checkout.js. Now the very first thing we want would be to export.checkout to be equal to async function, and it gives a request and the response. And now we start. So first of all, I actually want to fetch the user. No, let's get the access token first, because I think we're going to be using that quite a lot. So request.header would be the authorization dot replace bearer You already know this bit how it works. We have to get JWT from constant JWT require JSON web token. Now after that, constant user will be equal to await user, and we also have to import the user from constant user will be equal to require models user.js. So it's going to be user.find by ID. Nice, and we find it by the token data.id. Alright. If there's no proper user making the request, we return rest.status 404.json message user not found. Nice. Now after that, I actually need to check each cart item and make sure that if they weren't reserved, we go ahead and we reduce the count in stock, because we're about to do, sorry, if they weren't reserved, we check the count in stock and match it against the actual quantity of a cart item. So let's see, if we hadn't previously reserved, if we had a cart item that wanted 5 of a particular 6 of a particular product, right, and we are in the checkout step, if the cart item wasn't already reserved, then it means the product that matches the cart item or the cart product count in stock actually doesn't consider the 6 in the cart, right? So this is just there, the reservation has been removed, so meaning this is just plainly there. So in that case, we actually want to match the count in stock with the 6 and make sure that there's enough to be removed from the actual product. If it was already reserved, then it's already been considered from the count in stock, so we don't mind it. So right now, what we're going to do is start a for loop, and that is for constant cart item in off, not in, we're not in Dart, of request.body dot cart items to meaning that when making a request from the client to check out, we pass the entire cart item, the entire cart, everything that they're checking out. So first of all, we make sure that the product exists. So constant product would be equal to await product dot find by ID, and that will be cart item dot product is it product ID, or is it, where is the cart product? Nice, product, not product ID. So product, so it will be the cart item, not product. Now if there's no product, but return rest.status, and that goes into 404.json message would be cart item dot name not found. Importing the product would also be the same, so it's product at product, and this should probably also match what we've got to be product name. So product name, and that works. Close. Nice. Now after that, we're pretty certain that the product exists. Now for the second bit, we can literally split it into a separate if, or we could just join it to this, else if the cart item dot reserved. Now if it's reserved, we don't need to check, but if it's not reserved, we actually need to check. So if the cart item is not reserved and the product dot count in stock is actually less than the cart item dot quantity, then we definitely want to throw them. So constant, return rest dot status 400 dot JSON message would be the product dot name, and we break to the next line and say order for cart item dot quantity. So we mentioned the product name could be a sweater, so a sweater or t-shirt. So let's take t-shirt order for, and we say order for 6, but product.count in stock left in stock. So but only 4 left in stock, only 4 or 5 or 10 left in stock. This is a super long message. Yeah, that's too long. I'm going to cut that bit out and save it as a message variable, so that way we can simply have the message simply added in there. So constant message will be equal to that, close. Alright, so that's a lot better for me personally. Now before we move on, we have to understand the concept or how the logic behind persisting payment information works. So we're not creating our own payment system, we're not implementing our own fintech solution, we're utilizing some that already exists, like Stripe for example, and they collect the card or the payment information, whether it's by card or whatever else that you're collecting. Now they collect the payment information and they're meant to store it, because that's a lot more secure, because they're fintech, right? They've bought all the necessary licenses, they've got all the proper stuff, that they've done it the proper way, implemented all of the security measures that are needed. Now if anything goes wrong, it's on their part and not on our part, so we usually leave that task of storing the user information securely to them and not to us. It's not up to us to do it. We really can't do it the most secure way or better than they have. They've invested a lot of money into it. So for that reason, persistent users, say saving their cards for future payments, all of those come back to Stripe. So we let Stripe do that, and in order for us to be able to find or identify the particular user on the Stripe dashboard, because now Stripe is actually saving that user to their own database and not ours. So we've got our own MongoDB database where we've got a user, or we've got a users collection, and we can find the user by user ID. Now when we do the payment to Stripe, and Stripe actually saves a customer, right? Stripe creates a new customer. It's literally the same as a user, but then they call theirs a customer. They create a new customer and they save that customer to their database. We don't have access to it, so the next time the same person's trying to check out, we don't know, or Stripe does not know that it's the same person who checked out before. Yeah, so but we can know and then let Stripe know that it's the same person. How can we do that? We can actually collect the ID of that customer that Stripe has created during their first checkout session. So during the first checkout session, Stripe creates a customer, attaches an ID to that customer, and we just get that ID and we save it to our own users, to our the current user who's trying to do the checkout. We save it to their user document, so that next time, whenever we're trying to do a checkout, we can go ahead and check that the user dot Stripe ID is not null. So if their user.stripe ID is null, meaning they're a first time checkout, it's their first time checking out. If it's not null, then it's not their first time checking out. We grab that ID and we send it over to Stripe, and Stripe attaches that payment session to that customer with the customer ID that we've passed to it. Yeah, so also if they've saved any payment information, Stripe can actually pre-fill the payment form for them, and they don't have to manually fill it again. So this is how all of these will work. So for that reason, we actually need to modify the user model. So we could go back to our models and go over to the user.js. Now over here, now as you already knew in the order, we had a payment ID, and that payment ID is also different. So this payment ID will be tagged to the order. There's an order payment ID, not a user's payment ID or their customer ID. So these two things are totally different. So don't confuse them. So now this bit will be from the user model. So over here we can just anywhere really. I'm going to add it. I could add it at the bottom or at the top. No, this is the order. It's user models user. Right, so back at user, I could just do this here. So right after this, payment customer ID. Now this is a string and it's nullable because it could be null because before you actually complete a checkout, you don't have a Stripe ID attached to your account. So now moving back to where we were, after this, we could go ahead and check that the user.payment, got to copy that bit. So we got to check that the user's payment ID is not null. So if it's not null, we just go ahead and create a customer ID. So that way we can create a new one or assign the old one. So the reason why I'm creating this at the top, because we actually have to assign customer ID could be equal to user.payment customer ID. Else, if they don't have a customer ID, we create a new customer from Stripe, and then we assign their ID to this, and we can pass that over to Stripe. So we could create a new customer, and that will be constant customer. It'll be equal to await Stripe. So we have to import Stripe at the top. So this will be constant Stripe equal to require, and we have Stripe, and you have to pass it the Stripe, your Stripe key. So for this, you have to go over to your Stripe dashboard. Let me go over to my Stripe dashboard and then fetch my Stripe key. Now you can go ahead and create your Stripe account. After creating your Stripe account, land on your Stripe dashboard and you can turn on test mode. Make sure that test mode is always turned on. Now go over to developers and go over to API keys. Yeah, my internet is a bit slow, so I'm probably going to be speeding this bit up. Alright, now you want to actually go ahead and copy the secret key, and that is this. So we could copy this. Copies, yeah, click on it and it copies. So we copy that and we go ahead into our .env and paste it and create a new part called Stripe key and set it to be equal to that. So I'm going to do that, and I'm simply going to use that Stripe key in here to initialize the Stripe object. Over here we've imported the Stripe library, so we initialize it by invoking. Now in the invocation, it requires the secret key, so we process.env.stripe key. Done. Now after that, we can move on and over here do a stripe.customers.create. Now all of these can be found in their documentation actually. So if you don't find any of these working for you, the APIs might have changed, documentation might have changed. Maybe you're watching this a few years later than it was actually made. So if that's the case, simply go over to their documentation. They've got a proper documentation. You could go over and read it and get better information. Now, the metadata. Yeah, what do we want to attach to the customer that we create on the Stripe dashboard? We want to attach their user ID. So the user ID from my database. So in my database, I've got a user, and I actually want to attach my user ID to the customer in the Stripe, to the corresponding customer in this on the Stripe dashboard, and also connect their customer ID from the Stripe dashboard to my database's user. So now this isn't necessary, but in case, you might actually want to sometime later find a user by a customer from the Stripe dashboard based on their user ID on from your database. So if that's the case, or if that's something or a logic that's present in your application, then surely you need to do this. If it isn't, then ignore this and don't mind me, just move on. So now, like when I say move on, I mean you can create it without this and just call in the create command, and that is it. So now moving on, we've got the customer ID to be equal to customer.id. So we've got two ways of initializing the customer ID, either by the already existing customer ID from our database or creating a new one and appending it to that. So no matter what, the moment we step out of this if statement, we've got a customer ID one way or another. Now moving on, we've got the session. So we create a session, a payment session, that we called await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. This is how to create a session. Now in here we can pass in a few things. Now the things that we need in this particular tutorial would be the line items, meaning the cart items that are being checked out, and in there we can pass in a few other information, and we can pass that in. We can pass in the payment method options, and after that we can also pass in the billing address collection, whether we want, how we want the billing address to be collected, and we can usually set this to auto. Come on mate, auto. Sorry, auto as a string, not that sort of auto. Now after that we can pass in shipping address collection. We can define how we want it to be collected, and these and other things are options available to you. You can read them on the Stripe documentation. Now these are some of the things that we need. So let's start using them. If you think that you need something else that's not mentioned in this video, again, Stripe documentation, or you can Google it, and you will find what property you can, or what field you can activate. So that is request.body dot, I think it was cart items dot map. So again, remember, whenever you create an API like we're doing, you need proper documentation so that your client would know exactly what you're expecting from them. So because if a client doesn't know that you've called this exactly cart items, they might pass it as something different. They might pass it as cart products or whatever else. So you need proper documentation to tell them, look, in the body I need a cart items value. Alright, so now when we get each item, we want to map through each item. So it wants the cart items, but we don't just pass them to the line items like that. So in here we will return an object. Now in this object we can pass it something called a price data. Now the price data contains another object that contains the data of the price. Now in here we can pass in the currency. In my case I'm using USD, which is also I think the default. Now the product data goes in the price data. Now the product data will contain things like the name of the product, that would be the item.name. This is item, not items, because we're looping through each item and the cart items. So it would be item.name. I'm actually saying name a lot instead of product name. So I might actually just change this to the product name to name. So because I think I might actually go ahead and just pass it as name on the client and mistakenly leave it as product name here, which would cause it to fail. And also this product ID may be on the client. I might actually pass it down here as product ID and just fetch it that way from the cart item, which has been passed to the body. So this was also, I think it was a part where it was cart item dot product name. So I'm changing this to name because I'm quite silly, because seeing as I'm constantly saying name over and over instead of product name, I might actually make that mistake on the client as well. So to avoid all those, I'm just going to now, this is dot images. If there's multiple images, the client can also pass that. Now you can go ahead and pass in description, blah blah blah. I'm not doing those. So we've got the metadata. Now this metadata are some information I would want to use in the order. So when I'm creating the order, so I won't create the order right here. Remember, we only initiate checkout. This is for Stripe. Stripe does its thing over here. Now after this is done, we register a webhook to listen for when all of these will be done. So it will be server-to-server communication, Stripe server communicating with VAR server. This is what a webhook does. It allows us to do server-to-server communication because that webhook will not be triggered by the client, by the Flutter client or whoever's the front end. So for that reason, when that happens, I want it to know exactly what cart items were passed, or some details that it needs to in order to create an order. So because again, like I said, the client will not trigger the order creation. It will be the Stripe's payment complete event that will trigger that. So in that case, the Stripe payment complete event will not have the details that we need when we're creating an order, because the clients didn't pass it, because the client knows that but they don't know that. So we make the client give us a cart item, and from that cart item we gather information like the product ID, which will be item.product ID. We want the cart's product ID itself, which will be item.cart product ID. On the selected size, which will be item.selected size, undefined. Now you could go ahead and just simply pass the cart product ID. Then in the webhook, when you're creating the order, you can use this to fetch the cart product ID and register it again. So selected color would be item.selected color, else we pass it as undefined. So undefined will make sure that this never actually gets created. So it won't be like selected size will be there and then its value will be undefined. No, it won't be present at all. It will totally delete it from the thingy. Now we've passed in the price data, and in there we've passed in currency and product data. Now we could go ahead and close down the metadata and also exit the product data itself. So where is the product data? This is it. So we exit the product data and we pass in the unit amount. How much is it? How much is this particular unit? Not the entire cart or the entire checkout selected products. It's only for this particular unit. So for that, we calculate by item.price times 100 because we want it in cents. So that will be .to fixed 0. So if it's let's say $100, it will become this 10,000 cents. If it was $100, 95. We only want it to turn into this. So this is what we're doing. To fixed, and that is it. And then finally, after this, we get the quantity. The quantity will be item.quantity. Now Stripe takes all of these information and creates something beautiful for us. Creates a beautiful user interface. I'm moving on to the payment options. I want to do something for the card payment option. Now for the card payment option, when they pick the card payment option, I want them to be able to set up future usage, that is save card for future usage, and I want them to be able to do that on session while they're on session. So while they're filling out the payment form, there should be an option or a checkbox to ask them to save their card for future usage. Now for the billing address collection, it's automatic. For the shipping address collection, you can set some allowed countries. Now allowed countries, what countries do you want to collect shipping address information for? Now you can set your country, right? You can set them by their country codes like the UK, the US, and so forth, China. Now Stripe does not support all countries yet, so there's a list of countries that Stripe supports. So I'm going to paste that list in here. You won't see me type it, it's super long. So you can find in the source code. I copied all the countries and I'm going to paste it. So ready, boom. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, that's super long, but it's beautiful. As you can see, I can minimize this to reduce the amount of space that it takes. Now after this, we can exit the shipping address collection. I think that's this. No, is it? Yes, it is. So exit the shipping address collection and phone number collection. Now we want to be able to collect phone numbers because that's part of our schema, the order. So we want a customer to be the customer ID. So the moment you pass it the customer ID, it will easily find the customer's payment information if it was saved previously. So it won't go ahead and start asking them to fill in a blank form. But if you pass it a customer ID and it happens that you've just created it, there will be nothing attached to it. But at least we've got access to that customer or that customer ID. So the customer ID that we pass here will be registered in the database, which it's already been registered apparently over here. So it will be registered already. So we've done that already over there. We'll pass that here. It finds that user, and whatever happens here, it saves it to this user. So this user will already be saved to this customer ID, which will later save to this user's data. All right. So this is how all of these will work. Now after that, we could go ahead and set the mode to be payment. So we want a payment sheet. If you wanted something like something else that was in the payment sheet, you can go ahead and give it. Now after all of these are done, yeah, Stripe will go ahead and return you a URL. So from this session, so that URL, when you visit it, it will lead to a beautiful, beautiful web page that contains or that renders a payment sheet that contains information like the products that they're buying and all that, right? So which means that after all of these, where's my line items closed out? Now after the payment's completed, after they filled in the form and clicked pay and all that, whether payment fails or it succeeds, Stripe will actually try to redirect the user to a route. So if it succeeds, it will redirect the user to a success route. If it doesn't succeed, it will redirect the user to a failed route. Now we can hijack those routes and give it our own routes to navigate to when it succeeds or fails. So with that, we can create a page, right? If it was a website, if we're building a website for the front end, we could create a page in our web server that is for success. Now, when we pass that success URL over here, Stripe will actually try to redirect the user to our page, to the URL that we've assigned to it. Now, the user will be landed on our success page. If we also passed a failed page, or what happens when they cancel it, not a failed page rather, what happens when they cancel, it will also link them or redirect them to that URL that we've specified, right? So this is how it works. Since we're using Flutter, it's a mobile application. After they do that, we could give it a deep link that links to a particular page in our application. So now, one of such pages, I could have a page in my application that's / payment success, right? So in order to do that, we can pass that as success URL, which tells it exactly what user URL to redirect to when the payment was successful. I'm using the besttech.biz, which actually doesn't exist, but you can use anything at all. For me, I'm going to handle this using a web view, so I will simply listen for that web view and say, if a web view is trying to visit this page, take them to this page in my application. If you're using GoRouter, you can do this differently as well, and GoRouter will just, you have to simply register this route in your GoRouter and it will catch it as well if you've done the configurations properly. Now, cancel URL will also be https://thebesttech.biz. Now again, this doesn't have to exist for it to work, it all depends on how you're handling it, but for me, again, web view, it would work. Now after that, we res.status 201 created.json URL session .url. Now this will simply return us the URL for this session. Where is it? For this session, being the URL for the page, the beautiful page that I was talking about previously, the page where they can fill in the payment information and complete checkout. So this is it. So the client will trigger the checkout, which will link them or return them a URL, and we will visit or push the user to that URL however way you wish, either using their local browser like their mobile device's browser or through a web view. Either way, this is the URL that you push them to. Now after that, the URL will redirect to this person or that person depending on what's happened. The webhook session, or the webhook's part of this. I haven't imported the checkout controller yet, so constant checkout controller will be equal to a controllers / checkout controller checkout.js. Nice. Now after this, we are actually going to listen through Stripe webhooks. Now over here we can see that we've got the webhooks. Now for this portion, you could go over to add an endpoint and head over to test and local environment, and over here we can see Stripe CLI, but we actually have to download the Stripe CLI first, which is absolutely the same thing that I've got open here already. Now you can pick your poison, but for me, I'm on Linux and this is just a bit too lazy for me to do, so I'm actually going to go with Docker. I've already done the Docker installation for me. Now if you're using the Docker version, if you're on Linux like me, the other bits are quite straightforward, so I don't have to really walk you through it. It's simply what you've been doing all your life, basically. Homebrew, abt, yumsku. But for those of us who are on Docker, if you're on Docker, just know that every single time after doing this, every single time you're trying to do anything else like Stripe login, Stripe listen, Stripe whatever, you always have to append this. So else, when you go ahead and just run a Stripe login after installing the Docker image, it won't work. It won't find Stripe. I don't know, for me it didn't work for Fedora, right? But I always had to append this command and then after it something like login. So it would be docker run dash dash rmit stripe CLI latest space login or space listen and the rest of it. Now you could go ahead and minimize all that work by registering this command as an alias and point it to Stripe, so that whenever you actually type Stripe in your command line or in your terminal, it will actually automatically give you this command, and when you type Stripe login, it will be this command space login. So anytime you start with Stripe, it will automatically link to this. So moving on, after you've completed the installation, you can come back here and do a Stripe login. I can open up a terminal and Stripe login. Now it brings up this link. I could click on it and I can allow access. Beautiful. As you can see, it's also completed in the terminal. Forgive me if it's too small. I will zoom in for you lot. Right, hope that's a lot better. So you can see that it's done doing the login in. Now we can actually test this by doing a Stripe listen, right? And over here you can see that I've got an error. It says that I haven't configured any API keys yet. Meanwhile, we actually did the login and it configured an API key. So it's asking me to rerun the Stripe login. If you ever encounter this error, it shouldn't be the case for everyone, but if you encounter this error, just know that running Stripe login again won't work. It will keep looping between Stripe login and Stripe listen. Stripe listen asks you to log in, you do the login, try Stripe listening again, it will also ask you for a login again. It will just keep looping around. So in order to solve that issue, there's actually an instruction on this getting started page, where after logging in, it tells you that optionally you can use the API key flag to specify your secret API key inline each time you send a request. So remember this bit, each time you send a request. So that is a solution for that if you ever run into that. So for this login, I'm actually going to log in using this. So that way when I do this and allow access, nice. So whenever I actually need to do a listen, I can actually copy, the API key part and Stripe listen API key SK test blah blah blah, and it should work. So ready, you're using Stripe API version blah blah blah. Your webhook secret is whsec retrieval. So this is essentially all of it. Now for those of you who are on Docker, like I said, for every other command you also need this. So you're basically going to end up with a very long text to type. So it would look something like this. So for login it would be that and then login. For listen it will be that listen, and then you add the API key SK blah blah blah. So this is what it would look like. You'd have to do it this way every single time, and also append the API key every single time. It's a tough life for some Linux users, but what can you do? So that is essentially the setup for the CLI. Now this last bit is for testing events. So normally this event will be triggered and a webhook would catch it whenever the user completes a checkout or cancels a checkout that was in progress, a session that was in progress. Now if you don't have a client to test it for you, or you don't have a Flutter client or a web client who can try to invoke or initiate a checkout, you can actually go ahead and manually trigger it with this. With all that said, when we actually look to the right, we've got a sample endpoint. So this is a sample on how a webhook, or what a webhook endpoint should look like. So you see that elements of these are already part of our code. In the checkout route.js, we already had this, but the only part that we're missing would be this bit. So the actual controller, the actual implementation of the route. Now, with that said, we can find things like the signature, the event, and constructing event. These things are, or this header is especially sent by the Stripe server. So when the Stripe server completes any event, or when it receives any event, it totally sends that over. It sends that header over with whatever request it's making to our server. Now, we can also see that we need an endpoint secret. Now, we'd previously seen a sample of the whsec secret on the terminal, in the terminal. The moment we did the Stripe listen, the moment we run this part, this bit, the Stripe listen with the API key, we saw the Stripe secret. So there's two ways of getting the endpoint webhook secret, either from your dashboard over here or from the command line, or sorry, from the terminal. The moment you try to listen, we could save it as webhook secret in the .env, or we might actually just add the Stripe behind it, so Stripe webhook secret. So that way, whoever gets their hands on your code knows exactly what service uses that webhook, or they're supposed to get the webhook secret from. So I'm going to add the webhook secret for myself. So go into my terminal, and the terminal's bugging out as well. So I'm simply going to echo, all caps, echo, what's it, Stripe webhook secret, and I'm going to echo that with making it equal to this, so paste what I've got. I think I had a webhook secret, didn't I? Now we paste the webhook secret, and oh my days, yes. Now finally, we output that into the .env. Nice. So let's make sure that that's in there. So you can cat .env, and we want to grab. Nice. So you can see the Stripe webhook secret part has actually been added to our .env. So this is beautiful. The last thing that I'd like to talk about would be this person. So as we can see, it's forward to localhost at 4242/webhook. That actually has to match your API URL and all of that. So the moment we start our server, we see this. Don't mind this little silly thing that's failing. To know why it's failing actually. Router.post requires, we haven't registered a webhook controller yet, but don't mind that. So let's look for previous instances that actually worked. So the previous instance that worked was actually this. So you can see mine was not localhost, mine was 0.0.0.0 on port 3000, not 4242. So my command would rather look something like this. So Stripe listen forward to 0.0.0.0, but since we've got 0.0.0.0, we can rather use 1.127.0.0.1 loopback service, and we go to 3000, and instead of directly going to webhook, because in the app.js we don't have a direct path to the webhook, it rather goes to checkout, and then in the checkout route we see /webhook. Alright, so this is how it would work. So that would rather be API v1 checkout /webhook. So this is rather what you will be looking forward to, and not just what you see over there. So make it match exactly your setup. If you've rather created a separate endpoint for the webhooks /webhook, then you can actually do the thing without adding the checkout. So it would directly go to /webhook, or you could even remove the API v1 and that would just directly go to webhook. However you want to do this, it's yours. It's yours to play with. It's your playground. So play around with it, get your head around it, and So let's move on. So we've already seen their implementation, so we're simply going to copy exactly what they've done, basically. Right, so they've done a lot already, so we're just simply going to start off by creating, I want an extra line at the bottom. So I actually would love to close you down. So nice. So it would be export.webhook to be equal to function request and response closing to you. Now constant, they done a little bit that I'd like to copy, and it would be you lot. No need typing that over and over. So it's this, that, the endpoint secret as well, which was right here. Yeah, so you can see even that configuration was also done. So I'm rather putting my endpoint secret right here. So constant endpoint secret was equal to process.env.stripe webhook secret. So this goes into construct event request.body sig blah blah blah, and finally over here, if there's an error, as always we'd like to console error webhook error. There's no point screaming at ourselves, so webhook error, and we go ahead and add the error dot message. Nice, I love it. Alright, so after this we can escape this and also see how they've handled the events. So they do a switch case to check the event type and all that. So I'm personally going to use an if statement, right? So if, because I've only got one case to watch out for, I only care about one case. So if event type is equal to, what's the matter though? Useless. Is equal to checkout.session.completed. You can see their list of events over at the documentation if you want to. So you can see payment intent succeeded. We've also got other events that could get triggered. Again, check documentation. I don't have time for that. I'm literally trying to speed through this, but if the session has been completed successfully, we could go ahead, constant session will be equal to event.data.object. That is how we get the session. Now with that session, we could go ahead and stripe retrieve a customer that we've just registered at the top over here. So that will be stripe.customers.retrieve, and we'll retrieve the session.customer, which gets added because of where is it, customer ID there, customer. So we're getting this from the session. So I'm closing this back down. So session.customer and then we've got an async function that gives us a customer, and we can do what we want to do with it. Nice. Now in here I actually want to get all the line items, which should be equal to stripe dot, no, small letters, stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot list line items. These things are in the documentation. I will keep saying it so you don't bite off my ears in the comment section asking how I know these things. .id, we pass in the ID to get the session. So the session bears an ID and it will be given to us by Stripe after a payment has been completed, or after it's cancelled, or it fails, or whatever happens and the event gets triggered, it will give it to us. This thing could actually work, but there was a little problem that I personally had. Remember that the moment, where is it? The moment where we added these things, these line items, and we added this metadata, including the product ID the cart product ID, selector size, and blah blah blah. These things were added into this metadata. Now, you won't directly get access to them when the line items get created. Heading over to the Stripe documentation, I'm trying to find the particular command that matches that, and it's this: list all line items. So you can see that it will give you this the moment you do that, list line items, and you pass it the ID. It gives you this response. However, we won't see that data directly in here. So you can see that the metadata that we've passed does not live here. It gives you a data, and in the data you can see the price data. In the price data there's a section actually called product. Now the product is only the ID of the product, but it doesn't give you the product's details, like those metadata that you've passed, right? It gives you other details for the product, like the unit amount and the rest of them, the quantity and all that, but it doesn't give you your metadata that you've passed to it. In order to get access to that metadata, you're going to have to populate this field. So it's literally what we've been doing for hours on end during this entire course for the back end. It's what we've been doing where we have an object ID linked to a particular collection by reference, and in order to actually get access to populate, in order to get access to a certain field and expand it, if it's referencing a document in a different collection, we want to get the full document. Instead of its ID, we populate using the populate command. So similarly, over here we only get the ID, but we can actually populate this ID to get the actual data of the product, including its metadata, which is what we need in order to create the order. So that metadata, which is over here, sorry. So this metadata, in order to get access to it, we'd have to do a population of the field. So in order to do that, you could go ahead and do that right here and say, when you list me all the line items, I want you to populate. But for Stripe, we don't use keyword populate. We rather say expand me the field, and use square brackets to specify what field you want to expand, and that will be a string, and that will be data, right? Data dot price dot product. So you walk it through the field that you want to expand. So we want it to go to data and go to the price key, and then finally go to the product field and expand or populate that field, and we want to get access to the metadata from that field. So that way, when we loop through these line items and get all items, we can literally get its data from it. So let's go ahead and see how that works. After doing all of that, we are left with only one task, that is creating the actual order. Now an order contains a list of order items, so those order items will come from the line items. So I can be equal to line items. Oh, we're not in Python, so I don't know why I'm doing that. Line items. So it would be line items dot data dot map. As you saw, it had a data, so we're going into the data section rather than the other. The other sessions are literally just one data. So it goes into that, and we close you down. So what are we doing? So we're mapping each data and returning a map that contains it contains quantity, which would be item.quantity, and it contains a product, which would be item.price.product.metadata. Remember, we're going through the price product where we've already gone into the data list, and then we get the price for that particular product, because each, let me show it to you. So this is a list of come on man, scroll properly. So it's a list of this entire thing is actually one product data. So it's just for one product data. So you will have a list of a lot of them. So the list will be super long. So we go into that list, go into this particular item, go into its price, product, and then go into its metadata, because we've expanded that field so it would contain that metadata dot product ID, which we've put there at the top to be product ID. So can minimize that to have more space. And finally we have the cart product ID, which will also come from item.price.product dot, wow, that's a lot, metadata dot cart product ID. Now we have a product price, which we'll not have to dig deep for, but it goes into price dot unit amount divided by 100, because we multiplied by 100 in order to get the cent version of it. But over here we want the actual price, so we're dividing by 100. So product name will be item.price.product.name. We have the product image, which will be item.price.product.images. These ones are not part of the metadata, so they're part of the raw line item that we previously created during checkout. So we finally have the selected size and selected color. These two actually come from you, so we paste that dot selected size. If it's not there, put it down as undefined selected color. We do the same dot selected color. If it's not there, put it down as undefined. Nice. Now after that, we escape these two, and then we go ahead and hope I'm outside of the order items. Yes, I am. So after creating the order items, I go ahead and get an address. A shipping address will be equal to session dot shipping details dot address dot address, and if it's empty we can go ahead and use session dot customer details dot address. Now in order to know what this is, I'm actually using the session object, so you can go ahead and search retrieve a session, which shows you what a session object contains. So it contains a shipping address, or is it shipping details, or session.customer details dot their address. So you also have customer details, where is it, customer details, and it contains an address. When you expand it at this very moment, it's not. This can also be null. So if this is also, I hope they're forced to collect to give in their shipping address. We've written about 300 lines of code and we're yet to write the bulky part of it. Now the bulky part will actually be creating the order. We have to do things in the database, which will be a lot. So I'm actually thinking of abstracting this into the order's own controller. So in here we can actually have the order controller, so that way we can tap into the order controller and use its add order function to do the order creation right here. Now after that it should return us an order object, and we can take that order object and do whatever else we need to do with it. Right, so let's go ahead and see how that would work. After that we send an email. So I don't want this to be too long, so I'm moving it out of here into there. And in here we're starting off the order controllers. We don't have an orders route yet. We're going to do that after the checkout or webhook's completed. But over at the checkout controller, I've already processed the cart items. I don't have to get access to request and response data. So for that reason, I'm only going to take the order data that they're going to pass to me. Now, nice. Now, with that order data, I could go ahead and create an order, or create a new order, and also add the order items to their respective collections. So now I'm moving on. The first thing that I'd like to do would be to check if mongoose dot is valid object ID order data dot user. So if the user's ID is valid, if it's not valid, we return console.error. Remember, we're not dealing with the client to this point. It's server-to-server communication, so we only want to know by our console. So the console throws an error, and if you've got any login logic, you can save it to server logs, and yeah, you probably find it in there. Invalid user. Now with that, we're done. Now else we create a session. So a session would be equal to await, after which we start the try and the catch, and as always, let's go and find a session.end session. Nice. And we can copy the entire thing because we're lazy. Nice. So this should suffice. Oh, we're not returning any response. So over here, I'd rather await session.abort, and I think I'm actually satisfied with this. So abort the session and return the console error. Now over here we could change this to trace, so we get a full trace, but I don't think this is necessary to be traced, because we already know where exactly it fails. So moving on, we can start the proper implementation then. So for this, for the try, we first of all get the user, which we're very sure at this point has a valid ID. Find by ID order data dot user. If no user exists, we await for the session.abort transaction, and we return console.trace, and we trace order creation failed with user not found. Now moving on, we've got our order items, which would be equal to order data dot order items, and we want to fetch the IDs of every order item, because the order items at this point are full order item objects, but we actually want only their IDs, and that would be constant order item IDs. I think this could be singular. Order item IDs for constant order item off not in order items if it's not a valid mongoose. Oh, come on, mate. Dot is valid object ID if the order item dot product is not a valid order item, is not a valid mongoose object, we've done this before. Await product dot find by ID order item dot product. If either of these does not exist, so if this is invalid, or if there's no product by that, we can await session dot abort transaction, and we return console.trace, and in this case we have an invalid product in the order. Hope you're following though. So what I'm doing is I'm looping through every order item. Now, before we actually extract their IDs, I actually want to check to make sure that they have valid product, which they probably do because there's been a check over here at the controllers. But I mean, you could check it over here first or at the top there. Now, after that, where are we? Return console.trace. Now, after we return that, if that isn't the case, if I'm right here, nice. Now, after that, we go ahead and fetch the cart product. Alright, cart products can nice. So we get the cart product and we dot find by ID. It'll be the order item dot cart product ID. Hopefully that's how I'm passing them then. Cart, yes, cart product ID. Nice. Now after that, we go ahead and we check that the cart product exists. If it doesn't, we await. I'm just going to copy all of that and paste. In this case, order creation failed because invalid cart product in the order. Which I don't think will ever be the scenario. I don't know why that could be a scenario where the cart product's been deleted, but it's been passed in the order. But you never know. You never know. Crazy things happen, really. It's a weird world we live in. Now, after that, we can move on and check. Let's order item model. We create an order item from each order item. So that is order item common. And we also probably have to do the same for the order. So we've got a new order item and we give it the order item. This, we give that to you. If you think that your use case requires a link between the cart product and the order item, you could go ahead and do that. Maybe add a cart product ID, but for me, I don't have it, so it will exclude this from the order items that I pass, but the rest of them will be certainly valid. So this will happen automatically, so there's no point worrying. Now let's save, and we save it to a session. Now after that, we can get the product, await. I think we already done that. Oh, we only did that there. So await product.find by ID, and we give it the order item dot product. Nice. And after that, we check if the order item model does not exist. We want to negate that. If it wasn't created, we await session, not abort transaction. Could not be created. Or you could go ahead and use the product name that's been passed over there. That would also work. So this is totally unnecessary because if this has failed, we're probably assuming that this would fail as well. So even this should not be here. So I'm actually going to cut all of this. Cut this and move it all the way. If this, that, move it here. So we're pretty certain that it will have a value because we've already checked. So over here we can close, save, let the split happen. If there's no order item model, we don't carry on, we abort and we throw an error. Now after that, that, we exit this and we check if cart product is not reserved. We go ahead and product.count and stock minus equal to the order item model dot quantity. So if it was already reserved, we don't reduce the count and stock. It already has been reduced. Now after that, we await product.save and we save it to the session. After that, we order item IDs dot push order item model dot ID. Nice. And then we await cart product dot find by ID and delete order item dot cart product ID dot session. So everything's happening in the session. Now after that, we also import the user's cart. So user.cart.pull cart product.id, await user.save and save them to a session. Right, that's a lot to do, man. Now after all of this is done, we finally go ahead and order data at order items will become equal to the order item IDs. Now after we do that, we've replaced the order data. So the order data contains a list of order items. We've extracted the IDs from them and we're going to use those IDs to create an order, like a proper order object. The order object does not take order. Where is it? The order object does not take order items as a total object, it takes them as their IDs and then creates a reference. So we only wanted their IDs and not the proper order items data. Now moving on, we can go ahead and create the new order, and that would be pretty simple. So we let the order be equal to the new order, which I've already created at the top, imported at the top, and so that would be order data with the order data that I've just edited, and the order.status should become processed. Now after that, the order.status history, which already contained the pending. So the status history by default contains pending. Now we're only going to change it from pending to processed and also add that new status to the list. Alright, so the status history is going from dot pending to pushing the processed, and after that we order will be equal to await order.save and we save it to a session. Now if there's no order, we await session.abort transaction. We'll return console.trace order creation failed. The order could not be created. Now after this we await. We're pretty certain that everything's gone properly if it hasn't exited yet. So we do session.commit transaction and we await. Oh, we end session already, so we'll return the order. So this entire function's complete. Alright, so we actually never imported the user, so I'm so sorry about that. So user would be /user. Now the only problem with this approach that we've used would be that at this point the user's already completed payment. Yeah, if the user's already completed payment, then this fails. We're in trouble because they paid for the order, but the order never got created. So we can't even find the order in the database. It's not there. It's simply not there. So this is a risky approach to use. So in that case, the other approach would be great because there's an order that already sits in the database. Yeah, that order sits in the database. If the payment fails, whether it fails or not, we already have the order sat there. So if the order creation fails, we don't move on with payment. We throw them back. If it doesn't fail, we move on with payment. So that we were very certain that at the point where the order has already been created, payment has not failed yet. So that part would be super easy. All you have to do, the reason why I've done this approach is because it's more difficult. So the other part, the other bit or the other approach would be super easy. You just, before you actually even, because no, not here, it would happen at checkout. Before you actually even start doing the proper checkout, you get your cart items, and over here you try to create the order from the cart items. So that way you don't even have to pass in the metadata. You only create the order right here. It would be from constant order would be equal to order controller dot add order, and we add the order with the order data, and the order data would be what we've essentially created right here with a combination of order items. We will also fetch quantity and all that. So we can simply create the order from the cart items and the quantity as well and all of that. So we essentially do that here, get that order, and if there's no order, we return rest.status and blah blah blah, what you already know. And if there's no issues, we already know that the order's been saved to the database, we carry on with payment. So that bit is something easy. It's something that we already know how to do. But this bit about handling it after, for some reason, if you needed to handle it after, hope I haven't done too much change in here. Yeah, I think this is alright. Is it? Control Z. Yes. So we're good. Alright, so this might be an approach you wanted to do, handling order creation after payment's been done. So in that case, you can do it this way, and this is how it would work. So after this, you would have to import the order controller at the top, where we're also in a controller, so it would be orders. Nice. So we go back all the way to the bottom and we create order from what we've already got. So we've got constant order, await order controller dot add order. Order items would be order items. Shipping address would be address dot line 1. If it's equal to not applicable, we know that they've made it null. So this is how Stripe passes us null values. So address.line1 would be their address. If it's NA, it means it's null. Else, we use address.line2, else address.line1. So they're shipping, if line 1 is null, we use line 2, else we use line 1. Address.city. These are all part of the session data. So post code, I think postal code would be address.postal code. Country would be address.country. What else have I got in my order? Alright, so phone would actually be session.customer.details.phone. Total price would be session.amount total divided by 100. Phone would be, sorry, I've already done the phone. User would be customer.metadata user ID, which we passed over here when creating a customer. Now the payment ID would simply be session.payment intent. This is where we get the payment ID for the order. And now after we do all of that, we could let user be equal to await user.findById and be customer.metadata.userID. Now after that, if the user is not null and the user.payment customer ID is null, we go ahead and we reset the customer payment ID. So in this case we've got a user, but they don't have a payment customer ID, which we've recently set in our schema. So it'll be customer.metadata.userID. Now the payment customer ID would be the session.customer. And we want to get the new version to be true. Nice. Now we exit the if statement and we do something called leaning. So we lean the order. So leaning is just converting the mongoose document that we've got, in this case the order that we've literally just created over here. It returns us an order, and the order object has been got from this. So it's actually a mongoose document, but we want a JavaScript object so that we could modify the data. So we could say this at that key should be equal to that. Alright, so in order to do that, we use something called the lean method. So lean order will be equal to order.toObject, which is what we're very used to. When we head over to the order schema, we can see that we've activated virtuals for toObject. So we could do a toObject to get us a JavaScript object, and finally we can do the lean order at order items should be equal to order items. Now over here I'm actually reconverting it to the original order items that we had, which was a full object actually. So it was a full object, but over there, or is it in the add order, I'd actually replaced the order with the order items with just their IDs in order to save them to the database. Now after that we returned it without actually converting it back or putting it back in order with to be the order items. You could go ahead and do that before returning, but you could also do that out here. So over here we lean the order, and finally we await. Now we want to send a message to the client saying your order has been confirmed or your order's done and all that, but that is also super long, so I don't want to do that in here. It would cost us a lot more lines. So for that reason I'm actually just going to close this right here. Wait a minute, am I in try catch? I'm going to try catch. No, I'm in an if else. Nice. So over here, else, we console.log unhandled event type. So this is simply because empty block statement. Right. So this is because over here I'm only checking for the completed session. If it wasn't complete, we don't care about that event. So I just put a log to alert me that an event got fired, but it wasn't what I was looking for. Now after all of that, we actually rest.send.end. According to the Stripe documentation code, they always end the request after they're done. So you also need to end it regardless of the fact that it's not going to the client. It's server to server communication. You still have to alert the server, the Stripe server, that you're done handling the order or handling their event. So now moving on over here, we actually want to send the email to the user. Now for that reason, we've already set up a mail sending thingy, so we don't have to do too much work. So we've got a helper that's the email sender helper. Now I'm actually going to create an email builder to build our email, because our email is actually going to contain HTML documents. So we take that HTML document and we use our own form of templating or string interpolation to add the dynamic data into that HTML string or the HTML code. So in places where we've got the order items to be given, we simply pass in the list of order items that we've got, that we've just cleaned, and then it displays all those order items with their images, their name and all that in the email. So it's going to be super long. So what I'm actually going to do would be to write all of that and then get back to you guys. You will find it, however, in the source code for this tutorial, for this particular session. Right, so I've got the order complete email builder. So that goes into my helpers. Order complete email builder. We've got quite a lot of code. So here's what we're dealing with. We're taking the username, the order, the shipping details, username, and we're building the email using those. So we get the order items from the order and we push an order item template into the order template, and we use those templates to create the rows of orders, which we go ahead and we pass over here. So as you can see, I'm using simple string interpolation to pass in some order rows. Right, order templates.join. The order template looks exactly like this. It's just these things with the selected color, the selected size, the item price, the quantity, and all that. So for each item, so this is the template for each individual item. So we list them in the email. So now over at the top, we join that code together, right? We join them all together and we simply render them over here. You can go ahead and read through it, but we've also done a few more interpolations like the order ID and other things. You could go ahead and search through it and find places that I've put things in. Over here we've got the total price and the rest of them, but this is it. So you can look through the code. It will be part of the source code, I promise. It will definitely be there. Moving on, we could go ahead and add it to our checkout. So over here we're using the media helper, which we will definitely have to import. So constant media helper will be equal to require, and we helpers, not the media helper, the email sender. Email sender. And we'd also need the mail builder. Should go or come from the order complete email builder. Now with all those complete, we can head over to the bottom and simply send an email. After the lean order, we can await mail sender. What? Mail sender, email sender. Oh, email sender dot send mail. Nice. And it requires the email, the subject, and the body. So you give it the session dot session dot customer details dot email. If it's null, we use the user dot email, what they've used for their account creation. Now the subject would be your ecomly order. Now the body will be from the mail builder dot build email, and it requires the username, order, shipping details username, if any. Alright, so for that we're doing the username, which should be from the user.name. The order would be the lean order. And finally the shipping details username would be session.customer.details.name. We've done a then at the top. So over here we could catch, and we catch the error console.log or the error webhook error catcher, and we give it the error.message. Nice. So this is it for checking out. Remember, this is a very dangerous approach, creating the orders after payment, because you could get into trouble. Now the better approach would be to create the order before attempting payment. So if the order creation fails, you're pretty certain that they're not going on with payment. Now in some scenarios you might want to do it this way, depending. So for this you could add a security feature, or a retry feature, where if the order creation fails, you keep retrying and keep retrying and since it's only server side and the user does not have to wait for it. So the user doesn't have to wait for it. They don't have a spinning loader that will keep loading forever and ever. This only happens server side. Client is not aware of it at all. So it's pretty safe to implement a retry system where if this fails, you keep retrying and retrying and retrying. You could retry forever, or you could limit the retries, so that way the order definitely gets created. And maybe implement a system where if the order fails to be created, you could, I don't know, store something on the server to alert you that something failed to happen, and maybe store the details, so that way you don't lose the order details that have been done. But anyways, whether the order failed or not, it gets saved to the Stripe database, so the Stripe dashboard, so you can see all of your orders on the Stripe dashboard. So there's no need to worry about that really. So when we go back, you've got an extensive reach over here with Stripe, where you can see all of your customers. You can see these customers over here. You can open them up and see transactions that they've made or transactions that they've carried out. You could also go to billing, payments and all that and see more stuff. Yeah, so this is it for creating orders and checking out. So moving on, where on our very last bit, which would be to fetch the user's orders and to update the user's orders. I think we've already done the update on the admin. Yes, we've already implemented an update order status on the admin panel, on the admin API endpoint. So moving on, let's implement the orders. So that would be getting the user's orders and getting a particular order by ID. The very last bit of our API creation would come in the form of orders. So we could go back here and add an order. App.use. I'm just going to copy this and paste, and that would be orders. And then we've got the orders router. So meaning that over here we do need orders.js, and we could have constant express to be equal to require express. We've got constant router express.router, and we finally got the constant order controller. orders.js. Nice. Now after this, we have a router.get, and we get /user/user ID. That is get a particular user's order, user ID, users, not user. Now after that, we've got order controller.get user orders, and we've got router.get. So even in this scenario, our little middleware for authorization would trigger, because the route actually contains users / an ID. So it would check and make sure that this ID actually matches the ID of the person who's trying to make the request from their token, that is. So order controller dot get order by ID. Nice. So moving on, we can then make sure that in the router, the controllers, where is it? Order, not the admin orders, the normal orders. So in the orders, completed you, which was almost 100 lines of code. So we finally got 2 order functions or methods to complete. That would be, oh wait, I never exported the router. Module.export would be equal to the router. Nice. Now export dot get user orders would be equal to async function request response try, and we can copy the catch from you. Boom. Nice. Now over here we can constant orders would be equal to await order dot find, and we get the user request dot params dot user ID, and we want to select only the order items. This is based on the user interface, status, total price, and date ordered. Yeah, that's spelled correctly. Finally, we populate the path that says order items, and we select only the product name and the product image from each order item. So we're getting the order items to be more than just an ID. So each order item will be an object, and each object would only contain the product's name and the product's image. This is it for an order. So, and surely it would contain the ID as well. So we don't care about the price, because the user interface does not display the price of each order item unless they go into details into the orders. So moving on, we can sort this by the date ordered field, and it's going to be a -1. Nice. Now after that, if there's no orders, we return rest.status 404.json and a message, product not found. Now we want to split them into different parts. We want the completed orders, the active orders, and the cancelled orders. When we go over to the order, the active orders would be orders like pending, processed, shipped. They're still active. The cancelled orders would be things like cancelled and expired, and then the completed orders would only be orders with delivered. So delivered for completed orders, expired or cancelled would be cancelled orders, and then the rest of them would be active orders, meaning orders that haven't been completed or cancelled. So for that reason, we have three different categories for the statuses. So completed, constant active, and constant cancelled. So we loop through and we split them into their off orders, into their separate categories. Now, if the order.status is equal to delivered, completed.push the order. Else if it's cancelled and expired, that includes the order.status. I don't want to have to write it twice, like order status equal to cancelled, or order status equal to expired. So this is a shorter way that I wanted to do it. So that would be cancelled dot push the order. Otherwise we push to active dot push an order. Nice. Now after that we return res.json, and it would be the total. It would be orders.length and active, completed, cancelled. So they're going to get something like, on the client's getting something like this. Total would be, let's say, 5 different orders. The reason why I thought to do this is to save a client the stress of having to go through counting each status category and having to compile their lengths and do a sum on all that. They could totally do that, but if we could save them, why not? So if we could save ourselves, not them, because it's ours, and then we'd have completed, which would contain a list, and so forth and so on. You get the drift. So after that, we go ahead and do the get order by ID. Should be export.get order by ID, async function with a request and response. Now catch, I already still have this sat in my clipboard. So constant order would be equal to await order dot find by ID, and it would come from the request dot params dot ID. Dot populate order items, and if there's no order, return res.status 404.json message order not found. Otherwise we return res.json order. Nice. So this is all of it. Now, in order to make sure that everything works properly, in order to see all of our errors, JavaScript being compile time thrower, we can see that something's happened. So cannot find module routes and order. I wish you just tell me that here without waiting for this. So that goes in the app.js routes.order. I don't think I had done anything like that. It was orders, not order. Alright, orders. So hopefully it works. Yes, it's compiled now. So server's running perfectly. So this has been a long journey, but we've definitely come to the end of it. Just head on over to the Flutter version, or the Flutter part, the Flutter client. You could also build it out, or build the front end out with whatever framework that you want. It could be web, desktop, whatever. But we're going to be doing that session with Flutter It's been a very long journey, and I appreciate you lot sitting with me through it all. So if you're cutting out only at the back end, it's been great knowing you. If you're coming with me to the Flutter part, then that's it. So I'll see you lot on the flip side of Flutter. Now, since we're using Stripe, we would actually have to get our payment profile, the user's payment profile, which is required on the front end from the Stripe's UI, already existing UI. So they actually create the payment profile for you, and then you basically access it from a server or from a client or wherever you're using it at. So we have to access that, and router dot, it's going to be a getter, dot get /ID, and we go with a users controller dot get payment profile. It doesn't just go to this, it goes to ID / payment profile. Skip that, payment profile actually. So ID to their payment profile, and that's it. So we save that, and I'll just go over to the users controller and add a new method called get payment profile. I'm going to put that all the way at the bottom. Export.get payment profile be equal to async, and we request response. I'm going to close this off. Now all the way down there we're going to try, and as always we copy paste because it's what we're very good at. So we console error and we return that, and over here we constant user be equal to await user dot find by ID and request dot params dot ID. If there's no user, as always we return that. So that's a 404 user not found. Now otherwise, if the user does not have a payment customer ID, so when we go over to the models, we can see the payment customer ID, which is actually nullable by default because we haven't set it to required. Now if that doesn't exist yet, we go ahead and we return rest.status 404 and JSONify with a message that says you do not have a payment profile yet. Complete an order to see your payment profile. Full stop. Nice. Now otherwise we go ahead and session and we can get Stripe from the and over here we get from process.env dot Stripe key. Sweet. Now at the bottom we await for Stripe dot, that would be billing portal dot sessions dot create, and over here the customer would be user dot payment customer ID and return URL. Now the return URL is actually what will be returned when the user exits this view that we're creating, right? So this view will basically return a profile URL which we sent to the client, to the front end, and the front end will basically display it. However, if it's a web web-based client, it would basically open a new tab, or basically replace the current tab with this new URL, which will be provided by Stripe, right? The user's payment URL. Now, after the user's done there and they go back, they try to exit the return URL, so they try to return from there, it can redirect them to somewhere else. So we want to do a redirect from where they currently are to somewhere else. We provide it with a return URL, which is what they're returning to. So, and that would be the besttech.biz/ecomler, right? And now we can return rest.json, and URL would be session.url. Sweet. And now that's it. So this should give us a payment profile, and when you try to exit the payment profile, we could give them this return URL, and that is basically that. So that is it for everything. We've basically concluded everything else. I came back to at this since at the moment we've already done the checkouts and all of them, so basically got a better understanding of how Stripe services work. In order to build an application, you have to understand something, a very basic concept in building anything. This concept is the concept of problem solving. You have a problem and you're building a solution for that problem. In the case of software development, the problem is usually having a server, for example, and having to connect that server, this is my little server, can't really draw, to a bunch of people, a bunch of users who desperately need to talk to that server. So this is your server S, this is your server S, and these are your users U. Now the users very much want a way to store information and retrieve that information later. So they've got a database somewhere, or we've got a database somewhere. Sometimes you can also store data on the server, not only in the database, but I digress. There's that little need for the users to store something and retrieve it later, or even not store something but get access to something that you've stored on the server. Now, so there's a two-way communication. There's the users trying to talk to the server, so that obviously goes that way, and then there's the server talking or communicating back to the users, and that goes that way, and this is it. So we have to solve that little issue because we're the techies and the little nerds who write the code. So that is where an application comes in. So you've got this problem, and in order to solve it, you have to build a solution. Now, what I'm actually trying to explain is an architecture. But in order to know why you need an architecture, you need to understand where you're going to apply that architecture and why it's needed. And this is what I've just explained, what you're going to apply it to. You're going to apply it to a solution, a project, a castle, you could call it. So now, in order to explain why you actually need an architecture in your solution, why not just offer them the solution, write the code however you want, and give it to them? Now, apart from the obvious answer of having a modularized code or readable, legible code that other people can understand and you can understand in future when you come back to it, because we've all been there where we've written code and we come back to it a few months later and we don't understand what in the world we're getting at in any part of our code. Now, apart from that obvious problem, right, architectures give you a solution to that, yeah, but that is more well known because it gives you that structure, and because you know the structure, you know that always when you are looking for user interface things. You can go into presentation, widgets, and all that. You already know the structure of a project. Always, you don't have to search to find, right? So apart from that obvious issue and its solution being an architecture, the deeper need for an architecture stems from, let me put it in a scenario. Imagine that you're building a really cool Lego castle, and you've essentially got all of the Lego pieces. Some are big, some are very small, and they all fit together in different ways, really. Now, think of that castle as your Flutter application. Each Lego piece is a different part of your code. It could be things like buttons, like colors, text that you see on your screen. It could be the part of your code that talks to a server, or the part that manages the state of your application. It could be different features. Different features could be different blocks, right? So all of these are blocks of Lego pieces. Now, when you're building your castle, you actually want it to be strong, and you don't want it falling apart if you accidentally bump into it. So you use a special kind of framework to build it, and in this case, the framework or the architecture that we're looking at would be the Clean architecture. Now, just like how you start with a strong base for your Lego castle, Clean architecture also helps you organize your code in a way that makes it very strong and sturdy. So it's essentially like you're looking for a formula to arrange your Lego castles in a way that gives them a very sturdy foundation, so that when you bump into it and it falls over, your little castle falls over, the Lego pieces do not just break apart and just shatter, because they've got a very solid foundation. Right, so we're about to embark on some very explicit examples. So this particular example is the only one I could think of, really, is with balls, because I can't draw much else. Oh wait a minute, I could actually draw a square with this. So we've got boxes. Imagine, yeah, that is too much. Imagine that we've got a little of these little boxes over here. Forgive my horrible artistry, but we've got a little box at the bottom. Now, I'm not going to keep drawing boxes over the top of this, but I'm just going to draw rectangles, but it should pass the message along. But what I'm essentially trying to say is, if we had only one box as a base, and we went on adding increasing the power of 2, so 2 to the power 0 was 1, and over here we also have 2 to the power of 1, which would be 2 boxes, and we have after that 4 boxes, because 2 to the power 2 and so forth, and we increase a 60. You know how it works, it just keeps going higher and higher. But if that happens, we've got imbalance in this little use case that we've got. So there's an imbalance because the bottom is very much slimmer than the top. It goes like a V. Yeah, but what you actually want for balance is to have an A-shaped structure. This is a lot stronger than this. This would topple over easily. This has a solid base. It's got a very vast foundation. So when you push this, this is very, very large, so it supports this properly. There's balance, all right? It's just all about balance. So this is essentially what we're trying to recreate with a clean architecture. So just like how you start your Lego castle with a very strong base, you also do the same in clean architecture, where it helps you organize your code in a way that makes it very strong and sturdy. Now, with clean architecture, we have different layers, and let me clear the board. Right, so we have different layers in clean architecture, just like different floors of your little Lego castle. So if we had floor 1, and we had floor 2, and we have floor 3, and 4, and so forth, it keeps going up. But you know, so it goes up, it should go up in an A shape, so this is definitely longer than the rest of them, but that is besides the point. With this sort of structure, every layer has a specific job. So one layer could be for how the app looks, which could be presentation of the application, the user interface. Another layer could be for how the application or the solution or the project actually communicates with this server, right? So it talks to the server and it receives information from the server. So one layer could be concerned with doing this. So we don't make the entire code know about this. We abstract it, so only a specific layer knows all about how that happens and how it works. The other layers only know about its result. What did it get from the server? So in that case, we have a different layer for presentation, we have a different layer for getting information from the internet, and we have a different layer for saving data or for organizing or structuring data, or for explaining how data would look. So it could be anything at all. So this is why we have a lot of architectures, because you could do this in a variety of ways. Right? There's no wrong way, there's no wrong architecture. The MVVM architecture is a very solid architecture. The MVC architecture is very solid as well. So in order to pick an architecture, you just have to know your specific use case. Now, with the A shape in mind, you can actually think of all of this as let me redraw that A shape. So we had level 1, 2, 3, 4. You can think of it as balanced, such that if any layer, so this was layer 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if any layer gets pulled off, because remember the domain will always will be, because it's pure Dart, so it never gets swapped out. So these layers are quite replaceable. Anything can go. This isn't. So the very first layer, which is the domain layer, sits always, but this structure is very solid, so that if any box actually gets pulled out, let's say we pull out 2, the rest of them can actually balance on 1 without falling over, right? Without breaking the laws of physics, essentially. But if we pulled out 4 from the very top, still very solid. If we pulled out 3, 4 can literally rest on 2. So this is why it's got very good structure and integrity. This is also the same in our layering. If we've got a domain layer and we pulled out, say, a state management, right? It doesn't affect any other part of our code. It doesn't affect how, for example, if we had an MVC architecture in the controller or in the repository, you might have to call build context in there and call snack bar or something. But if we change how let's say the framework or something, if we change from Flutter, we no longer have build context, we no longer have snack bars. Now you have to edit the controller, right? You have to edit the repository or whatever else you're talking to. But in clean architecture, you've only got one thing, because everything's got single responsibility. So when you pull out this, it doesn't fall over. It doesn't cause this to be imbalanced, because if we had this sort of structure and somehow we manage to balance it, yeah, if we pull, let's say, this out, it could cause all this to fall over, right? Because it's balanced on something very tiny. So any little shake or any little disruption could literally cause the entire structure to fall over. But in clean architecture, again, I reiterate, anything you pull out will literally not affect the architecture itself. The architecture integrity still stands. We pull out presentation, it stands. We pull out the data source, the backend architecture is still solid, right? So this is what I mean by the A shape and the V shape and their integrities. So for smaller applications, I would say, or smaller, very small applications, I would recommend the MVC architecture. Now for industry applications, what companies usually use would be the clean architecture, as we all know. And actually, the clean architecture doesn't only work in Flutter, it works in other frameworks as well. It doesn't only work in software development, it also works in other fields as well. So each part of your code in clean architecture has a specific job to do. When you do build your application in Flutter with clean architecture, it's like building your application with very strong Lego pieces that fit together perfectly. Now it helps your application stay organized, which we spoke about earlier, and we decided to forget that fact because it's not very useful, because we all understand it. It makes it also easy to understand, which we've also spoken on. It's also less likely to break when you make changes or add new features, and that is the most important part of clean architecture to me, because I've been in that case where I had a code base and I had to swap out an entire functionality. I only had to touch specific layers, and the other layers simply worked perfectly, right? So swapping out a backend, so say we're swapping out Firebase for Node.js, or Node.js with Express with MongoDB. That is an entire stack. Firebase already performs backend as a service, but so you don't need all of that. But when you want to swap those out, you can easily just go to your data source and swap it out, and that is it. Just change how the functionality works. Your tests should still pass. Everything else should still work the same way. You don't have to touch anything else. So when you're working in a team and you want, or let's say you're a senior developer, you could quite literally write all the contracts in the domain layer and let the juniors write the implementation. So your junior developers will do all of the implementations based on the contracts that you've defined. So clean architecture's use cases are quite limitless. Alright, so now that we understand why we need clean architecture, let's see how clean architecture helps the user do this better, or how it helps us as developers do this a lot better. We have three major layers in clean architecture, and those are the domain, the data, and the presentation. Right? They go in a specific order. So the very foundation, right? I told you it goes in an A structure. So we have a base, a very strong foundation. That foundation will always be your domain. So the domain layer will always act as the foundation. Why? Because this contains raw code. It literally contains code that isn't tied to the framework. It contains pure dark code, right? So whenever you even decide to stop using Flutter in your application, swap it out with a different framework. It could be any Dart framework. The domain layer does not break. It doesn't underline everything with red if you delete Flutter from your system. So if Flutter gets flushed from your system, domain layer keeps standing. That is a very sturdy base. It's super sturdy. It doesn't concern itself with build contexts. It doesn't concern itself with snack bars. It doesn't concern itself with anything related to Flutter. It's purely Dart. So now in the same domain layer, we've got, let me tag that as D. In the same domain layer, we've got contracts that define how the application should work. So we have a contract that tells us how each model for that feature. So we group these. We can really talk about this later, but basically I don't really want to talk about features and how to organize them. But in this scenario, in this case, you can do whatever you want. We've got different ways of grouping features. Now automatically you break your solution into features, right? We have the authentication feature. You could have a home page, a home feature. You could have orders, right? You've basically done it in the back end part of the tutorial. So we've got those features that have been organized semantically. So you could either decide to arrange your folders in such a way that you've got features, right? So each feature gets its own folder, and inside each feature you have all layers of your clean architecture. Now this is the approach that I personally always use, but there's a different way to do that, and that's called the feature first approach, and there's a different word called the repository approach, I believe. So in that case you have just one single standard block of layers. So we have the three main layers sat only in your source folder, only three of them. Now in each one, so this would be data, this would be presentation, PR, and this would be DO, domain. So inside each of these you then put in your features. So features come second, but the repositories come first, right? So in here you would then have the authentication. So authentication's data files or modules will live in here in the data / authentication / its things, right? And then in here you would have the presentation, so that would be presentation slash authentication slash, and then you have things like login view, the sign out view, and then in the domain layer you would also have domain slash authentication slash, and then you have all of your domain folders like entities, use cases, and the rest of them. Right, so that is causing me to digress, and I don't want to, so I'm going to erase all of that. But however you choose to arrange it doesn't matter to me, but it can matter to you, but however you wish, you always have these three for a feature. So a feature has its domain layer, which explains the contracts, how the models will look when it's fetched from the server. So when we fetch a model from the server, say a user model, what would it look like? What characteristics would it have? What functionalities would a model have? What can a user do? And so forth. Now we then have the repositories, the repository contract. So these are model contracts, which we call entities in the domain layer. So they're just simply the contract of a model without the full implementation of them. So just characteristics. And then we have the repositories. So the repositories are basically the functionalities that this entire layer or this entire feature should be able to do. So if we're in an auth feature, an auth feature can obviously do login, sign up, the rest of them. You know what it can do by the backend's documentation. So in the backend that we've built, the authentication can log in, reset forgot password, do the forgot password thing, sign up, that is registration if you'd like to call it that. So we would have these things as functions without bodies. We're going to see how that works in code, but it doesn't have a body, but it lives here. It's a contract, called a contract or an interface. Now we also have a third contract, which would be use cases, and these use cases are essentially class representations of each function in the repository. So if we had a registration function or register function in a repository, we come over here and we create a register class, right? And that register class will be connected to this person, so they talk to each other. Now this is a domain layer. Now the domain layer has defined the contract. It's a very solid foundation. Up next we've got two other layers, and those would be the data layer and the presentation layer, right? So this is obviously the UI present. So the data layer directly speaks to the server, and the server directly speaks back to the data layer. So it gets a response, and what does it do? It wants to give it directly to this person, but it won't, because we're not going to let it, because that is super dangerous, because it's got raw data that hasn't been formatted properly yet. Now you've probably formatted your data before passing it here, but it's not completely safe because it's got exceptions that it's throwing from the server, and those exceptions are super raw. You don't want your users being thrown from your application because of your errors or their errors. You want to handle them gracefully, and not throwing them directly from the data layer gives you the opportunity to do that. Now after we fetch this from the server, this presentation layer receives them from the data, not from the data layer directly, right? I'm going to show you there's a little gap over here, this little circle, this little ball that connects all of them. Now the presentation layer speaks to the user, and the user also speaks to the presentation by filling forms, hitting buttons, triggering events. However they do whatever they do, presentation gives and receives, and also finds a way to put it back into this little pool. So we've got a little pool that's sat right in the center. Now the question would be, how do they connect to each other in that little pool? So this person obviously has a connection to the pool. This person has a connection to the pool. This person has a connection to the pool. So how exactly are they transferring information? What manner are they doing that? What direction are they doing it? Now this little thing in the center, this little thing is what we call an interface adapter, right? So it's an interface adapter, IA, an interface adapter, you can look at Uncle Bob's diagram for clean architecture. Let's take a quick peek at that. Uncle Bob's little clean architecture diagram shows us different parts of the clean architecture. Now you can see the interface adapters, and this is what I've just shown you. You've got your frameworks and drivers. These are the technical names for these things. So the frameworks and drivers would be Flutter or React, whatever framework you're using to present your user interface lives on this layer. Right, so the presentation layer, like I told you, this is why the clean architecture is so sweet, because it literally is inclusive. It lets you use whatever you want at all. It's not patterned only for Flutter or for a particular framework. It lets you use anything at all. So you can see it's just for frameworks and drivers. So it could be Flutter, web framework, any framework at all. You've got your interface adapter, which could be anything at all. In our case, we're using state management and Flutter to handle interface adapters. Now we've got the application and business rules, which is the use cases. Now finally we've got the enterprise and business rules, which are the entities essentially. Now the version of the clean architecture that we're going to use is not going to be a carbon copy of what Uncle Bob's taught. Uncle Bob's taught clean architecture. He's given us a pattern to follow, and what you do is to adapt it to your framework. So in our framework, we've adapted the clean architecture, and this is what we've come up with. So the IA, meaning the interface adapter, would be this little pool that connects all of them, where they all come for their life source or for their feeding. So they put data in and they also receive data. Now back to this. So the presentation, rather, the user will send data in here. Now that data needs to get to the server somehow. Now in order for that data to get to the server, the presentation has to pass it all the way down here. Now it comes into the adapter. The adapter depends on use cases, not repositories or entities. Depends on use cases that come from the domain, right? So it depends on these use cases, so it goes down and it calls them, and it says use case, give me the registration use case. Now the registration use case is dependent on the repository, right? So like I've shown you, it sends information to the repository and it receives, but this repository is only a contract in the domain. So this repository, when we're doing, or when we're actually initializing our application, we're going to give it we're going to give the use case, which we're going to pass to the interface adapter, a real implementation of that interface, this interface. So, but however, this interface is going to connect the use case to the internet. Now, how does it do that? This little interface is going to somehow find the way to directly connect to the data layer. Now, the data layer has its own repository. It has models, and finally, it has data sources. I hope I'm not confusing you lot, but I'm trying my best to make it as simple as possible. It can get complicated, so please stick with me. If you're confused, dial back a little bit. And so these kind of match. The models are the proper implementations for the entities. Remember, these are contracts, no proper implementations yet. So the implementation happens in the data layer. So the data layer implements this. The repositories are implementations of this. The data source is an implementation of nothing. It just talks directly to the server. Now this repository that lives in the data layer will be an implementation of this, meaning it's a type of this repository. So since the use case is actually depending on this repository, a repository of this particular type, we can go ahead and pass it the implementation rather, but it still depends on this type. But because these two are the same type, because this is a subclass of this, it will work when we pass this directly to this person instead. So this is the contract that connects these two, but when we're actually using it, we don't pass the fake contract or just the contract, because the contract does not have a body. It doesn't have functionality. It's just a contract. So we pass in the actual implementation of that contract, right? So similarly, when we're defining what a repository function will return, say a register function would return a user entity, or a user, essentially a user object. Now we will go ahead and give it the type of this. We're telling it your type would be this because it's a contract. We're telling whoever's writing the implementation we want it to be of type this, but we don't know what that type would do. We don't know if it will copy with, or if it were to JSON or to XML, or from JSON or from XML, and so forth. So, but all we care about is the definition of what it has, and that is it. So someone else can go ahead and implement the entity and give it whatever functionality it's meant to have, and they do that by making a model. This is very dirty, but please stick with me. So these are also connected to the repository indirectly, because the repository functions return entities. So a register will return a user entity that lives in the entities layer, in the entities little sub layer, and so forth. The other one can return, let's say, an admin or an order, depends on what feature you're in. So let me reiterate: presentation talks to the adapter talks to the use case talks to the repository. Now the repository goes ahead, because we've passed it the actual implementation and not just the contract type. The actual implementation will talk to the data source. Now the data source will in turn join this little queue that is going to the server. So we can essentially clean this line, because the user is not directly talking to the server, but the data source is going to directly talk to the server, right? So when they do talk to the server will send a response. Forgive me again, this is getting very dirty, but let me do the eraser thing. Alright, we're done cleaning up our little mess, so let me make this a lot more vibrant. Oh, sorry, I'm still in the eraser mode. Put it back there. Yes, so the data source is directly talking to the server. It gets that information back from the server, right? We put that this way. It gets the information back, so there's information flowing back to the data source. Now the data source communicates that information again back to the repository implementation. The repository implementation returns a model, which is an implementation of the entity. The repository returns an entity. Now the repository's implementation returns an implementation of the entity. I hope I'm not confusing you lot. Lord, that sounds so stupid, but I hope I'm not confusing you lot, right? I'm trying my best to come down to the basic level, but I hope I'm not overcomplicating stuff. But we move on. So this is how the flow works. Take your time, don't rush it, don't memorize the layers, don't memorize their relationship. Take your time and do it over and over and over again. You can do little practice projects. I know it's a lot of work, but the more you do it, the better you get. The more you even see more patterns and all that, and how it actually helps you. So now this person's talking back to the returning models. Now they're not talking to models, they're returning models. So their return type will be models. They're just simply functions, right? It's just a module of functions. So they return that model, and this repository implementation, remember, is indirectly connected to this use case. So when this repository will be responding to the use case, it will be in the form of this. It will be from here. So this person thinks they're talking to this person, but we've tricked them by passing them this person, a fake wife. They think they're getting married to you, but they're actually getting married to Rachel, and Rachel's not a very good person, so we're faking that. So they're getting married to Rachel instead of Abby. So we do that little proxy thing, and we return that response to the use case. The use case sends it right back into that little pool of data, of information. Now remember, that the presentation spoke to the pool first. So the pool will literally tell the presentation that something's happened, and the presentation will do what? Send it right back to the user. So let's go through the flow one more time. So presentation talks to the adapter talks to the use case, and the use case talks to the repository. The repository is going to talk back to the use case through the data layer, because we're passing the use case and implementation from the data layer. So indirectly, the data layer is actually talking to this little pool through the use case. The use case thinks they're doing that through this repository contracts, but we're actually doing it through the data layer's implementation of that contract. So these people are connected, but not directly. So I'm going to click. Oh my days. So I erased that little connection because I want it to be indirect. So it's going to be a dotted line, not a straight plain line. It's going to be simply dotted, and it goes this way. Come on, man. Right, so it goes that way, dotted. So it's not directly communicating, but it is through a weird connection. So hopefully this makes it clear. I'm going to try my best to do a last run. If you've already understood it, move on to the next section, but if you haven't, come with me. I'm going to try to do a last run, not a full explanation, but simply a summary of some sort. For the summary, we've still got the same setup. We've got a server and we've got a user. Now user needs to talk to the server, but there's a very thick layer of wall between them, right? So they can't properly communicate. Now we have to help them do that. So we create a solution. This is our environment. This is our solution. This solution in here needs a way to handle communication with the server, and finally communication with the user, and also communication within itself, both for our benefit, right, the developer, for our experience. So when we're searching for things and when we're trying to debug or swap out certain elements in our solution, certain parts of our solution, so that way it's a lot easier. And then we have the other benefits of it, which is better communication flow, or better yet, have a sturdier composition of different functional parts of our solution. So and that's where this architecture comes in. So for this architecture, we've got a little domain, right, and we've got a user interface that talks to the user, and finally we've got the data layer. So this is usually called presentation, domain, and this is the data layer. So we've got the interface adapter, and that's what I've called IA, interface adapter. So the interface adapter in our architecture, because I told you that we're not directly using Uncle Bob's version of the Clean architecture. You adapt it to your framework, and what I found is we can totally put that, not make it a separate layer, but put it as part of a user interface, because it's essentially a major part of it. So now the user interface receives data from the user. It finally passes that data down in here. So let me put that in here. It passes it down to the interface adapter. So this actually goes both ways. So back and forth. Same happens here. It passes it into the interface adapter. The interface adapter depends on use cases that live in the domain layer. Now these use cases are actual classes that represent single functionality. So it embodies the SRP principle, single responsibility principle, from the principles of Solid, which are very good principles in programming generally. Right, so this is what we're doing. Let me leave that in there. So single responsibility. So each function or each functionality has got its own class that embodies its responsibility. What does it do and who does it talk to? And we also use that as a front to match that connection between the domain layer and the data layer, because in there we're depending on the repository, right? So in a use case we depend on a repository, and whatever repository is passed to us, we want that repository, right, to call the function that relates to that to that responsibility, to that functionality. So we will see that in code, but just have this at the back of your mind. It's an indirect way of connecting us to the data layer. Now this is why there's dashed lines, because it doesn't give us a direct connection. It's quite indirect, right? If you had an override of the repository type in a different layer, you could still pass that in here, which we do in testing. When we follow the principles of TDD, we can pass it a fake version or a mocked version of a repository. So that's not really coming from a data layer, but it's still going to work because it wants a repo of a certain type. So in that repo of a certain type can come from anywhere at all. So but then in the case of a functioning application, an application that's literally in production or something, we want it to come from the data layer, because the data layer will get us live data from the server, not fake data from any tests that we've got on the side over here. That is essentially how it goes from there to there. Now this person using the use case will get this inherited when we're in production. Essentially we'll inherit the repository implementation that we've put in here. Now the repository implementation over here is connected to a different thing, a different module in there, right? It could be any source, so it's connected to a source of information. It could be a local source if you're fetching from the user's cache, or local storage like shared preferences and the rest of them, right? So if it's not that, then it's going to be fetching from a remote source, meaning now it's leaving this ecosystem and it's going outside of these constraints and it's going to the server, right? So now it's escaped, can't speak, it's escaped the constraints or the boundaries of this environment. So now it's going out to the server to fetch information. The information goes both ways, so it sends data, it sends a request with data if necessary to the server, which we've created using nodejs, and the server sends a response. Now this person here catches a response, makes it a little easier to read, and then sends over that exception if it's got an exception, or the data if it's got data, back into, still in here, still within this package, sends it back to the repository implementation, which depends on any type of source, right? And then that repository implementation will further refine it into a Dart readable failure, right? So that Dart readable failure, that's not an exception, because exceptions throw. This failure won't be a throwable, it can't be thrown, so it won't crash the application, right? So we handle it and we create a finer version of a failure and finally pass that back to the domain use case, and the use case is actually going to take it back to the interface adapter. The interface adapter responds and maybe emits a state if you're using bloc, or if you're using provider, it will change the state, or however you're handling your state management, whatever state management solution you're using for this interface adapter, that will adapt and it will alert the UI that something's changed. The UI updates and the user can see that. So the user can see that little update or get the information they want from the updated user interface. So this is essentially the summation of all of it. So let's get right into the code. Have a beginning. This is the start of the Flutter Frontend part of the e-commerce app. So the first thing would be to create a new Flutter project, and that would be Flutter. First of all, we go to the proper place, and that is my studio project, and after which we would run the Flutter create, and we want it to be empty, and the org would be the best tech, no code.thebesttech, and we have to wait for that to complete super quick, so we can cd the best tech and we can studio. So as a gentle reminder, remember that this course is definitely not for beginners. If you're a beginner, it's not. This is not your course, so skip to the next course. But if you're basically intermediate, if you've basically got Flutter knowledge, you're in the right place, because I'm not going over Flutter basics. I'm not explaining what widgets I'm using anytime I'm using them. I'm not explaining how to create a new widget when I create them. I'm not explaining anything Flutter related except the state management and the architecture that we're going to be using. So if you're here to learn about basic Flutter stuff, again, not yours. We're here to learn advanced Flutter. So moving on, we've got the main.dart totally empty, and we really do love that. So let's get to theming then. I'm also going to have an assets folder. That would be make directory assets, and in my assets I also want images, I believe, and I also want one for Lottie. I'm going to populate those directories, and you can find them in the source code. But the point that I was actually trying to make was oh, forgive me, I have to zoom into the font a bit. So as I was saying, I actually will populate this, so you can find it in the source code for this session. Now over here, I've already got the assets loaded. I have the onboarding images for male, female, and the user, the default. I've also got some Lottie animations, so we definitely need the Lottie, so that would be Lottie and Flutter pub get. Alright, after that I am going to create a core folder right in the lib. So we've got only two folders in our style of the clean architecture. The very first folder would be the core folder. The core folder contains features and elements of your projects that you share among more than one feature or more than one module, essentially. So if a particular package, let's say you've got features auth, you've got a feature called products, you've got a feature also called orders, and each of them depend on one, let's say, colors. They depend on the same colors because you have the same color constant across the application. So you can create a core folder and put all colors in the core folder. And we also could have text styles shared across multiple faces. You can also have widgets, actually. Widgets shared across the architecture. So these widgets can go into the core folder. Right, so we can create a new package called core. Right, so it's now within core will have a lot of other folders in it as well. Core could have a common folder. Core could have utilities. It could also have a resources folder, res, you could call it that, to hold your styles, colors, and text styles. Your media, essentially. The common folder in the core usually holds common widgets, common state management, common whatever that is common between layers. So things like utilities are common, but do you know what I mean? Like, there's no point literally having to state that they're common because it's a utility. It's common across the entire application. So something like utilities, common utilities will have their own folder within the core folder. Within the core folder, new package called utilities, and we can also have a new package called common to hold everything that's common, like widgets and so forth. We're going to see those later. Now we could also have a new package called resources. I'm just going to call that res because we're basically all used to that. Res, and within res we're going to have quite a lot of others, so I'm going to pause the video and you will find the res in the source code because we don't have all the time in the world to type it all out. So here you go. Seeing over here we've got colors. In the rest folder we've got styles and we've got media. Now media is simply constant identifiers for images, so lotties. Right, so we've got these images and these lotties. Otherwise we'd have to literally all the time do something like image.asset, and we put in assets / images / onboarding. We don't want to have to do that. We only want to be able to image.assets, and we put in media dot. We have a base image, and that would tell us. Sorry, not base image. Base image is just there. We could have onboarding female. So the onboarding female does assets, images, onboarding female. As you can see, base image is there. We've also got a base lottie, and that is assets at lottie, at the lottie directory. So these are the resources. I also have an issue with the colors because I want to have a simpler way to adapt colors. So because this is a multi-themed application, we're accounting for both dark and light themes. Now for light themes and dark themes, we want to make it easier to have a text color that automatically adapts to either theme. Now within these utilities, I'm going to create a new Dart file, and this is going to be a core utils. The reason why it's not just utils and it has to bear the core is because I could literally have other utils in different other features. So say for example, if we had a dashboard, and a dashboard needs specific utilities, specific functionalities, we could create a dashboard utils, and it's quite different than the core utility. So for that reason we've got an abstract class that's core utils, and in here we've got a constant constructor, and finally static, because I actually want all my utilities to be static accessors. I personally just love it that way. So static color returns a color, adaptive color. Now it's obviously going to take the build context because it needs to know what exactly is going on, what the current theme is, and adapt accordingly. Required color would be light mode color. You can specify what color to use for the light mode. Required color, dark mode color, and finally the implementation. Now before I move on, I'd like to put it on record that there's better ways of handling a case where we want the users to be able to change the theme however they want. We could use a state management for that, and that is a lot easier than what we're about to implement, but I'm just going to do it this way anyway. So we return media query dot platform brightness of the context is equal to brightness dot dark. If it's a dark mode, it would be this, and then we'll return a certain color. If it's a light mode, we return a different color. Alright, so this gives you the abstraction. Sorry, dark expects dark mode color, else light mode color. This gives you the abstraction that you need for this. So that way you don't have to always write this logic. Every time you're creating a text and you're trying to style it, or giving a container data, color, or whatever, you don't have to write all of this. You just have to call the adaptive color and pass it a light mode and a dark mode and color, and that is it. Just simply works out of the box. So from here we can definitely go back to the colors and add that adaptive color, and that would be static color classic adaptive text color, and it takes the build context. Now whenever you pass this to a color, it will always give you what's arrow function that we use the call utils dot adaptive color, and we give it the light mode color to be colors, what we've literally got here. So I don't even have to say colors, I can literally just say light theme white color, and over there I could say light theme primary text color, light theme primary text color, and we have the over here light theme white color. Now moving on, we could go back to main.dart and complete the remaining theme. So we've got all of these resources, you can find them in the source code. I'm going to close them down and back here. So back in the material app, I actually need a theme that I can change. So now the final theme, which is the light theme. So we have a light theme, which is the default, the theme data with color scheme being color scheme dot from seed. Nice. And we have the seed color. Let's use colors light theme primary color. I need to put a lot of commas. Alright, so that's better. For the font family, we're using Switzer. Switzer's not part of a Google Fonts library, so we're going to manually add that into the assets folder and finally to the part spec YAML. So we also have to register the rest of the assets in the part spec. So I'm going to do all of that and get back to you in a bit. For the font, I've added the Switzer family because Switzer's not part of Google Fonts, the Google Fonts library. So I've added custom font, and it's also got licenses and all that, so be mindful of that. So I've also added it over here. You can find this in the source template, in the starter template for the source code. So doing the initial setups. So this images, yep, and we've also added all images and nodejs, and this is all we need. So for the font family, I'm only going to add Switzer. Nice, that works. Now moving on, we've got the scaffold background color, which would be colors dot light theme tint stock color. Nice. And I want for the app bar to have a app bar theme of background colors, the same light theme tint stock color. So I basically want it to be the same color as the scaffold. Now you could go ahead and still skip this entire theming part because it's going to be part of the starter template anyway. So if you think you can read the code properly, then go ahead. But if you're confused, you can always come back to this to see why I did what I did, where I did it. And that would be light theme primary text color. Nice. And finally, we want to use material 3, which I believe is true by default. So I'm going to leave that bit out, but no, I'm actually going to put that in just for security. just in case they decide to remove it from being the default, I'm going to specify that. Now, in order to actually remove the home to be scaffold, nice. Now the theme will simply be the theme. The dark theme will simply be the theme.copywidth. Now this can't be a constant, so it's screaming. Nice. And then we copy width, and we change quite a few things, and the things that we change would be the scaffold background color, for example. It becomes colors.dark theme background color. Now we also have the app bar theme, and it will simply be the constant app bar theme, which simply becomes background color colors dots, the same as the scaffold, but the foreground will simply be the colors dot light theme white color. Nice. Now after this, we could go ahead and set things like the title, ecomly, and yeah, and then we can set the theme mode to be, in this case, system. So, but then after this, we're going to set up a caching system that lets the user store and retrieve their preferred theme choice. So that would be with shared preferences, and we will have to implement a caching system over them. That will be for a separate video, but for now, this is the theming and this is how it works. So I'm going to go ahead and run this on Linux. Alright, so let's just get a little feel of how it works. Alright, so here's what we've got. You can see that little text, it's poorly colored, so we could, oh, I actually forgot to show that we've also got text styles. So we've got text styles. I've also documented them heavily, so you can see the weight, the size and the height of each text style that I specified. I've got these from the Figma design, so I've exported these from the Figma design, and I simply have put them into Flutter and made them constant, so that way we don't have to type out and start entire style. So I could go ahead and use a style, and it could be the text styles dot, it can't be a constant, text styles dot, and we could use heading regular, right? And we can dot copy width. Now in there we can do the copy width with the color, and it can be colors dot adaptive, I believe, classic adaptive with the context. Now we can see that classic color work for us, and it adapts to the background, so but it's not very visible. So we could go back to the colors and change what the adaptive color looks like, or what it uses. We haven't formatted this. We could go ahead and do that. Now in the light mode, I was rather using the white color for text, which is very wrong, so I have to swap them actually. So in the dark mode, I wanted to use the white color, and in the dark mode I wanted to use the other. So we can see that has already reflected, so nice. So after that, everything's looking dandy. So we're done with theming. So the moment I change my system's theme mode, the application updates as well, and we can see that happening live. Boom, but the colors changing seamlessly as well. The text colors are changing seamlessly as well. So we've got that theming working out. In this app, we've got a few problems that need caching. The very first problem would be the theme, because currently we're only dependent on the system's theme, depending on what the system deems worthy, or what the user's current system is for their theme to be set. Now, you could totally change that by setting the theme mode to be theme mode theme.system or changing it to theme mode.dark or light, depending on what you want. But we want all of that to be in the user's palm, so we want the users to have absolute control of that. Now, for that reason, we're going to have to implement a caching system that caches the user's choice of theme, and we also want to cache certain things like the user's ID and the user's authorization token. So when we built the backend for this in Node.js, there was a token system that included tokens that lasted for certain sessions, 24 hours for an authorization token, and it would expire. Then a refresh token comes into the scene and saves the day and creates or refreshes the token, gives us a new access token, and that new access token lasts for another 24 hours from the date of its creation, or from the very time of its creation. Now, this refresh token is valid for 60 days. That's about 2 months, give or take. This has been done intentionally, but we want the access token to always be stored in the user's cache. So that way, when a user logs out closes their Flutter application and opens it back up, we don't have to start beating about the bush or pushing them to log in again in order to fetch their token from the server and then pushing them to the home page. So we want them to directly be automatically authenticated by their token. So meaning the token has to already exist the moment you open your application if you've already fetched the token previously. So in order to implement all of that, we need a caching system as well. The user ID, I'm caching the user ID for reasons that are related to the front end, because we will also be needing that user ID from time to time, and it's basically similar to how Firebase implements its automatic or persistent login system, where you can close down an application that's been created with Firebase as the authentication provider, and when they open it back up, it automatically pushes them to your home page. It automatically detects that the user was previously logged in. So for that, I'm actually going to go into my common folder and create 2 files, 2 modules. So one module, I actually want to have 2 different modules, one for actually carrying out the functionality. So one module will have all the functions defined that store things in the cache for us. It will also hold the cache keys and the methods, and then we'll have a different module that will handle, or rather bear more locally, the fetched cached items. So say for example the user ID and the token and the theme, selected theme. We don't want to have to constantly query the user's local shared preference or their local storage in order to fetch that each time we need to use it. So whenever the application starts, right here, we query their storage. If we fetch it and we store it in a class, so that class will be a singleton, so that its value will always remain the same. If you don't know what a singleton is, it's simply a class that when you instantiate it, every time that you do the instantiation of that class anywhere in your widget tree, you literally get the same instance of that class that you've instantiated previously at first. This is what providers give us. Riverpod also gives us the same thing. You can access a particular Riverpod at any point in your widget tree, and it gives you the same instance again, but we're going to write that ourselves in this case because I don't want to depend on a provider or on a Riverpod provider or a provider, whichever one. So now the singleton will live in here, so that's a new Dart file, singletons, and that will be a cache. You can totally put the singletons folder or directory outside of the common folder directly in the core, but this common folder is really up to you to arrange it however you want. Where the architecture actually lies will be in the source folder, so don't worry too much about the arrangement here. It's however you deem fit. You can arrange your core folder to fit however you feel. If you feel the singletons are more common to a lot of features, you can put them in the common folder. If you feel it's more general, just core. It should be a core thing that you can totally put it in directly in the core folder. But moving on, let's go ahead and create a singleton. Now, how singletons work is, remember, we want a case where every time this class actually gets instantiated, so final cache will be equal to cache. So whenever they do this, we want them to get the same, not them, us, we're going to be using this, but so whenever we do this, we actually want to get the same version of this class, or the same version of this object every single time. It shouldn't create a fresh one where all the variables have been reset to their default values. Right, so in order to achieve that, we would have to hijack the constructor, and that's how singletons work. We have to hijack the constructor and make it so that whenever they create something and invoke the constructor of a cache will always return a pre-saved version of the object. So we can do that by, first of all, creating a named constructor. I'm going to call this internal. You can call this anything, but because I'm using this because it's only visible internally. So now we have an internal constructor, meaning that they can't access the public constructor. So void main, you could see that when I do final cache will be equal to the cache. I can't do that because the class cache doesn't have a named constructor, and we also can't use the internal. We can actually use the internal thingy in here because it's in the same module, but outside of this module we can't go ahead and do a final cache to be equal to cache dot internal or dot underscore internal. It doesn't exist. So yes, that's exactly what we wanted it to do. Now finally, if you already know how to create a singleton, you can speed through this, but static final cache instance, we create an instance to be accessed, and this is how we get something like firebase auth.instance, and it gets you the instance because it's a singleton. So cache the instance will be equal to the cache.internal constructor. So we've rerouted it. So every time you access the instance, it gets you the same version. So now we have a session token, which can be null. We have a user ID, which is also nullable. And finally, we have the theme. So now the theme will actually be changing over time because the user can literally tap on a button and it changes. So in that case, we want it to be a listenable. So for that reason, I'm not creating a theme mode and then I'm going to create a theme mode notifier because, again, listenable. And that will be a value notifier, which is also listenable. And that will be, by default, theme mode or system. And finally, we have the getters for all of our private session token. We have to make these private. Alright, we don't have to make this private because it's already final. So session token, I promised not to teach Flutter or Dart, but I'm still doing that, so forgive me. String get user ID will be equal to, so I'm going to shut up from now and just do whatever I want to do. Alright, user ID. And finally, we have the functions that set them. So set the setters. So set token, you can actually go ahead and use proper setters. Set, which would be the session token. But I'm not going to do that. So I prefer to use methods for setters. Token would be string new token if the session token is not equal to the new token, session token will be equal to new token. Fine. What's the matter? Oh, what have I done? Void set user ID, string user ID. After that, we can go ahead and move on, but I don't. Oh my eyes, I've ruined it. I don't think I need this, but I'm going to add a reset for the session just in case. So I really love future-proofing my controllers and that, and anything that works as a controller. So set session will be null because it's nullable. Set user ID will also turn null, and finally the theme mode notified value becomes equal to the theme mode dot system. No, I actually don't want to do this as part of the session reset because you've already set your theme mode, and it should always be, when the user sets their theme mode, it should always be without you resetting it programmatically. So for whatever, I don't know what could cause you to want to reset the user's already preferred theme, but if you want to do that, then you could go ahead and add that. But this reset session, a session usually contains their session token and their user ID. So yeah, that's that, and we can move on to the implementation of the cache helper itself. Now, for the cache helper, it will live. I actually want it to still be part of the common, but in my common, I actually have a application folder which will hold the application logic, every application logic that's basically shared between features. So one of such app logics will be the cache helper, and that would go into new dart file cache helper. Nice. Now in the class cache helper. Now over here, like I said, it holds the keys and the functions that actually do the shared preference stuff. So hopefully I've already added shared preferences. I haven't, so I'm simply going to do that, and that would be flutter pub add shared preferences and flutter pub get. Alright, and that should add that, and we could go ahead and constant cache helper, and it takes this dot the prefs, which I actually want to be a dependency, so that way if I actually decide to test this class, the dependency can be injected into the class. So this is called, it's a principle of solid called dependency inversion, right? So we invert the dependency. So moving on, you have the dependency itself, shared preferences, and that will be prefs, right? So always write, this is how you write clean code, even if you don't use a clean architecture. Whatever architecture you go with, always write your code in a testable way, a way that makes it testable. Think of the tester. That's how you write industry standard code. Forget about the architecture. Clean code in and of itself is writing code that others can test, read, and modify. So yes, moving on, we have static constant session token key, I believe. Yes, will be equal to the, you can use whatever key, this is what I can think of, use a session token. Yeah, I think that's enough. Static constant user ID key will be equal to the user ID, and finally, no, not finally, I believe I have another, be the theme mode key will be equal to the theme mode, which tells us the mode of the theme. And then finally, I actually want to add a different key for the first timer, because we have an onboarding according to the Figma user interface that I have. So that would be is user first timer. Now, again, these keys could be whatever you want them to be. I'm just coming up with stuff in my head, right? So don't follow me if you don't want to. So that will be the bool. Now we want to cache the session token. Now this means we will get a new session token after they log in, and we want to cache that token. And that will be async, and that will be try. We have a final result equal to await the prevs dot set string. and it will be with the session token key with the new token. And we have a cache dot instance dot set session token. So after doing this, we want to set it over here so we don't forget to do it outside, because if you wait for yourself to remember after doing the cache session token and remember to set the actual local cache that we've got over here, you will forget. Believe me, we're lazy and forgetful. So return results, which tells us if it's true or false, and then we cache. Oh, we cache that, we return false. So don't trust yourself. You're your own anti-hero. Never trust yourself. This time we're caching the user ID, and that means we also get a user ID, and we do an async call, and we try it's literally what we've done already, and we catch. So something's wrong, return false. Otherwise, we try to get a result of await refs.setString, and it's at this point I'm literally just doing what I already am used to, because I've used shared preferences a lot, and this is how I personally do things. So you might have a different flow. So if you've got a different flow, go with your flow. You don't have, just make sure that you're caching the user ID, and after that you have a way to get access to it in your application. So you can actually make this function return the user ID after you, the get function. You could have a get user ID and make that function return the user ID and then use that in your UI. But that means every single time you need to use it, you'll actually have to call the cache, and then depend on the cache, make the call, wait for it to return it and all that. But I actually want it to always be readily accessible to me the moment I need it in my application, without having to go through the cache, because what if something goes wrong, right? So yeah, I'm just thinking about all those, and this is the way that I've personally come up with. So this is my thing. So if you don't like the flow, you could totally free to use your flow. Alright, so future ball. I don't think I really care about the theme mode personally, if it completes successfully, because we have default. But for the session token and the user ID, it's very important for authentication. But for the theme mode, I don't care. If it doesn't cache, it will not cache. So the next time they open their app, it will still have a value, which is theme mode or system. So I don't really care about the return value, whether it completes successfully or not, and they can try again. So theme mode, async await, and that will be prefs.setString, and it will be theme mode key with the theme mode. Now this should actually error, because theme mode is not a string. So we want to find a way to convert it into a string, and then when we get it back, we also want to be able to convert that string into a proper theme mode. So for that reason, I'm actually going to create an extension on the theme mode. So new Dart file extension, it will be in the extensions folder, and this will be the theme mode extension. Nice. Now the theme mode extension theme mode ext on the theme mode, and we get the string value. So this will be string value, and it returns a switch expression, switch expression with this, and it will return theme mode dot light, return light, all lowercase, and theme mode, no, not closing, theme mode, oh my days, dark, come on mate. And finally, if we've got the wildcard, it should return system, so meaning it's theme mode or system. Oh my days. And then finally, what's the matter? Oh, you want me to close it up? I've done that. Hope you're happy. Now, finally, we also want to be able to convert it from theme mode, from a string back into a theme mode. So in order to do that, I'm actually going to create a new extension, Dart file string extensions. Nice. This blue lat will actually be similar to what we've done, so nothing too different. So string ext on a string, and this time instead of returning a string, it returns theme mode. So theme mode get to theme mode, and return a switch expression again, and it will be this dot to lowercase, but the this is not necessary, as you can see in the linting message. Yeah, so we can remove the this because that is how extensions work. So you can Google on that or ask ChatGPT or Gemini to explain it to you, but for me, I'm breezing through that. So light, and finally the wildcard. My name is underscore, aka wildcard. Alright, so I believe this is it. So finally, we could go back to our little cache helper. And in the cache helper, where were we? So over here, I'm using the string value of a theme mode. Now, the string value will get me the string, and it gets saved into the user's local preferences. So over here, we want to cache.instance dot set theme mode, and it sets theme mode to become the new theme mode as we already had. Nice. And then finally, we have the string get session token, and over here we have the session token, which is nullable, to be the prefs.getString, and we want the session token key. Nice. And if the session token if it's a string, we can go ahead and cache.instance.set session token, and we set the session token because we're very certain that it's not nullable. So else we can print something, I believe, if you want to, but I'm not going to, so boom, I don't like that. Do you know what? Production ready application, we're taking all the steps, so let's go ahead and do that. We want to know exactly what's gone wrong, so get session token. Get session token. Session does not exist. So this is how it would look like. Right, production app, so you can copy this, but for me, boom, gone. So I've shown that to you. Don't claim that I didn't. So we can return the session token if we need it, but we're not going to need it because we've already saved it here, so it will be available throughout the application. So boom, done. Now we're moving on to the user ID, and that will be string get user ID, and that would be also the same. So final user ID prefs dot get string, and we get the user ID key, I believe, and after that we if the user ID case string, we can totally cache dot instance dot set user ID, and we set it with the user ID. Beautiful. Now after that we can return the user ID in case we need it at the point when we're calling the function. So theme mode get theme mode Final theme mode string value, because this is in the final theme mode yet. So the theme mode string value will be prefs dot get string, and we get the theme mode key, which leads us to have a theme mode to be equal to the theme mode string value, and it's nullable, I believe. Yes, so theme mode string value dot to theme mode, and if it's null, we want to set it to theme mode dot system. Now the cache dot instance dot set theme mode, very redundant because the cache's theme mode is automatically or by default set to theme mode dot system, so we don't have to do all of this. So yeah, too much work, redundancies, theme mode, but again, you never know, you might need to have those for future proofing. Now finally, the reset session. Reset session for the cache itself, not just the local cache, the live session local cache. I'm talking about the user's cache local the you know what I mean, the local, like the local itself, the man himself. So that local. So we're removing the session token at the prefs stage, and we're also await prefs.remove. We can actually, no, never mind, that's a silly. I was actually going to suggest using cascade operators for the removal, so that would be remove, remove, and we also remove the user ID key. Yeah, I was going to suggest this, but remember that we're waiting for something. So you can see users await on an instance of set preferences, which is not a subtype of type future. So we can't await both of them if we're cascading them, chaining them. So we have to put those chains away and paste this there, and that would be it. So prefs.remove that, and then finally, because we've deleted the tokens from the user's device cache, we have to also clear the local session. So we can do cache.instance.reset session. So remember, you have to remember these things, yeah? Don't forget. Now, for this one, I told you that the reason why I had this cache was because I wanted the values to always be available locally, just live, not locally. When I say local, it feels like I'm referring to the user's device local, but when I say local in this context, I mean the live session, meaning this, the one that is readily available to us in a Dart object in our environment at the moment. So when we have these things stored here, my excuse was because I didn't want to have to query the user's local storage every single time in order to get access to these things, because I access them a lot, because the theme will be accessed a lot, believe me. Session token every time, the user's ID all the time actually. So now the user's ID will be very important, for example, when we're making requests to the server, and some requests require the user's ID. Say for example, we're fetching a user profile. How do you then get access to the user's ID? Right? We could have a current user's provider, and then get access to that data from there, but that is a whole user, which we're going to have, don't get me wrong, but before that we actually need some sort of user ID, the same thing that Firebase does. So forget the long stories, let's move on to the cache.instance.reset session. I think I've done this before. What happened? What am I doing? Oh, I'm in the right... Paul. You lot should have called me, but I'm in the wrong place, trying to set the wrong things in the wrong places. So now moving on, the reason why I went rabbiting on about that was because I was trying to give an excuse as to why the first timer key is sat here, and the first timer's data is sat here and not in the live cache. That is because I don't believe I'm going to access this a lot. Only going to access it once. The moment they get to the onboarding, or the moment they turn on the application, they launch the application, I want to check if they're a first timer, and that is the only time. So in that case, I can actually use the function because I will only invoke it once in the lifetime of the application, so far as it's running. So that will be prefs.getBall, and that will be the first timer key. And if it's not available, if it's not, meaning the person's the first timer, so return true. I hope the first timer. Did I ever cache it? I never provided a function to cache the first timer, did I? Cache theme mode. Yeah, I totally skipped that. Alright, so let's put that eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Do you know what? Let's put that here. Future void cache first timer. Alright, so if you're a first timer, we push you to onboarding and we await refs.setBall, and that will be first timer key, and that value will be false. You're no longer a first timer because we're caching you. You've been here before. Alright, so that is it for the cache, really. So we can go back to the implementations that we had previously. Now, over here in the core utilities, I've got this, right? Media query.platform brightness of context. We're also going to have media query.theme of, sorry, it was theme.of context. We have media query.size of context to get the size of the, so we have all those, and whenever I'm doing those or writing an application that will access those media query stuff, I always create a context extension. Oh, extension lover. Yes, I love extensions so much. So context extensions will contain all extensions for context. So what do you think we're going to need? Context ext on build context. I love context extensions, make things a lot shorter. Now the theme data get theme will get us the theme.of context, which is this. So whenever I actually want to access this material, oh Cupertino, stop disturbing. Alright, so whenever I actually need to get access to the theme, I could actually go ahead and say, let's find the UI, and yeah, so over here I can actually say context.theme, and you can see that theme from the extensions, so that comes in clutch, and I can get access to the theme without having to do all of the hard work. And I'm going to do that for all other extension context dependent things, so which would be, in this case, media query data will be get media query. You can go ahead and say MQ, but I really love explanatory things. Media query dot of this, and we have the size, so the size of the screen. So the media query dot size of, right? So context, which is this, and the same goes for the brightness. If you notice, I didn't use media query dot of context dot platform brightness. Now, when we read the docs for this, it says prefer using this function over getting the attribute directly from the media query data returned from off, because using this function will only rebuild the context when this specific attribute changes, not when any attribute changes. So what all that mumbo jumbo was about was because usually we do this media query of context dot size, and this gives us a size, quite perfect, but it's saying that this actually will cause the tree that is listening to this size to rebuild whenever anything in the media query changes. So even if the brightness changes, the entire any part of the widget tree that's listening to the size using this method will actually rebuild and change. So it causes unnecessary rebuild. So if you want to scope it perfectly and make sure that it's only listening for the size and not for other changes in the media query, use this, and that will actually restrict it to that. So we also have double get height, and that will be the size dot height, and we also have double get width, so that way we can just see context dot width, and it will get us the screen's width. And finally, ball get is dark mode. Now this will return as a switch expression, not a statement. Oh, we're not using statements here. No statements here, and it's using the cache. So we're not depending. Notice we're not depending on the media query's brightness, right? We're not depending on the system's brightness to know the dark mode if it's dark mode. We want to know if it's dark mode based on quite a few things, not only that. So we're basing that on cache, on the cache dot instance dot theme cache, yes, dot instance, nice, dot theme mode modifier, nice, dot value. So the value of the theme mode, if it's equal to theme mode dot system, then what we do is we return the media query dot platform brightness of this. If it's equal to brightness dot dark night, nice. All right, so this is how we know if it's a dark, if the user wants to be in dark mode. So depending on their choice, we check if the choice was system. We go ahead and we check that the platform brightness, right, the current platform brightness is dark. If their choice was actually dark, the mode, if they wanted it to be in the dark mode, we set dark mode to true, right? And finally, if it's anything else like light, we make sure that it goes to false. So that is simply how this is going to work. So this is how we get this. So we can also have an it's light mode. It's not necessary, but if you want it, it could just be light mode or get you the inverse of it's dark mode. Inverse of it's dark mode, and that is it. And finally, we're back to our core utilities. Now, in the core utilities, I'm simply going to replace the adaptive colors adaptivity to depend on the context's dark mode, darkness, whether it's dark mode or light mode. So if context dot is dark mode, we use the dark mode color, else we use the light mode color. So I hope you're getting how my logic is flow, like the flow of my logic. Right, so this is dark mode, doesn't depend on the system solely. Right, it only depends on the system if the user's choice was to look at the system. Now, if the user's choice was a dark mode, the dark mode will be true. Now, it doesn't set, right? It doesn't mean that the current theme is actually dark mode. It only means that what the user wants is dark, or what the user has set is dark. In this case, it also means that what the user has set is system, and the system has set dark, right? So if the user has chosen dark, right, meaning this is true, then we set our UI based on this. All right, so this isn't a reflection of the current state of the UI. This is a reflection of the current choice of the user, or of a current theme choice, and then we build our UI around this. Alright, so that's it for the cache. I believe the cache is done and dusted. We can move on to the actual implementations. We can move on to other things like routing and the rest of them. Alright, so see you in the next lesson.